The wind blows across a golden setting as military boots become present. It is the elite Special Force Unit captain named Lee Yuna, aka Military Mommy. An underling asks her to be more gentle as she is freaking out all the other soldiers. She brushes her face as she mentions how she hasn't even shown them half of her horrifying side yet. The underling then mentions this is why all the soldiers call her the devil. Lee Yuna is a soldier at heart with outstanding performances and an excellent grade in the military academy. She was also the first student to earn the title of captain as well. The underling then mentions, however, that if she keeps up this attitude she will never find that true someone. Yuna tells him she has no interest in love or marriage, to which the underling asks if she plans to be a soldier for the rest of her life. She responds by saying of course, as a man comes running in from behind yelling captain. The messengers state that a village thought to be the enemy's residence has been destroyed, to which Yuna mentions it must be the US looking to spread freedom again. A bomb then goes off as Yuna covers up and her men shout in pain. She yells at her soldiers to guard their positions and that they are under attack. She says a non-monetizable word as someone yells for the captain to watch out. A big old nuke then seems to rain down, causing a massive boom. Yuna seems to levitate and watches the flash as it gets even brighter and then even closer. Silence is then heard as the lights go out. I wonder if this is what Oppenheimer the movie will feel like. She wonders if she's still alive as a fancy room can be seen. She sits up as she notes she does not feel any pain on her body. The extravagance of the room seems to shock her as she sits silently in bed. She wonders what is with the fancy princess-like dress she is wearing as the door opens to her shock. She runs to the maid, who says excuse me before her hand is grabbed. She puts the maid under arrest as the maid shouts my lady. Yuna asks the maid who she is and where are they before warning that she has 3 seconds to answer this. Yuna notes her body feels weak whenever she moves before the maid asks her what she is doing. The maid then calls her Lady Rosalie as we then get to see what she looks like now. Narrator interjection: but how is this fair? She looked good in her former life and even in her new life as well. I only get one life and I was born looking ugly as hell. Yuna, who is now Rosalie, internally says wait a minute. She notes that this voice is not hers as the maid pleads with Lady Rosalie to release her as her arm is about to break. Rosalie does so as she stares at her arms and notes they are not here. The many scars she had accumulated from training as well as the tanness and firmness of her skin. She then yells for a mirror, to which the maid tells her it is over there. She then asks the maid for her name again, to which the maid asks if something is wrong before referring to our female lead as Lady Rosalie Judehart. Rosalie pinches herself to see if this is all real before thinking about her new name. She recalls this being the name of a character in a book her friend had written. She recalls her homie asking what she thought about it, to which our female lead called the character Rosalie pathetic. She also said that romance novels were so not her type. She mentioned that they were sometimes very frustrating to read and require mental training for. But this character Rosalie in particular is the most pathetic she had ever seen. Her friend tells her that is not the point and that the main plot revolves around the male lead helping the sweet female lead, to which Yuna calls this hard to read. Yuna mentions that the female lead is sweet but her character is too much, while also saying the male lead was kind of crazy and not her type at all. Now in the present times her reflection can be seen on a mirror. She stares in silence before dropping the F-bomb. For days would pass as we see her now sipping tea, having accepted what had happened to her. Despite this, she still cannot handle what is going on. She is currently in her friend's novel as the character called Rosalie, who will soon lose her powers. 5 years ago, Rosalie had lost her father and was forced to live with her stepmom Bella. Rosalie was the heir to the duchy due to her royal blood, but was soon found to be too timid and incapable of taking the throne. This caused her stepmom to become the lead figure in the family and use Rosalie as a puppet. Her stepmother had an obsession with luxury, slowly depleting the family wealth before later on joining the Marquis of Wendell to initiate a territorial war. Having taken advantage of Rosalie, this stepmother would steal all the property and possessions while leaving without a trace. After winning the territorial war due to the help of other parties and becoming a noble herself, nobody ever knew about her shady past. Our female lead wonders what to do and whether she should change Rosalie's fate or allow the story to flow naturally. The truth is that this story does not have a set ending yet, and our female wonders if she should keep it that way. She, however, does not want this to happen and decides to think of everything going on first. She calls for Emma to bring her a pen as she then starts to write. She will not get any help from any existing characters yet, so she must prepare for the upcoming territorial battle in 4 months. She notes that this way she can save the duchy's economic power before deciding that she will also need to increase military power. Our female lead, who is now Rosalie, rings her bell as a maid comes in. She asks for the maid to prepare a dress as she will head out. The maid nervously questions if she is Rosalie, to which our female lead responds yes. Our female lead notes this girl is quite amazingly perceptive, as she is the one who stays by the real Rosalie's side till the end of the story. Rosalie then refers to the maid as Emma and mentions how since her father died, Rosalie herself has not shown any dignity. She tells the maid she has now changed, as she is the Duchess of this land. The maid seems stunned as she holds her apron before telling Rosalie that she'll help her dress up. We later see our female lead in a wonderful dress as Emma asks Rosalie where she is going. Rosalie says title to Emma's confusion. She tells the maid she'd like to stop being referred to as lady. Emma apologizes for the rudeness as Rosalie says to be careful about calling her that from now on. Emma thinks to herself about how much Rosalie has changed as we then transition to the training grounds. As Rosalie walks, Emma calls for the Duchess. She then asks why they are at the training grounds, as we then see all the dudes there have finally noticed her. They all wonder what the princess is doing here, as Rosalie then says everyone is out of their minds. Someone asks if there is a problem, which causes Rosalie to turn and see Knight Commander Aaron. Rosalie says she is here to see Aaron, which clearly confuses the guy. Aaron notes it seems like Rosalie is no longer afraid of Bella anymore, to which Rosalie asks Aaron if he'd be scared of a 3-tongued snake in front of him. This again confuses Aaron before he starts to laugh. He then calls her Bella's pawn and asks if she is spying on this place, which leaves Rosalie speechless. He asks why she is not saying anything, as Rosalie notes Aaron is neither making eye contact with her or running away. Rosalie then says that his reaction is understandable considering her previous behavior, to which Aaron asks if something is wrong with her head. She then yells Commander Aaron's name before asking if his loyalty to the family is still in his heart. He yells, telling her she is asking an obvious question, as he has been serving this family for many generations, so of course it is. Rosalie tells him well done, as she then turns to walk away, which again confuses him. I'm confused as well, not gonna lie. It is later seen that she watches over the training on the 1st, 3rd, and 6th day. This all builds up to Aaron asking why on earth she is here. She tells him she is watching them train, to which Aaron asks what she thinks about it. She calls it terrible, to which he calls what she said nonsense. She glares at him as he now stiffens up. He wonders what is up with this aura, since it feels like that of a well-trained knight. She tells him just by watching them it appears that they are incapable of beating or killing anyone. She tells him she is sure they can do better, to which Aaron clenches his fist and tells her she never even cared about the knight's true potential. She then crosses her arms and offers to give a hand. Aaron asks if she can even do this and if Bella would allow it, to which Rosalie notes if they do this she is sure it will pay off. Rosalie then asks Emma if Bella fired the old butler, to which Emma says yes. Rosalie then mentions she will cut her off, which causes Emma to freak out as she wonders what Bella will do when she finds out. Rosalie reminds Emma that she is the Duchess and tells her to calm down. She then says she has a favor to ask Emma. 3 days later, Rosalie is telling someone to come into the room. It is the old butler that worked for the duchy named Dolan. He tells Rosalie it has been a while since they met, to which Rosalie says she is taking this as a sign he is willing to work here again. She notes to herself this man was living in the suburbs after being fired until she asked Emma to deliver a message. She notes that she doesn't even know what Emma said to him. Dolan tells her she has changed, to which Rosalie says it is time to change before directly asking if he is willing to work for her once more. He bows down saying yes, which causes our female lead to smile. Why is she so fine? It is noted in the novel the original Rosalie could not wear the family ring, but that today is different. Our female lead says she will change her fate as she places the ring on her finger, unlike Charles Barkley. Someone yells saying she wants them to bring her Rosalie. A maid nervously tells her to visit Rosalie's room if she has something to say, to which Bella notes it seems like Rosalie is now pretending to be the Duchess now. She then smiles as she notes she needs to meet her eye to eye now. She then yells Rosalie's name as we later see Rosalie peacefully at her table. The rabid female dog stares at her before asking if she can hear her bark. Rosalie notes how nosy it is before noting her personality is exactly like in the book. Rosalie calls her a paranormal snake as Bella calls Rosalie rude and asks if Rayleigh taught her that. Rosalie then recalls that is the name of her character's mother and recalls that her own mother taught her that she should rip off the necks of anyone who touches her. She then reflects on her former family, who were a complete military family for multiple generations. To them, discipline and values are the most important aspects of life. She notes that after joining the military she realized that despite language and culture being different, there was no place for that in the military. Essentially saying none of that matters in the military and that we are all human on equal footing. She then angrily slams the table as she notes due to being in the military, she has already had enough of this class-based society. Bella asks what Rosalie just said and tells her to stop pretending to be the Duchess. She also mentions she will fire her butler again as Rosalie starts to walk over. Rosalie then asks Bella if she knows who she's talking to. Bella raises her hand as she asks how dare Rosalie talk so rudely, but it is grabbed mid-attack. Bella says to let go as Rosalie notes she cannot believe this woman is hard to deal with. She internally decides to start physical training tomorrow. Bella then pulls her hand away and pants before being stunned as Rosalie mentions that she is 7th Duchess of the Judehart family. She calls Bella the former Duchess and tells her to act respectfully. Rosalie then asks if Bella understands before yelling "answer me," which causes the dog to whimper yes. Rosalie then calls for Dolan and then tells him to take Bella back to her room. Dolan says yes to that and he then tells Bella let's go. Feet can be seen moving as Aaron then asks if Rosalie called for him. He is stunned as he sees Dolan, to which Dolan says it has been a while. Aaron talks about the rumors being true and notes there was also one about Rosalie giving Bella a good show. Rosalie angrily tells them to get back to work as Aaron then sits down saying understood. She tells him they are going to improve knight strength and that she is raising their salaries. He asks if she is sure about this before she tells him to train them based on this paper. He tells her he will train them with all his might and stops mid-sentence as he reads the paper. On the paper are things like 2,000 push-ups and climbing mountains, basically that Uncle Iroh prison training regime. Rosalie sips her tea as she recalls mentioning to him that she'd help bring the knights back to life. She tells him in a few weeks she will be the one to directly train them. Aaron says he now understands why she raised the salary and also the training. He tells her it won't be easy for the knights to train like this and that public opinion of their knights are not good before Rosalie stops him mid-sentence and puts her teacup down. She reminds him that in the past their duchy had the best knights before asking what he thinks about them now. She tells him they will start training in a week, to which Aaron tells her alright and that he will update the training regimen. As he leaves, Emma says hi to him. Emma then tells Rosalie a letter has arrived for her as Rosalie asks from whom. It says Sonia Ammons, who is actually a friend of Rosalie's and also the real female protagonist in this novel. Emma notes it has been a while since they've seen each other and asks what she said. Rosalie says that they will be having a guest in 2 weeks. Rosalie notes that it was around this time in this novel that Sonia found out about Rosalie's mistreatment and that the Crown Prince will get involved. Rosalie notes to herself she does not need the help anymore. Rosalie then asks Emma if there is any news on what they talked about earlier, to which Emma says Dolan will pick it up the day after tomorrow. Rosalie then smiles and she notes that is good. In a week we see all the knights smiling as Aaron then asks Rosalie what kind of outfit she has on. She has on some combat gear. Some dorks remark that she is trying to match her outfit for the training in a mocking manner. She turns and glares and they then note this will be a piece of cake. Rosalie is clearly angered as she then sighs and says they will start training. Aaron asks what they are waiting for and tells everyone to gather up. One guy says he does not want to do it. He mentions that they do not care if she is a duchess as they will not listen to her even if she is a self-proclaimed training master. This causes the other men to laugh. Rosalie asks who he is as Aaron notes this is Toronto, the oldest and highest ranking knight. Rosalie notes the word high rank before asking again if what Aaron says is true. She then asks for him to show her his sword. Aaron tries to warn her about him being high rank as she then says she does not care and flips her hat off. She then moves her knife back and gets into a stance. Toronto asks if she is sure about that posture as all the other knights laugh. She then draws his sword as he then tells her to make sure not to regret this. He swings and misses as she then steps forward moving towards his stomach. She then slashes right by his neck as he then trips over. She tells him his head would have come off if this was a real battlefield. Side note, but step on me too, mommy. He tells her he surrenders as she notes angrily how easily he surrendered. She asks how dare a knight like him surrenders so easily and says that there is no surrender unless they die. She asks if all the other knights understand as they nervously say yes. She tells them to answer her properly as they more vigorously say yes. Someone then calls for Rosalie, which turns out to be Sonia Ammons. Rosalie notes that she came on the exact same day as training before noting the person next to her. Sonia later asks what happened and says that she is surprised. Rosalie says it was no big deal before staring ahead. She notes Sonia is exactly like she had envisioned while Derivis looks a lot colder than she had imagined. Sonia sips her tea in silence and the awkward silence descends on the three. Sonia then asks if they should have a tea party tomorrow, to which Rosalie agrees and says she will get it ready. Sonia then asks if she wants to go have a look around at the blooming flowers in the garden. Rosalie says she still has something to do and asks Dolan to show Sonia around. Dolan then ushers Sonia out as Rosalie now looks ahead. Derivis stares at her as well as she notes they might have a snowball fight soon, basically saying the two will be cold towards one another. Derivis notes that she is no longer avoiding his eyes anymore as Rosalie mentions she has done nothing wrong to him. Derivis then mentions that she may have done something wrong to someone else though. It is noted that Derivis Vladik is the crown prince of the empire who is a talented aura sword master, making him and Rosalie completely different. It is noted that without Sonia the two of them would never have had this conversation. Rosalie notes that after solving this territorial war and securing the titanium mine, the crown prince won't be involved in this situation anymore. Rosalie then tells the prince she will go back to training now as she then gets up from her seat. She starts to walk but he does so as well. She tells him he must be lost as the garden is on the other side, to which he tells her he is following her to the training ground. She wonders why he would be interested in her training. In the original novel, Aaron would become so disappointed in Rosalie that he would leave to join Derivis instead. She notes that today she cannot lose Aaron before telling Derivis not to come as the knights might lose focus with him around. They both stare coldly at one another before he mentions that he'll have a look at the training grounds later. He then walks up to her saying he doesn't follow anyone's wishes. This infuriates her as she notes this man is just as crazy as in the novel. He walks away and notes this will be fun. Later we see Rosalie acting like my middle school PE teacher and yelling at the knights for one more push-up. The knights shout 43 and 44 as Rosalie then mentions that they are slowing down. She tells them to start all over again before they now refer to her as a devil. They are later seen running laps and Rosalie notes to herself she is still far from achieving her goals. She then notes that at least beating Toronto did help with things. She notes that she actually would have lost that fight had he not looked down on her. She also then wonders why Derivis is so interested in her, as she recalls him never being interested in Rosalie in the novel. She herself wonders if it is due to her having changed. Later we see running as someone then asks if Rosalie is preparing for training again this morning. She asks what he is doing here as he mentions he is here to train as well and that he did not expect the Duchess to be here as well. She asks if that is so and says she hopes the best for him as she does not care if he trains or not. He then sighs as she continues to stretch. She then glances over as he then sits to meditate his aura. She stares in confusion as he continues to meditate. Not gonna lie, this black outfit is hitting different right now. She notes this what they call aura training and that in the novel this is the power used by Swordmaster. She notes that seeing it in person is actually pretty cool. She then calls for His Highness as he says yes. She asks for him to show her what he can do as he asks if she is curious. He tells her that the aura corresponds to the person's eye color and she then asks if she can touch it. He notes that he does not think she will feel anything if she touches it as she leans over. She puts her finger on it as she notes she thought it would feel hot but it actually feels like nothing at all. She stares in amazement as Derivis watches over her. He notes he has never seen her look like this before and then the two lock eyes. He tells her that she does not usually show her face and that this is the first time he's looked at her properly. She asks him is that so as she turns to the side. She tells him that's cool as she continues to look away. He notes that he heard she gets referred to as the Devil Duchess and she asks how he knows. He tells her she knows what happened. He tells her that the knights seem to be making a lot of rude jokes so she seemed to have doubled their training intensity. She angrily tells him it does not matter, to which he tells her that sometimes showing her devilish side does help. He also mentions that sometimes it is the devil that beats humans rather than the angels anyways. He then mentions that her eyes are too beautiful to be called a devil and that real devils can't have eyes like that. He then asks if she wants him to come to training or if seeing that was already enough. She tells him one time is more than enough as he then tells her alright and that she can continue her workout now. She continues to stretch in silence as she then starts to think about how Derivis obviously never looked at Rosalie in this manner during the novel and wonders why he is suddenly interested in her before noting she needs to be wary. Later we see Sonia run in shouting Rosalie's name along with Derivis. Rosalie then says to come here as the tea party is about to start. Sonia asks if Rosalie will actually be here at this tea party, to which Rosalie says he actually will stay this time. It is noted that in the novel Bella and Marquis of Wendell are very close and will secretly contact one another to start a territorial war. She then internally says let's see if this works out as it was originally written. Sonia then says she has not seen Bella and that the last time she saw her was when she was packing her things. Rosalie says that Bella left to go to the villa for a while as we then see some red heels. A stench can be seen in the air as Rosalie notes they were just speaking of the devil. Bella says it is a pleasure to meet the crown prince of the empire as she then looks up. The three then stare at her as Bella mentions Rosalie never said the prince was coming. She asks if Rosalie was determined to embarrass her or something, to which Sonia says that's not it. Rosalie then asks why she would be concerned about that. Bella asks what she is talking about as she mentions she is the Grand Duchess of the Judehart family. Rosalie stands up saying she is the Duchess of the Judehart family as Bella asks what about it. Rosalie says this means that Bella has to follow her orders. She then tells Dolan to take Bella to her room as if she were a toddler. Dolan tells the lady to go, which angers her. She says how dare and tries to strike again, but again her filthy hand is grabbed. Rosalie mentions unless she wants to get dragged away in front of guests by knights, she should just leave quietly. This causes the Crown Prince to smirk as he notes he never informed her of his visit as it is the Duchess's choice on whom they want to inform about it. A furious Bella then turns to walk away as someone then calls for Rosalie. Sonia asks if this is the real Rosalie that she knows, to which Rosalie just says yes. Sonia mentions she is surprised that Rosalie kicked Bella out and that it feels like this is a completely different person. Sonia then backtracks saying it's not like she hates the change, but she just thought someone bad may have triggered this. Rosalie says she understands what Sonia means, as Sonia then smiles saying that seeing Rosalie like this relieves a lot of her worries. She says she is about to have tears as Rosalie notes this is what is expected of the lovely heroine. Later we see Dolan tell Rosalie that they have selected some candidates for the position of general officer, to which Rosalie says she already has someone in mind. He asks who might that be as someone is then seen walking in. It turns out to be Neon, a close aide to Bella and the former general officer. He says he has something to say, to which Rosalie says to tell her. Neon notes to himself how dare Rosalie leave Bella like this. He also notes that a unilateral dismissal is unacceptable. The story notes that the money Bella and Neon took for themselves is impossible to recover. Neon yells saying she has no shame as he has worked for the Duchess family for years and says that she will have to deal with the Duchess after throwing him out. He tells her if she backs out of the dismissal this time he will let it slide. Rosalie then wonders if she should teach this ugly mustache a lesson. She notes he is not from the army and that she should be more patient with nobles though. She does however decide that she needs to let him know who the real Duchess of this kingdom is. She walks over saying she has a list of all the corrupt things he has committed and that she has nothing to say to him even if she makes an immediate action for him. We see Aaron coming calling for the Duchess as Rosalie then mentions that she wanted to confirm to him that Neon will be leading the castle. He asks if she means that man, to which Neon notes it is the Knight Commander. He then tells her to leave this guy to him as he prepares to serve a knuckle sandwich. We later see Neon shout in pain as it is noted that Aaron used to suffer a lot while under Neon. Dolan then asks about who she was talking about as a replacement as she then tells her to bring back the man named Erudit. It is noted that this person was the first commoner to graduate from the academy with a perfect score and that in the novel he was the aide and general officer from the Crown Prince. She notes to herself that in this world one must always find people they can use. Later she talks to Sonia, who mentions that her father bought her a villa. Rosalie notes that must have been nice as Sonia also mentions getting dresses and jewelry as well. Someone then yells that Erudit has arrived and Rosalie says to let him in. Erudit then comes into the room. Not gonna lie, I thought he'd look more handsome, but he kinda looks like a nerd. Sonia notes she should go now as Dolan leads her out. Rosalie tells Erudit to have a seat and asks if he can start work tomorrow. She mentions the commute may be hard, but there will be a lot of overtime work for him. She starts to continue before he says he thought this was an interview and asks if she recruited him already without even asking one question. She tells him this is just her way of finding and recruiting talent quickly. This is probably the same hiring process Walmart uses, considering all the crackhead employees I run into there. For some reason Sonia looks coldly at the two and even has a scary eye watching in on them. She gives Snake the Grass vibes, not gonna lie. Rosalie says alright then before asking if he is going to change his mind. He tells her that is not the case and that he is just confused as to why she picked a commoner for this job. He then mentions that maybe she is trying to use him to cover up the corruption that the general officer committed in this kingdom. She notes little is known about where Erudit came from as she tells him that is not it. She says she will not do such a thing to him and that she chooses him purely from talent alone. She continues to think about how Erudit is an ambitious man who is definitely not cowardly and is rather unsympathetic. She calls him a man that can see through the glass. He tells her that he understands and asks if he can start working tomorrow. She tells him no problem and that a room has been prepared already, and he thanks her for the consideration and says see you tomorrow. He walks out and stands outside the door. He wonders if the rumors about the Duchess being timid were a lie, as he notes she seemed determined instead. He notes she even treated a commoner like him as a talented person and that she has the appearance of a skilled Duchess that has gone through all sorts of things. He starts to wonder what is going on as someone says they saw him earlier. It is Sonia who asks what his conversation with Rosalie was about. She mentions it must have been hard to talk to a timid person and asks if they got along well. She tells him if there is anything he can go ahead and tell her. Wait, does this mean that everyone Rosalie knew in her previous life was a female dog then? Her stepmom, of course, and even her best friend. She asks him what it is as he tells her it was nothing. He then tells her goodbye as he notes he heard this woman was a friend to the crown prince. He notes that his first impression of her is not that good and that furthermore she seems like the type to get easily swept away by emotion and make mistakes. Later we see Rosalie, who asks His Highness what he is doing. He asks her to lend a horse as she notes how foreign this feels to a modern girl like herself. He says he plans to go horseback riding and asks if the Duchess would join him, to her shock. She says she doesn't know how to and that she will let her servants bring him to the stable to get a horse. He smiles as he says he'd like the Duchess to be the one to show him the horse. She notes how annoying he is as she then says, "Follow me." Later at the beautiful stable we see the pair walk inside. She tells him he can choose whichever horse he wants and then tells him to enjoy the ride. He then asks if she'd like to try riding a horse and notes that the weather is nice after all. He tells her to get on and that he'll pull the reins. She is silent before letting out a sigh. Later they both stand beside the horse as she prepares to get on. She notes how uncomfortable this dress is as he tells her he can give her a lift and then says to please excuse him. He then lifts her up the horse. As she sits there he starts to talk about how she first needs to get used to it. He then stares before boarding himself. She mentions how he said he'd just pull the reins, to which he says it looked like the Duchess would prefer to run with the horse. He tells her he will start now and lean on him comfortably. He then says hiya as they then both charge off. Rosalie feels the breeze as she then closes her eyes and before we know it, it is sunset. Her eyes look on at the sight of mountains and the sun falling down the sky. The prince notes he never thought there was a place like this at this mansion as she notes she did not know either. They are silent before Derivis drops off first. He asks for her hand but she jumps off herself. He takes a breath before looking the other way. He tells her that an ancient saying once said that the wind blows away all your worries and that he feels that this is true. She is silent before saying he is not sure what he is worried about but that she hopes it gets resolved soon. He seems touched by the statement as he then mentions she doesn't look very interested in his concerns. She tells him she won't solve it with him but she can if he wants. He notes to himself that she is not like all the other Stitches who try to flatter everyone. She is simple as well as different, and despite her expression being empty, he likes it. At sunset we see Emma noticing something. Sonia is walking around before Emma asks if she needs anything. Sonia mentions not having seen Debbie or Rosalie anywhere as Emma mentions seeing them go horseback riding. She then points saying they are as horse strolls through the gates. This clearly angers Sonia, who starts to note he was not like that before. Emma calls for Lady Sonia and then notices something. Her face has completely changed. She walks forward and calls for Emma before asking if she has had a hard time since Rosalie changed. She holds the maid's shoulder as she mentions how she herself could give some good advice. Emma nervously tells her no thanks and that she is good. Sonia then walks away noting it's just hard when someone you know changes so much. Dolan is closing the gates as the reins of the horse are pulled back. The horse jumps slightly upward to stop. Rosalie tells Derivis that since they are here now he should get off. As they both get off Sonia calls for the two and asks where they have been. The prince tells her they just went out for a while and then walks right by her. Sonia then calls for Rosalie and then asks to tag along next time as she is very lonely. Rosalie apologizes and asks if she'd like some tea. Rosalie then tells Emma to prepare some tea. As the pair walk by, Emma stares at a smiling Sonia before noting something is very wrong. Rosalie walks down the large hall before someone asks her if that is a training suit. Bella calls it a vulgar outfit for a noble woman as Rosalie just completely ignores her and then tells her she may go now if she has errands. Bella yells saying nothing will change even if she has changed. This prompts Rosalie to turn and ask if Bella is afraid. Bella questions this as Rosalie asks if Bella is scared because she got ignored. Rosalie also mentions that Bella threatening her is like getting cornered by a bunch of rats. Bella then asks how dare Rosalie talk like this just because the prince is here and that when he leaves. Someone interrupts mid-sentence and questions what Bella would do once he leaves. He again asks what Bella is going to do to the Duchess as she turns to see the Crown Prince. Bella says it is nothing and just some household chores before the Crown Prince says he wonders why he and Sonia have to leave over a simple chore. Bella is silent and trembling and starts to talk about the chore before Rosalie starts stepping forward. She tells Bella to be careful what she says next time, especially since once the guests leave there is no telling what will happen to her. Bella clenches her fist as she then walks away mentioning that she was just trying to help. Rosalie then asks if Derivis was looking for her, to which he says Lady Sonia is inviting her to tea. Rosalie tells him she will go change clothes then before he mentions that the training suit does look good on her. She sort of scoffs at this before telling him she knows and to go ahead of her to the tea. This causes him to laugh. He notes he was wondering if what Bella said bothered her, but notes that Rosalie looks different in that style. Later we see Rosalie bowing down saying they look forward to seeing him again. Sonia mentions that she will see Rosalie next time before the Crown Prince says he'll see her in a week. This annoys Sonia before Rosalie calls her name. Sonia then tells her that she will see Rosalie again at the party. The carriage then rides off as Sonia holds her head up with both arms. She not cute, so why she striking that pose? Sonia asks the Crown Prince when he and Rosalie got so close. Devi mentions it was fun and how he does not really know. Sonia mentions her change of personality was so sudden and does not fit her. She also mentions now that Bella is afraid to confront Rosalie, to which Devi says she does not need to worry about that. Sonia sits wondering what this feeling is and why it creeped on her all of a sudden. She grabs at her dress as Devi calls for her before she tells him it is nothing. Later we see someone laying down some paper. It is Gilbert the blacksmith, who mentions this is a very unusual blueprint for a crossbow. He mentions that the handle is made of wood, yet it functions like a gun and is very portable. He says he's never seen a crossbow like this before, as Rosalie mentions the wood will make it lighter than iron and easier to supply. She mentions a downside is the quality though, but she mentions that he probably know a solution to this. Gilbert mentions magic could solve this, as Rosalie notes he must be referring to enchanting magic. He notes that you can add magnification magic to the bow and use an ogre's tendon for the bowstring. This would increase the bow's range of attack while the crossbow would remain lightweight to use. I'd add Infinity 1 and Flame 1 to it as well. Rosalie asks what they should do to get the magic, as Gilbert says they can buy a magic scroll with a circle inside it, and as for the tendons, the price of those will be so high. She tells him she will handle that before asking if he'd mind taking a look at something. She asks if he is referring to that for magnification. She tells him this is a scope to help shoot more accurately and asks if he can make this one. Aaron tells her he can, despite it being the first time he's ever seen it. Rosalie then asks him what he will do after he starts making these, to which he mentions he will keep his mouth shut. Later we see someone questioning Rosalie if she is going to make an archer unit. She mentions that they are called a firing unit to be exact, and that there are some people in their ranks that are not proficient at the sword. She tells him to go round them up and create a new unit. He asks who will be the one to teach them, as she turns and says that she will. Later in the room, light peers inward. She reads a letter she wrote to someone named Moron Seth saying that she'd like to meet ahead of schedule. She is a woman who runs the largest merchant guild and was good trade partners with Derivis. Someone knocks, to which she tells them to come in. It is Emma, who says she has brought refreshments and tea, to which Rosalie thanks her. Rosalie tells Emma to give this letter to the Countess Moron Seth. Emma holds the letter before nervously calling for the Duchess. She mentions that she is in her 30s and notes that she has been working as a maid since she was young and has met a lot of people. Rosalie says to get straight to the point, to which Emma says it's that. She cannot finish as Erudit then walks in the room saying he has important matters to discuss. Emma then says never mind and that she will just say it later. Rosalie then tells Emma to not hesitate if she needs something from her. Emma says yes and thank you before rushing out the room. As she closes the door, as she notes apart from Sonia, she herself would like to ask if she could be Rosalie's friend. She notes to herself that this may be going too far. She then notes to herself that as long as Rosalie is Duchess, she will continue to take care of her. Protect this girl at all costs. Why are the maids in these types of stories so underrated? Later in the room, both Erudit and Rosalie sit in silence before someone yells about how a person like her should be able to enter the room. The maid protests this as Bella yells for them to get out of the way, as she needs to see Rosalie. Bella busts right into the room and asks who decided to reduce her funds. Rosalie notes it must have been a while since Bella has received that notice. Bella mentions how she heard Rosalie was attending a party and asks if she is going in an expensive dress and jewelry. She then calls Rosalie a coward, as Rosalie mentions Bella's corruption last month is worth buying a lot of jewelry. Bella says what, as Rosalie mentions Bella can sell all her luxuries if he wants her money back. Rosalie then also says that if Bella comes into her room with nonsense one more time, she will cut the flesh off of her arm. Bella stares down in fear and her hand trembles at the blade. She notes that Rosalie is out of her mind, as Rosalie then yells at the maid. She tells the maid to take Bella away, as the maid asks if Lady Bella is alright. Erudit stares on as he notes that's why they call her the Devil Duchess. She notes that the rumor must be spreading all over the place, as Erudit says she is quite famous. He says that if this offends her, she should make some money instead and just go. She tells him no and not yet. Later we see Rosalie in a crowd of people as her knights mention to each other that they should go to the square. Rosalie mentions to them there is a training ground in the other mansion to their dismay. Someone then tells the Duchess that Butler Martin is waiting in the mansion. She tells Arruda to take care of the mansion while she is away as he tells her he can handle this. She then tells her men to go as they then arrive at a big tall building. The carriage rolls through as she stares outside. Emma notes that the Duchess might get blind once the portal commences, to which Rosalie says she will watch it since it's been a while since she'd seen one. A light appears as the carriage is under a magic circle. A poof then occurs as they then have now arrived. Rosalie starts to walk out as she notes how boring that was. Outside she stares ahead at the Duchess' capital residence. Many greet her saying it is a pleasure meeting her this morning as she then starts to walk through. She notes to herself that this is why Dolan told her the capital residence was beautiful. She then calls for Emma to bring her some comfortable clothing to wear. Rosalie then puts on a new fit. Kind of looks like a Western cowgirl fit, to be honest. Someone asks if she is able to leave without an escort as he mentions it might be dangerous for her out there. Aaron grabs onto the guy named Arthur and mentions to him that if he touches her he'd likely have some broken bones and missing fingers. Rosalie says she brought her dagger and they are in the capital under broad daylight, so there is no need to worry. Arthur then tells her that he is hoping for her safety then. Later out on the streets we see Rosalie walking around with a hood on. She notes how lovely it is here, especially with all the kids running around. Someone says let's go as a kid yells it hurts. She notes guys like him are everywhere as the guy continues to drag the kid before Rosalie reaches her hand out. She grabs the kid away from him as he asks who she is. She then leaps forward and puts a dagger to his throat and shocks him. She tells him to turn around as he notes he is screwed. She asks for his motive with the child as he is in tears. He mentions that kids like him are expensive, so he wanted to take him home. Rosalie asks if the little boy can move and go call on some guards. The kid runs off as she looks on. She then turns back and asks for him to guide her to his whereabouts. Later in a dark alley we see a bunch of kind and respectable men in society asking Oren where the kids are. Oren then falls over as Rosalie carries a bloody knife. They ask who she is as she then goes on a rampage and slashes the other guy as well. Someone yells that women must be the leader and to get her as Rosalie is surrounded. Debbie for some reason is here as well. He asks the Duchess what she is doing as she turns and recognizes that voice. She then asks what His Highness is doing as he is tied up. She tells her he is playing as she notes he must be crazy. He then notes that since the Duchess has now appeared he should probably finish this off. The men wonder how he did that as he then says if they are confronting the Crown Prince they must know how to handle things like this. Rosalie then says she'll go left and he mentions he'll go right. The men hold hands as they shout in fear. Later a knight asks if the two of them finished off the thugs, to which Rosalie says that is right. He then asks who she is, to which she asks if that matters. She tells him she is a nobleman and that he must not dare to know. She tells him the man behind her is her knight and that they should do their job and take care of those fools. Rosalie notes Derivis probably wants to hide his identity from them as if they knew it things would just get more complicated. The man then says they have to tell him who they are as someone then shouts. The man from before is in pain as Rosalie asks if he still wants to know. The knights then say that's all they need to know and that they will move now. He tells Derivis that it's best if they leave now and tells him to go. He stares at her and blushes before saying he understands. He later asks how she knew he wanted to hide his identity, to which she mentions she noticed it. He also says she is good with daggers and as she tells him she is heading home to clean up. He tells her that was cool of her and says to use this cloth as she says no thanks. He tells her he has done her a favor as Rosalie says she will use it as thanks then. He then tells her to call him by name as she mentions how disrespectful this is to His Highness. Later we see people shout 1-2 and Rosalie stares on. She notes the troops seem to be handling it well now as some men do sit-ups. She decides to make it a little harder then. Later we see exhausted men wondering how many times they need to do this and how it's worse than usual. They wonder who decided to wake up the devil as one mentions it is not time to worry about what happened to the Duchess yesterday. Someone then comes in saying a guest has arrived, to which she asks what Derivis is doing here. He says he wanted to hang out with her as she does not seem to have scheduled work. She asks how he knew that, to which he says the butler as it looks like he is burnt out. The butler then asks why the Crown Prince is here as Derivis tells him to hang out with the princess. He mentions that they can enjoy the capital better than anyone else. They both stare at one another as Rosalie then asks if he really likes hanging out with her that much. He then tells her if it's not fun he will not ask her again in the future. She is silent before telling Emma to bring a coat. Later in the town a man seems to be proposing a gambling game as someone wonders if they should try it. The gambling man mentions these people are stupid as this is all a trick before Debbie continues to say this seems fun. The crook notes his clothes look expensive and then asks Debbie to give it a try and try to match the cards. Rosalie says it is better if he doesn't before Debbie drops down some gold racks. The guy mentions there are 3 difficulties and asks which he'd like to try as Debbie says he wants the same level as the prize. The man flips over some cards and asks him to pick one. Debbie then grabs Rosalie's hands and tells her to join him and make a bet. He tells her the winner can make any wish they'd like. She tells him that it is great but that they will play by themselves. They both appear seated as they both then yell start. Debbie says he sees and Rosalie yells this one. The dealer wonders how as Debbie notes it seems like he has won. Rosalie then grabs the dealer and asks for the money. A pouch can be seen as someone asks if they got all the money. She tells him it is not enough to reward cheaters like him as he mentions she is funny and notes a noble woman never would have played that seriously before. Later they shoot arrows as Debbie wins again. They play cards but she also loses to him again. They even play a board game to which she loses and she wonders why she keeps losing so much. Debbie says he feels sorry for the Duchess and she notes he truly does not at all. She notes she should at least win a shooting game though as Debbie notes how competitive she is. He then opens his eyes as he notes he has been having too much fun lately. Later at dusk we see them both staring down. Rosalie notes her feet hurt from walking now as she notes there should be a shoe store around here. Debbie then says please excuse me and he sweeps her out her feet. She asks what the hell he is doing as he mentions her feet hurt. People stare as she is later seen seated. He tells her to wait here for a moment as he then runs off. Later he calls for her as she then asks where he has been and why he left. He then pulls a Cinderella and says she has been walking a lot today and says he cannot believe she can still walk with all that pain. She tells him she can do that herself as he tells her to stay still. Yes, stay still so I can take a screenshot of this as well. He asks her how it feels to meet the crown prince as he notes this should be the first time a royal has knelt for her. She tells him he is much nicer than she had assumed as he says he is glad to hear that. She thanks his highness as he wonders if they should try another shoe store. She tells him this one is comfortable to use and tells him they should go to the next stall. He smiles as he tells her to slow down. She mentions that they should bring Sonia to hang out next time but he tells her no as having her here is enough for him to have fun. He tells her she is a good friend but very boring to play with. She notes that in the novel Derivis felt rational feelings for Sonia but that this does not matter to her now as her battle is more important than romance. Later someone mentions they heard the Duchess is coming today. Someone notes the last time they talked she ran away and was timid. They wonder if something is going on with her before noting that they are glad Sonia is kind enough to take care of the Duchess. They then talk about how it is an honor for Sonia to have a close relationship with the prince and then talk about the rumor of Rosalie and the crown prince in the capital. Our female lead is then welcomed in as Duchess Rosalie Judehart. The people around her murmur amongst themselves asking if this is the timid Duchess they once knew before someone else mentions how Rosalie was not like this before. As Rosalie walks into the room like the baddest mother at first she spots Bella within the crowd and wonders where Marquis of Wendell is. Someone then yells into the crowd welcoming His Highness the Crown Prince. All the ladies blush as Derivis then appears and stands before Rosalie. He mentions how the shoes she wore yesterday were beautiful and that they are today as well. Rosalie maintains a stone face as someone then calls for Debbie and Rosalie. It's our friendly neighborhood snake named Sonia. She asks if Debbie went out with Rosalie yesterday and says that she is saddened by this. She then notes that the music has started and then calls for Derivis. Sonia gets completely ignored as Debbie asks if the princess remembers the bet they made yesterday and tells her that he wants his wish fulfilled today. Sonia stands in complete silence before turning around and slithering off. Rosalie asks if he can think of something other than dancing with her, to which Debbie asks if that is her wish. She angrily says yes, to which Derivis then notes that he'll just have to ask her to dance next time. Rosalie then says if that is the case then she shall go meet with someone now then. Debbie asks if she is referring to her lover, to which she just says no. Debbie then happily says that he sees. He tells her if that is so then she may leave now. Rosalie then proceeds to wander around looking for Marquis of Wendell. She then spots Bella and him together as they finally meet. She notes how the real battle has finally started as Dumb and Dumber then exits the room. As Rosalie monitors them, some girl in red heels says hey to the Duchess of Judehart. It is Bianca Bright, who is the second daughter of Marquis Bright. Bianca says it is a pleasure to meet the Duchess and mentions how she seems close with the Crown Prince. Rosalie walks by her saying they are not as close as she thinks, which causes Bianca to turn with a glare. Bianca then tries to throw her drink at Rosalie, but our skilled mommy catches it without spilling a drop. This stuns the crowd as Rosalie then tells the lady that she needs to train her grip. This further infuriates the pick-me girl. As the girl runs off, Rosalie notes how this seems to be the original villain who had a crush on Derivis. During the novel, this girl had hired a kidnapper to abduct Sonia only to be saved by the crown prince later on. As Bianca continues to storm off, a lady watching from a distance lets out a smile. She flaps her fan open as she notes how Rosalie is quite an interesting person. This lady would turn out to be a countess named Seth. Later outside the palace, Rosalie walks alone thinking about how no one is out here as well as how nice and quiet it is. She notes that Bella and Marquis of Wendell have probably finished their sweet talk by now, as a boot can then be seen. She then is surrounded by a bunch of NPCs wearing masks. She stares around, noting how there are 8 of them and that they seem to wear those masks to decorate their face. Rosalie then removes her heels and flings one of them at a thug's face. She then hits him with a nasty uppercut as she notes how these guys seem to lack strength. She grabs the man's sword as she notes how it'd have been nicer to have her dagger. She then slices his neck as the other men stare. Rosalie's golden eyes stare as someone then charges at her before a sword is then seen flying in the air. She has the man in a chokehold with a necklace as someone then grabs her from behind. They cover her mouth likely with sleep poison as she then stares down and says a non-monetizable word. Her eyes close as one man shouts about how they lost 3 men because of her. They then yell about how they should get paid more to beat Rosalie up. Rosalie's eyes are still open as the man tells Bianca she did not tell them this girl would be skilled. Rosalie lays with her hands tied as she now realizes it was Bianca behind this. Rosalie notes how this is likely due to the rumors of her and Derivis being out yesterday, which basically means the story got twisted. She notes how she needs to loosen the rope up as the guard assigned to her mentions how noisy everyone is. Rosalie rustles around as the man then steps over, mentioning how the drug seems to have little effect on her. Rosalie notes that he is getting closer and then gives him an uppercut kick. The men scramble inside wondering what's going on as they then stare at Rosalie, who finally has a dagger. A man then grabs Bianca, telling her to come with him. He tells Rosalie that if she moves an inch he'll cut Bianca, as Bianca then yells asking what he is doing and if he forgot who his boss is. Rosalie says that non-monetizable word again and notes how this is all getting on her nerves. Meanwhile at the party, someone yells having finally noticed that the Duchess of Judehart has gone missing. This shocks Debbie as later we see Sonia discover Rosalie's necklace and shoes on the floor. Sonia turns to tell Derivis about what she has found but is stunned by the sight of him. He grimly tells her and his men to search the entire palace immediately. Later in some dark stairway we see Rosalie's necklace being thrown into someone's hands. The person asks why Debbie is not saying a word, to which he tells this individual to find the owner of the necklace immediately. The person mentions they're already searching carefully before asking whose necklace is it. Debbie then calls the person Nathan and again tells him to go find her. Nathan asks if there is anything else he needs to do, to which Debbie says to kill off everyone except the woman with blonde hair. Later we see Rosalie actually struggling, noting how she thought this would have been easy for her to handle. Later we see all the stupid NPCs have been taken out while Rosalie clashes with Nathan. He tells her to get out of his way as Rosalie seems to be defending the female dog. Rosalie notes how this man appears to be Nathan as he leans over, saying she looks calm but her heart is beating faster than he thought, making this very fun. Rosalie notes how in the original this was the man the crown prince ordered to rescue Sonia, but also that he originally never ordered to kill Bianca. Rosalie asks if the crown prince sent him, to which Nathan retracts his blade, asking how she knows. He then tells her he must first finish his task and then asks her to move out of the way. Rosalie tells herself this can't be happening, as if Bianca dies then the Marquis of Bright will get involved. The worst case scenario would be a huge problem occurring in her territorial war plan. Rosalie tries to think of an idea as she then recalls back to when she read that Nathan is actually wholesome with a soft spot for sweet things. She then tells him that they have a famous chocolate artisan in their family and also mentions that Bianca's residence has a famous candy maker as well. She tells him if he lets Bianca go then she promises to give him chocolate and candy, which causes Nadon to lick his lips. Nathan asks if Debbie would be mad at him, to which Rosalie says she will convince him not to. Nathan then becomes way sweeter as he says this is nice. Rosalie meanwhile notes how easy he is to trick and how tired she is. Nathan then mentions that the blonde woman must come with him first, as Rosalie says hold on. She calls for a weeping Bianca and tells her to look up. She shakes the pink-haired idiot as she then tells Bianca that she is not the culprit in this. She then asks if Bianca knows who to call if anything happens. Nathan tells Rosalie that they need to go as Debbie is already waiting for her. They then proceed to leave and walk into a room. Rosalie turns her eyes to see shadowy Debbie, who asks what Rosalie would like him to do to the mastermind behind this. He asks if she'd like him to cut off their limbs for her. She calls for His Highness as he then asks if he should destroy their precious home. He tells her that he'll give them any revenge that she wants and is willing to make them shed as many tears and blood as she'd like. She then grabs his hand and yells his name. She tells him that she won't die easily, as long as the US don't drop another bomb, of course. Her comment stuns him as he then tells her that he is glad that she has come back alive. Rosalie then says she has a favor for him as he tells her to spill it. She tells him to not mind those guys and to just move on as Devi asks why. He also mentions kidnapping a noble like her is high treason as well. She tells him there's something better they can do as she pleads with him. She wonders to herself why he seems so mad as he then says he will agree but has a condition to make. He says he would like to know of the Duchess's true intention. This shocks our female lead as she then tries to protest but is interrupted by Nathan, who says it is getting late and they should head back. Debbie notes it is late and then tells Rosalie that he will take her home as he places his coat over her. As he walks, bubbles seem to float in the air around her. As she stands in silence, Nathan mentions that it was a pleasure to meet her as she then tells him her name is Rosalie. He says goodbye Rosalie as she notes how he looks like a cat in that pose. Outside the building, Rosalie tells Debbie that she will tell him more about what had happened later, but for now would like to keep what happened a secret. Debbie takes a breath before mentioning how the Duchess has so many requests for him. This slightly annoys Rosalie as the horse then rides off with Debbie saying a non-monetizable word. Later, while in a dark room, we see Boots walk in. Debbie is then slumped over on the couch as he notes how things are really starting to get interesting now. He recalls back to her slipper and mentions how he'd love to twist and kill every human who touches Rosalie. He then starts to recall images of her face, and then her eyes as he then clenches his fist, saying that he'll just have to endure this for a little longer. Side note, but this lighting is making him look kinda. Later, Rosalie reads the newspaper article that talks about how mercenaries were caught entering the palace during the gala. Mommy is looking extra fine today as she notes how they should have been called kidnappers instead. She recalls how mad Debbie was at what happened and how she asked him to keep the situation a secret as a favor. She then notes how this could turn into a big issue for the crown prince though. The maid then yells that a guest has arrived as Rosalie says she'll be heading over now. Rosalie then thanks Countess Seth for coming as the Countess notes how interesting the letter Rosalie sent was. The Countess mentions how she just read the paper today and asks if she should come back another time or not. Rosalie says that it is okay and there is no need for that before thanking the Countess for accepting her letter. The Countess then says she is glad to be here with Rosalie and asks what the Duchess would like to buy from her business. Rosalie mentions how she'd like to buy enchanted scrolls and orange tendons in bulk. The Countess remarks how it seems as though Rosalie is making a weapon as she then mentions it's not a guarantee her business will provide those items in bulk as orange tendons are in high demand while being hard to obtain. Rosalie then states that she'll want it over the next 3 years then and that they will reduce the custom taxes on the LDC without any conditions. The LDC is an important delivery route between the Imperial Palace and Lentil Kingdom, which also makes it the place where the most expensive taxes are collected. The Countess mentions how surprising this proposal is since it's a major source of income for this duchy. Rosalie tells the Countess to just make sure their business with her trade is kept secret as the Countess stares back. She then says no problem as she closes her fan and then tells Rosalie that she will send a contract and the items to her duchy as soon as possible. Rosalie mentions how quick this decision came, to which the Countess says that it's a good deal on both ends and that she also got the chance to meet the Duchess of Judehart. The Countess then says Rosalie is the first person to talk to her properly other than the Crown Prince. Her nasty scar that is very reminiscent of Zuko's is then shown. She's still a MILF though no cap. Rosalie asks if that is so as she internally notes how she's seen plenty of scars like that in her life. The MILF then says that Rosalie is a very interesting person to talk to as Rosalie tells her she doesn't know why she's been hearing that compliment so much recently. Countess giggles as she notes how the Duchess is really cute as well. Later we hear Rosalie telling Sonia that she is good. Sonia asks if Rosalie is sure and asks where it hurts, to which Rosalie says that she is sure. Sonia then asks if Rosalie was really rescued by the guards as she did not see Rosalie near the garden. Rosalie wonders if she heard this from Derivis and how unexpected this is. She then notes that if she denies this the prince will get embarrassed, so Rosalie tells Sonia to just not worry about what happened. The snake has that Arthur meme moment as she clenches her fist thinking about Debbie and Rosalie together. Rosalie then calls for Sonia as Sonia then grabs Rosalie's hands and says it is nothing. She says that she heard Rosalie would not be attending the ball today and mentions how running into those types of men again would be bad and surely would cause Rosalie to lose her dignity. Rosalie angrily pulls her hand away from the scaly reptile as she starts to speak. The Judas then acts fake as hell, saying she needs to go to the ball now and tells Rosalie to take care. The snake then slithers off away from Rosalie as Rosalie stands in silence. She has a noticeably angry expression on her face. The day gets bright as someone tells the Duchess she has a guest, to which Rosalie says she does not recall inviting anyone. The guy says it is the pick-me girl Bianca, as Rosalie wonders what the hell Bianca is doing here, especially when she just wants to rest. She then wonders if the girl will be here to make a ruckus and try to splash water on her again. Rosalie tells Martin to not bring the carriage and to not let anyone in, as Martin mentions how Bianca is a guest and doesn't even have a carriage with her. Rosalie walks by before angrily saying she will knock out all of Bianca's precious teeth. Later the two sit face to face. Rosalie asks why she came to see her, as she internally hopes Bianca does not surrender. Bianca then says she would like to apologize, which comes as unexpected to our female lead. Bianca then also says that she would like to call Rosalie her uni, which basically means older sister. This stuns Rosalie as she asks what Bianca is saying. Bianca then sits right by Rosalie and again begs to be allowed to call Rosalie uni. Rosalie asks why though, to which Bianca talks about how even though she kidnapped Rosalie, Rosalie still saved her. Bianca then talks about how she cannot get that moment out of her mind, as Rosalie is stone-faced before trying to get Bianca to listen to her. Bianca again then asks to call her uni and then shyly says it's not that big of a deal. Rosalie then tells Lady Bianca to call her whatever she likes, which draws out a smile. She then cheers as Rosalie notes how they are both supposed to be 20. Bianca says that's okay and that if she was born a day later she'd be 19. Bianca then says Rosalie is so cool, so she deserves to be called uni. She then gleefully says she thought Rosalie would be mad about it but is so happy that Rosalie accepted this. Rosalie then mentions how she heard Bianca had an older brother and younger brother, as Biance tells Rosalie to not mind them. She then tells Rosalie to stop by her salon sometime for fun, as Rosalie gives it a thought. A salon in this world refers to a place where gatherings are held. Rosalie thinks about how luxury is a common topic in this period and that rumors judging others on appearance have become a big issue. She also notes how Sonia would have a hard time dealing with this. Bianca stares as Rosalie ponders before Bianca calls for uni. She asks if Rosalie is a close friend with the daughter of Count Ammons, which causes Rosalie to stare back at her. Later in the dead of night we see Rosalie frustrated and holding onto her head. She recalls when Bianca asked if she was close with Sonia, to which Rosalie mentioned that they are childhood friends at least. She notes to herself that Sonia is a close friend with the real Rosalie, to be more exact. Bianca mentions how she can't get along with Sonia before yelling about how she now has a chance to get close with the daughter of Count Ammons thanks to uni. Moments later we see that Rosalie is having Bianca escorted out as she yells about wanting to have dinner with Sonia. What's so appealing about having dinner with snakes? Rosalie then decides to think of something else and notes how great Erudite's work is. She notes that due to this she will be giving him a complimentary note today. The note mentions how his work is neat and how he did an amazing job. Rosalie tells herself it was fun pretending to not be shy as Erudite stares at the letter. As he does so, Rosalie notes how she might get into a bad habit of sending out complimentary letters starting today. Later a crowd of people are seen in what appears to be the town. Some hooded individuals can be seen as one asks where the Intelligence Guild is. It turns out to be Rosalie, as a man tells her it is over there. He tells her to go straight as they proceed forward. A figure seems to be watching them as Rosalie notices it with the side of her eye. She then moves quickly, which shocks her men. They ask where she is going all of a sudden, as a street vendor then tells Rosalie they sell good jewelry here. Rosalie picks up a piece of jewelry as she mentions how someone is following them. The two men are stunned as she gives them the coordinates and description of the individual. She then tells them the plan has changed and that they will be heading to the alley. They then move off as Rosalie then turns a corner while her two men walk right behind her. The hooded individual is right on their tail. Rosalie turns as she mentions how hard it would have been to have taken this guy out at the market. Her men then turn as well as they reveal their weapons. One of them goes for a slash as the hooded individual dodges. He then yells no as the other individual puts his hand on the floor and then launches a kick. Toronto yells for Whitney as something goes right towards him. The hit lands as we then see Toronto slumped over a broken barrel. The hooded individual stands still before approaching Rosalie. She opens her mouth as she then asks Nathan what he is doing, to which he just greets her. He asks how she found out he was tailing her, to which she tells him to knock it off and asks why he followed her. He tells her he was just out for a walk until he smelled something sweet coming from her bag. Rosalie opens it wondering if Emma put these in here. She recalls back to when she asked Emma for chocolate as Nathan yells for chocolate. She then notes how she did not need it today before just tossing the bag over to Nathan. She notes how had it not been running into him she'd likely have thrown them away. He then asks what she is doing here and mentions that her knights will be out for a while, so he will let her know when they are well again. Rosalie angrily notes how he is saying this when he was the one who knocked them out. She tells him she is going to her intelligence guild as she has to meet someone. He asks if she is looking for someone to do something special, as she tells him that's right. He tells her if it is special then he should tag along. She asks if he is serious, to which he tells her they should move to a different place for now. He then proceeds to carry the knights and walk off. He then stops as he tells her not to worry as he is capable of this. He then smiles as she tells him she knows he is. She also notes how he's not even struggling to carry 2 people, as he then says it'd be better if helped her with her task. Rosalie covers her mouth to think before saying fine and that they should move on. As they walk, Rosalie notes how she has no clue what he's thinking, but at least he is considerate. She stares as she then notes how his skills would likely be able to notice and discern Bella's motives. In addition to that, he is someone that is easy to approach. Later, in some dingy place, Rosalie asks if Nathan lives here. He mentions to her about how he has good ears and how noisy it can be outside, so staying here should do. He then carelessly drops the man's body to the ground like those employees at the airport. This leaves Rosalie speechless as Nathan strikes a match and lights up a candle while asking what he can do for her. Rosalie takes a seat before mentioning how she needs to make sure he can do it. He then sits right next to her and asks her to just tell him. Side note, but why is this dude always in a sports bra? He mentions that if she tells him he'll do it for her. Rosalie mentions how she did not expect him to agree to this before asking if there is a reason for that. He tells her he just wants to have fun with the dear Rosalie. Rosalie thinks about the have fun statement for a moment before Nathan mentions how either way she already knows him and how he's capable of pretty much anything. Rosalie then mentions the name of her dog-faced stepmother Bella. She tells him to get close with this woman and watch her every move. She tells him to have a close enough relationship with this creature to where he can change her mind. Nathan tells her he understands and that this should be an easy task, but he will try his very best. Rosalie tells him she can handle the rest and will give him a reward for all this. She then walks over to her knights and asks how long they plan to stay asleep for. The 2 men start to wake up and wonder if this is a nightmare since they hear the voice of a devil. They then look up to see a very angry Rosalie who tells them to wake up now or else she'll knock him around all day till he passes out again. Toronto yells Duchess as he then asks where he is. He also wonders who the hell the redhead is. The pair of knights then stand up saying he kidnapped them as Rosalie tells them to stop talking nonsense and follow her. The 2 stare as Rosalie gets farther away. They then nervously ask if the Duchess is hurt, to which she says no and that they are leaving. Later on we see Rosalie in a white dress as she then picks up a letter. It is Bianca who fawns over Rosalie and begs to see her, to which Rosalie notes how annoying this is. She then places the letter on top of a cupboard as she then lays in bed, noting how much things she has to think about. She then sits right back up in bed after sensing something before grabbing a dagger from her cupboard. The knock persists as she stares at the balcony door. She then opens it and walks into the night air. Someone tells her that it has gotten a lot easier to see her now. We see Debbie in black leaning on her balcony. Rosalie asks him to explain why an intruder would politely knock on her door like that. He seems stunned by this comment as he then says she should be more considerate to guests who come at night without a notice. He also then mentions her clothes as Rosalie then tells him to have a seat and that she'll put on a jacket. He then looks away as he tells her he is sorry for visiting without reminding her first, to which she tells him he did a good job with that today. Debbie notes how he's not sure if that's even a compliment. Rosalie then places her dagger down as she says she wants to repay him for listening to her favor. He then stares back at her as he says he does not want to be repaid but wants her to spill everything including her plan. She asks why he would care about such a thing, to which he says that he would be worried if anything happens to her. Rosalie wonders if he's scared Sonia would be involved as she notes how dangerous it is that her plans are getting more attention than she anticipated. She then decides that she has no choice but to tell him so she can keep him away from her plans as soon as possible. Debbie then decides she does not have to mention her plans but also says that if anything happens to her he will not hesitate to do as he sees fit. He closes his eyes as he says he promises her that. He then gets stunned as she straight up tells him she and the Marquis Wendell will have a territory war. She tells him that she will be preparing for this as soon as possible. She then mentions how there already are suspicious rumors about His Highness and herself, so it'd be impossible for Marquis of Wendell to let this go. Debbie holds his head as he now understands why she stopped him now and then asks if she is ready for a full-on territory war. She tells him she plans on stepping down from head of the manor, to which Debbie asks what will happen then. He then notes how he did not expect the Duchess to be this reckless as she tells him she hears that a lot. She then says that there is no need for him to do anything regardless of what her plans are. He stares as she then tells him to please return home safe. As she looks forward, he lets out a smile as he then starts to walk out. He tells her we will see about that. Later in the morning, we see the sun shine on the manor. Maids and butlers carry in all sorts of treats as someone dashes by, creating a cloud of dust. Bianca hugs her Uni as Rosalie then tells her she could have just sent her servants instead of coming here. Bianca responds by saying she wanted to see Rosalie and says that if Rosalie wants more sweets then to just let her know. She then hugs Rosalie and asks to go shopping together, to which Rosalie says it will be hard to keep promises but she will try. Bianca then says if that's so then they should go now. Later we see Bianca staring around in the wardrobe as Rosalie keeps her dull face. Bianca tells Rosalie to look at this dress as Rosalie blandly says it suits her. Bianca rummages through the other clothes as she then asks to wrap this one. The lady says understood as Bianca then runs to Rosalie with another dress. She asks if it looks pretty, to which Rosalie says it looks beautiful on her. As Rosalie looks at Bianca, she wonders why this girl is one of the novel's villains. A girl then accidentally bumps into Bianca before apologizing. Bianca then turns it up as she asks if the girl is looking down on her. She scolds the lady as the other women continues to apologize. Rosalie watches as she notes Bianca is mean. The lady continues to apologize and asks if there is anything she can do as she bumps into a mannequin. As it falls, Bianca looks back and her eyes darken before we see that Rosalie has shielded Bianca from it. Rosalie tells the ladies it's better if they put these near the wall, to which they rush to fix the situation. Bianca then wants to have another go at being a female dog, but Rosalie tells her to stop. Rosalie says she hopes Bianca won't be mad at them anymore as they have apologized. Bianca smiles at this as she says she got it. Someone then calls for the pair as we then see a familiar reptile. Bianca notes how she never let Lady Ammon say her name as Rosalie tells her to just stop. She says okay Uni, which seems to trigger Sonia. She asks if they were shopping, to which Bianca rudely says of course. Rosalie says she will talk to Sonia for a moment and asks for a vacant room, to which one of the workers says she'll guide them there. Bianca is left outside of the room like a dog as inside Sonia mentions how she thought Rosalie knew that Lady Bright and her don't get along. She then asks how Rosalie could get close to Bianca despite knowing that. Rosalie then starts to talk about how things started at the ball before Sonia interrupts asking what happened at the ball while clenching her fists. She tells Rosalie that no matter how many times she asks Daddy he won't tell her, and that Rosalie and him seem to have a secret that they won't tell her. Rosalie tells Sonia to calm her tits down as she will explain everything now. She also says that she can call Bianca in to apologize if she wants, as Sonia then asks how Rosalie could do something she can't. Rosalie asks what she means as Sonia then calls Rosalie's name. She tells Rosalie to keep her distance from Lady Bright and to just listen to her advice as per usual. This prompts Rosalie to say there is no need to listen to Sonia's advice, which riles up the snake even more. She then turns to slither away again without saying another word. Bianca peeks in the room before going in and asking if Uni is okay. Rosalie says she is fine before saying she is a little tired today so they should finish this shopping session later, to which Bianca says sure. Rosalie and Bianca both share a smile. Later in the evening we see Bianca humming in a carriage as she notes how she can't believe Uni patted her head. She then stares outside and sees a snake on the side of the road. She recalls overhearing Rosalie ask if Sonia wants Bianca to apologize to her. She then yells to stop the carriage as she then calls for Lady Ammons. Sonia refers to her as Lady Bright as Bianca brushes her hair back. Bianca says she knows she has been rude to Sonia and that she has caused her trouble. Due to this, she apologizes for all she has done to her as Sonia can't stop shaking. Sonia mentions how Bianca pushed her away even when she was being kind to her, to which Bianca says she is right. Bianca then mentions that Sonia is just pretending to be kind though, which is fair, but that most of all Sonia enjoys being superior to everyone. This enrages Sonia as Bianca continues to talk about how Sonia takes pride in this, as Sonia then yells about how she's never done that to anyone. She tells Bianca that is not something she brag about and asks what the hell Bianca is saying. Bianca goes on mentioning how Sonia is even proud of the fact that she can do whatever she wants with Uni and the Crown Prince. Sonia starts to ask when she ever did that, but Bianca covers her mouth as she laughs. She mentions how funny it is that Sonia isn't even aware of all this. Bianca tells her not to pretend that she has not bragged about it, as Bianca has overheard her tell many people that she gives the Duchess advice. Bianca then walks back to her carriage as she mentions that's one of the many reasons she hates her. The snake thinks about how she does not believe she ever did that and that she still does not get what Bianca is talking about. Bianca then tells her she does not care if Sonia is pretending to be kind, but also warns her to not speak recklessly to Uni next time. Sonia tells herself she has never done that, as someone behind her agrees. It appears to be a shadow clone jutsu, as the other snake tells Sonia she was just helping a friend. The clone mentions how it was just surprising how Rosalie got that close with Lady Bright and that she's been betrayed by Rosalie. The voice tells her that it is Rosalie's fault for having such an arrogant heart. The sun shines again as Rosalie stands speechless after having done 5 days of continuous work. She notes how Emma has asked her to go for a walk, so here she is. Rosalie wonders if Emma liked the scarf she gave her, as she recalls Emma thanking her. Someone then calls for Rosalie as she then turns. It turns out to be Bella, who stands by a blonde dude and says it was unexpected that Rosalie did not show up to the first day of the ball. She also mentions that it appears as though Rosalie made up the rumors about the prince. To this, Rosalie says whether she made it up or not, why does Bella even care? This irks the old hag, who then says she does not really care about that, before Rosalie says if that is so, then Bella should not bother her again and go. Bella angrily asks if Rosalie just said she annoyed her, as the blonde man tries to hold her back. The guy tells her to please stop, as Bella then points, asking if Rosalie thinks Bella's only here because of her. Bella walks by and the man does so as well. As he does, Rosalie tells him to come and visit her later tonight. The blonde Nathan carries on as Bella takes an angry breath. Later at night, Rosalie is going through her letters as she notes how Sonia has not contacted her in a while. She wonders if Sonia was always like this or if there is something going on with her. Rosalie then picks up one letter in particular. A man then tells the Duchess that he has prepared everything for her visit to the manor tomorrow and that it seems she will be quite busy tomorrow as well. She then says it should be okay if she just leaves these here and says they will use the portal. The man says yes and asks if he should get her a carriage. She tells him no and that it is fine before he says he will now leave first. The door closes as Rosalie then opens her balcony door yet again for another man. It's the redhead Nathan, who he greets her with a smile. She mentions how his hair is longer, to which he tells her it is thanks to this magic ring. He then laughs as she remains stone-faced. He then tells her this pendant has allowed him to use the portal that leads to the Duchess's house. With her being the Duchess, this means he can teleport to her seamlessly all the time. Rosalie notes how since she gave that pendant to him, it appears as though he's been testing it out, to which she mentions she does not hate that. She then tells him to report Bella's movements every 4 days, and that pendant makes this much more convenient. She says she will pay him if he reports to her, which can be in candy or anything. He tells her more than anything she can just give him the kind of compliment he wants as he grabs her chin. She tells him to put his hands away from her if he wants anything nice from her, as Nathan tries to act cute, saying please. She pushes his face away as she says she will if he just stops, to which he asks if she really will. He then grabs her hand and kisses it as he says he will see her in 4 days then. The sun shines extra bright as people talk near a carriage. Rosalie walks out as someone tries to ask her something. She questions if everything is alright as her butler bows saying yes, and he asks if she enjoyed her time in the capital. Rosalie says she guesses as she recalls all the events that had happened, including getting kidnapped and going out with Devi. She then calls for Arudit to meet her at the office and he says understood. Later in the office, she tells him his paperwork was well written and very good, as he tells her that is a relief. She then continues to say that thanks to him she does not need to worry. Arudit then mentions how the increase in the knight's salary and the reconstruction of their lands will soon be a huge part of their expenses. He also goes on about how their merchant sales are lower than their expenditures and that a good balance is important, so they should start paying attention to public taxes. Rosalie grabs her cup of tea and takes a sip and says they should sell the Gordic mine if that is the case. Arudit then argues that it is a mining facility full of valuable raw stones, though, as Rosalie then argues that they will run out soon anyways. She then says it is best to sell it now while there are still many reserves still in there. Rosalie mentions to herself how there was not precise info on the Misha Empire's lifestone reserves, but that in the novel people were wrong about the presence of lifestones in the titanium mining facility. Arudit has a dark expression on his face as he mentions how rumors will circulate from this that the Duchess plans to bankrupt the country. This causes Rosalie to give off a sinister look as she says that is exactly what she wants. She notes how when Marquis of Wendell hears this rumor, then she can finally lure him into the bait. Arudit stands as he says he hopes her decision is temporary and that he suggests she thinks about it carefully. She thanks him for his advice. As he walks away, he notes how all the responsibility and consequences will lie with the Duchess's choices, but that for some reason he feels like there is something wrong. Outside, a man seems to be showing off how big his scissors are to a girl. Arudit walks by the three as the people then start to discuss how he is a commoner, as someone else mentions thinking he was a noble. Erudit stops at the sound of all this as someone then mentions how Erudit is getting used like a tool or how he might be the Duchess's concubine instead. He clenches his fist as he notes how this keeps happening to him. He then hears someone ask why they are still here, which shocks him. Rosalie stands right by him before walking past him and asking the people to repeat what they had said. They all stop barking and cower in fear as Rosalie asks if they want her to break some of their fingers. The three idiots then kneel to the floor as they beg her for forgiveness. Rosalie crosses her arms as she mentions how they are apologizing to the wrong person. They then apologize to Erudit and promise to not say such things again. Erudit seems nervous as he tries to say it is fine before the butler comes in asking what is happening. Rosalie says he came at the right time as Rosalie tells him to fire all the gardeners and employees involved in this without severance pay. She then grabs Erudit's arm as she tells him to let her know if anything like this happens again, as she does not want him to be treated like this. She tells him they should go now as his eyes stare at her with a sparkle. They then walk off together as the hallway to the manor can be seen. Erudit asks the Duchess how far they are going, which causes her to turn back. She tells him they are going away from there and that she does not want to see his face turning gloomy. He pulls his hand away from her as he mentions how delicate she is. He asks why she is being so nice to him, especially as he is just a commoner. Rosalie tells him it's not important to her if he is a commoner or not. She tells Erudit that she really needs him and that he is one of her helpers, so she will take care of him. Erudit stares back at her as she puts her hand on his shoulders and says he looks better now. She tells him to not hesitate and tell her if something like this happens again. She then turns saying she needs to go now as Erudit stares and starts thinking to himself. He mentions how he made her worry about what happened earlier in hopes that she does not regret choosing him. He wants to make sure that he does not fail his job for the Duchess because she needs him. As the pair stand face to face, Erudit grabs his own shoulder saying he will do his best so that she knows she made the right choice in choosing him. This harem just keeps growing by the day. Aaron asks if Rosalie will go check the crossbow tomorrow, to which Rosalie mentions how she is leaving after tomorrow morning after training. She asks him to check over the crossbow for her as Aaron tells her he understands. She then tells him that she will be seeing him tomorrow then as the door gets opened. We see Emma inside asking how the Duchess is as Rosalie notes how Emma is cleaning. Emma says yes and that she will be done very soon, to which Rosalie tells her to not push herself. Emma then opens a suitcase as she then asks Rosalie what she plans to do with these. This confuses Rosalie as Emma presents her slippers and a scarf, both of which are items from Debbie. Rosalie tells her to not throw that away as Emma mentions how rough these shoes are and that these won't match with clothes. Rosalie tells her to not throw that away either as this puzzles are cute made. Emma says she understands and that she will be putting these in the dressing room near the cloak. Later Dolan announces his presence to the Duchess as Rosalie tells him to come in. Once inside she asks what brings him here, to which he tells her that Countess Seth has an urgent letter for Rosalie. Later we see Rosalie sitting as someone says it is a pleasure to meet her. Rosalie asks if anything else was sent apart from this letter as the man mentions how he was only instructed to bring this. Rosalie uses a scissor to cut it open as she then reads through it. She says a non-monetizable word in frustration as Dolan asks if it is serious. Rosalie lights a match before mentioning it is nothing serious for now but that they must act quick. She mentions how a group of bandits have ambushed the route from Novetta Road and the LDC as the letter sits a burn. It is noted that Novetta is the only route where supplies will be moved in the future. She also mentions how the road is Imperial land, so they will need permission before entering, and also notes how her knight's skill must stay hidden until the territorial war. Dolan asks if she is okay as Rosalie says she is fine and that she still has to go to the capital for a while even though things are not going well. He tells her he will prepare a carriage, to which she tells him no as she does not want anyone to know she is leaving. Dolan protests but she tells him she must go by herself. Later we see Boots in a forest as Rosalie can be seen walking near a wall. She mentions how since there are few people here she can assume this is the entrance to the Imperial Palace. She notes how this must be where Debbie sneaks in and out of the palace as she sits slumped over. She wonders when he will come out. Not in the SUS way of course. Dusk turns to night as Rosalie still sits alone. She then looks up to see Debbie up on top of the wall as she yells for His Highness, which catches his attention. He then hops down from the wall before landing in front of her. He asks what she is doing here, to which she says she was waiting for him to come out. He offers his hand telling her to get up from the dirty floor as Rosalie sits speechless. He questioningly calls for the Duchess as the background around him seems to sparkle. She turns to the side as she mentions she has a cramp before he stares at her in disbelief. He then rushes over right in front of her before slowly pulling off her shoes as she yells, "Hold on guys, let me need to get a screenshot of this wholesome moment." Debbie mentions how it's likely due to her sitting for a while as he tells her to stay still. Rosalie does note how she actually feels a bit better now before noting how she does not know why Debbie is laughing. He asks if she is okay now, to which she says yes and thanks him. He then says if that is the case then he will wear this now, as she angrily tells him to give it back. Rosalie then asks if Sonia told her about how he was sneaking in and out of the palace. Rosalie nervously says yes, as she notes how she does not want to lie, but it would help avoid an unnecessary situation. She then switches the subject, saying she is here to make a deal with him. She questions her comment about a deal. She then mentions the place where the Baron of Rondell hides his slush funds and asks if Debbie would like to know where that is. Debbie sits stunned before he smiles and asks what she wants. She tells him she'd like the Novetta Road to be reinforced with Imperial guards. Debbie notes how it seems like Rosalie trades with the Countess of Seth using that route, to which Rosalie says yes and that they are important valuable items. Debbie also then deduces how the Duchess seems to not want to get involved before telling her he is not a hard-working crown prince. He mentions how he likes to sneak out and do pranks on others before saying he'd like to make another deal. I think a good deal would be you viewers subscribing and I continue to make content. Later we see the man in a fancy room putting on his coat. Someone calls him saying he is Bennick, to which Debbie tells him to come in. Bennick walks in saying these are the papers Debbie was looking for last time. This man is the eldest son of the Bright family. Debbie asks if there is someone who will take a look at these important papers, to which Bennick says he already took care of it himself. Debbie tells him well done as he holds the papers. Debbie notes how it is just like the Duchess said, as he also mentions how he did not expect it to take this long. He tells Bennick to keep investigating and be careful to not leak anything. Debbie then pulls out his cupboard as we see a black necklace sitting in there. He puts the papers in there as well before asking about the issue on Novetta Road. Debbie says he will be helping with that, which confuses Bennick, who recalls the prince earlier saying he did not want to join as it would be bothersome. We then go back to the scene where another deal was being brokered. Rosalie asks what it is this time, as Debbie tells her she will soon find out. Rosalie says it would be difficult for her to make this kind of deal, as Debbie tells her not to worry about it. He tells her it will not be too much of a price. In the present time he tells Bennick he has his reasons for all this. Rosalie is later seen asking to check the new weapons, as Aaron tells her no problem. The pair then spot Erudit before Rosalie asks where he is going. He says he is off to the library, as Aaron mentions how they are headed to the blacksmith. Rosalie smiles as she notes how the two men seem to have gotten close while she was away. Aaron says they should take Erudit along, as he probably didn't get the chance to look around the town. This prompts Rosalie to grab his shoulder and tells him to come with them. Erudit notes how Rosalie never seems to rest due to her work and decides to use this as a chance to get her a present. Erudit says sure to the two, as we later see the sign of a door. An arrow strikes near the bullseye, as Rosalie notes how she is a little disappointed about the scope. Aaron and the blacksmith though are staring in awe. Rosalie mentions how the scope needs to be more accurate and set the differences between targets at different heights. Aaron mentions how it will be hard to get that accuracy right before Rosalie says it's all good. She then has a dark expression on her face as she aims the crossbow. She then fires out a shot which hits the bullseye again and again and again. She tells him they can use it, as it at least is way more usable than their previous model. She then asks how many of these they have, as both Aaron and the blacksmith stare in awe at her skills. The blacksmith says the amount she requested is almost done, to which Rosalie tells Aaron to check over them again to make sure it's all good. The blacksmith ushers the crew to proceed this way then. Erudit stands behind as he notes how amazing that was. Later we see Aaron ask Erudit if the Duchess is still here, to which Erudit says yes, but that she does not like the hot temperature inside. Aaron then tells the blacksmith that maybe he could make a dagger, as well as the blacksmith asks if the Duchess uses daggers too. Aaron calls her the master of daggers, as he asks Gilbert exactly how many crossbows there are. Some unhearable things are seen as Erudit mentions how long this convo will take. Later we see Rosalie seated as she asks where Aaron is. Erudit says that Aaron and Gilbert are talking about something and it will take a while. She then asks if he'd like to walk around town then, as Erudit wonders what about Aaron. Rosalie starts to move out, telling Erudit to go, as she mentions Aaron will just head to the castle when he finishes work. Erudit starts to move as well, saying he sees. Outside, Rosalie mentions how she is glad the people here are energetic and seem to have peace of mind. Erudit then talks about how, as far as he knows, Bella once owned the Duchess's property. He mentions how when she was in control the business operation was messy, and how even the previous head did not manage it well. He then catches himself as he nervously tries to say that thanks to Rosalie the issue is solved. This prompts Rosalie to say he is right and that she is curious why he would talk about this. He asks if she feels bad about this, to which she tells him the most important thing is to move forward. She then looks puzzled before asking him to have some tea first, as she notes how weak this boy is. Later in a room we see him seated. 30 minutes prior she told him to enter a cafe before leaving to go for a walk. Erudit notes how he cannot believe he did this in front of the Duchess and notes how he should probably hit the gym and work out. He then turns as he hears some noises. It's a girl yelling, "Don't do this to a bunch of filthy animals." The three creeps ask her if they should go somewhere else to talk, as Erudit now stands telling them to stop, as the woman clearly does not like that. One of the creeps tells Erudit he is in the way and asks what the hell he is talking about. Erudit says that if they don't stop he will call the knights on them. The thug yells, saying Erudit is trying to be cool in front of the woman and that he'll crush Erudit's face. As he prepares to punch, Erudit wonders if this guy will break his teeth. He closes his eyes as a loud sound can be heard. The doofus pulls back his hand to punch, as Erudit wonders if his teeth will get messed up. His eyes are closed shut before Rosalie comes flying in with a kick to the face. The lady is stunned as the idiot falls to the floor and Rosalie lands on the ground. Erudit stares as Rosalie has her fists clenched. Rosalie mentions grimly about how she understands the situation as the two other idiots start pulling out their weapons. They show off their daggers to her as Rosalie flips her own dagger while mentioning how she's not sure why they feel confident fighting against her with daggers. One of them goes in for a slash, asking what the hell she is talking about, but hits air as Rosalie easily dodges. She then gives him an uppercut using the handle of her blade. The other guy tries to go in for a stab, but she knocks the weapon out of his hand as she notes how she is the Duchess. She then throws up a kick, ending the man's ability to reproduce, as she mentions how killing these guys would be bad for her reputation. The guy falls over foaming from the mouth. As both idiots lay on the floor in great pain, Rosalie notes how unfortunate it is that her knife got scratched. She then calls for a nervous Erudit who sits on the floor. She offers him her hand and tells him that they should go now. Erudit seems to be enchanted by the Duchess as he says yes. Later in the nighttime, Erudit walks off the carriage as Rosalie calls him by name. She then hands him a dark blue box and tells him to take it. He opens the lid as he asks her what it is. His eyes widen and light up at the sight of it. It appears to be a necklace, as Rosalie tells him it is a glass strap that she went to buy earlier. She then smiles as she tells him she thought it would suit him well if he used it. As he carries the gift, she tells him now he may rest. Erudit stares at the gift and places his hand over it. Later in a well-lit room, Rosalie asks someone something. The man grabs a piece of candy and then mentions how Bella is currently trying to meet up with Marquis of Wendell. Rosalie then asks again why this is important. Nathan then tells her she previously mentioned how Marquis of Wendell is a coward and that it seems as if nothing appears to be happening from his end. Rosalie holds her chin as she wonders if she missed something. She then decides that she must make the sale of the Gordic mines well known. Suddenly a piece of candy is then present right in front of her mouth. Nathan then feeds her the candy as she sits stunned. She holds her chin as she mentions how sweet it is. She then angrily stares at Nathan, who is now completely giggling. He licks his finger like the ultimate light skin as he tells her eating something sweet will make her feel better. She angrily tells him no as he continues to smile. He tries to offer her another candy as she holds up her hand, mentioning how he just licked his finger. He seems shocked by her mentioning this. She continues to hold up her hand as he then drops the candy. He then proceeds to burst out laughing at all this as he then asks Rosalie if she has ever been in a relationship before. She questions why he is asking as Nathan mentions how Rosalie is getting funnier than he thought. He then tells her that Bella has asked him to come with her as she will return to the mansion soon. He mentions that Rosalie could prepare some bait for the Marquis of Wendell. He also mentions how if the territorial war starts, then they will try to take possession of the property. Rosalie sits and ponders while Nathan stares at her with a dumb look on his face. He calls her name once before going in with a charismatic kiss on the cheek. She jumps away from him as he mentions how he sensed her heartbeat go up. She yells at him for this, but he is long gone and he yells at her to take this as a compliment. Very non-monetizable words are said in the manner as even the butler outside wonders where these chills came from all of a sudden. Later we hear Rosalie yelling at her knights to not miss while using the crossbow. They need to get their range faster than anyone else and take cover. The men yell understood as she then yells for them to work as a team, and if anyone gets shot, someone else swaps in. We see men running out carrying crossbows as Rosalie yells to not miss the shot while another set of men are doing push-ups. She notes how the firing range squad training is going well as she yells at them to go again. She is so fine. As a carriage moves forward, it is noted that the Novetta Road issue has been resolved now as well. She notes how the busy days have also found their peaceful moments and a field of what looks like wheat can be seen. Rosalie notes how she finally has a day off as her hand brushes on the plants. She notes how glad she is that she made that deal with Debbie, but that being alone in this field makes her feel lonely. Side note, but she talking about be lonely when she has a 3-man harem going right now. This a load of BS. She then wonders if it's maybe due to the cold. She then wonders about how if she had someone next to her at times like this maybe she'd feel less lonely. Someone then says that it looks like Rosalie got her first. She turns her head to see someone walking towards her. She questioningly says Debbie as we see him standing before her. Rosalie asks why he is here, to which he tells her he finished his part of the deal so he's here to get fresh air. A breeze then blows by as Rosalie tries to cover her hair. Debbie then stands before as he does the cliché giving her his coat move. He then stands smiling before Rosalie thanks him and notes how warm it is. She then asks if he has informed the Imperial Palace yet. Debbie smiles as he tells her since the Duchess likes informal visits, of course he has not informed them yet. She then questions how she did not see His Highness's portal request as he then dangles a necklace saying he used this. It is a Duke's art pendant for transportation. He tells her it was discovered over 300 years ago by the first Duke of Judehart as Rosalie stares at it and asks where did he find it. He then tells her he stole it as she then gives him a blank stare. She then hands it back to him as he tells her not to worry since the Imperial officials didn't even notice. She asks if there are any records of this thing's use, to which he says probably not as it is 300 years old. She then mentions how someone could see him using it, to which he tells her he is good at hiding suspicious patterns. Rosalie then brings up his reward and asks what he wants. To this he asks for her to give him a place to play pranks. Rosalie's face turns blue as she says no way. She asks if he means a workplace, to which he tells her yes. She has a grim look on her face as she mentions how proudly he is nodding. He then puts his foot forward and says he plans on leaving the palace and doing his work from the Duchess's mansion. He leans right next to her as he asks if this isn't too hard for the Duchess of Judehart to work out. She tells him fine and that there will be one condition, which is that his presence will be completely confidential. He smiles as he tells her he will assure that. She then stares at his eyes as she stands speechless for a moment. She mentions how they are like snow and clear as the sky. He asks her if she likes clear skies like this, to which she says that she likes them more than cloudy skies. I guess she doesn't like mushroom-shaped clouds then. Debbie then says well as Rosalie now stares up. He tells her she looks better on bright sunny days, which seems to stun her for a moment. She then closes her eyes and has a slight smile. She mentions what a stupid joke that is. The pair then walk off into the bright yellow field. Later it is sunset as Debbie holds onto the coat that he gave her. He pulls out some leaves that were left on it. As he holds them, he lets out a smile. Someone then calls for His Highness as they say it is Barry. He tells the man to come in as he sits by his desk. The servant alerts him that the lady of Count Ammons has arrived to see him. The servant also mentions that the lady told her to contact Debbie when he got home safely. Debbie then sits at his desk staring at a letter. He mentions how he has to do all this unfinished work before he can even go to the Duchess's manor as we see a pile of papers on his desk. He then notes how he truly does not have time to meet up with the snake for now. Debbie tells the servant to let the snake know that he is very busy right now and won't be able to meet up, to which the lady says yes, Your Highness. Debbie is then stunned by what appears to be a loud ruckus going on. He stands up wondering what is so noisy as we then see a green slimy snake calling his name. She crawls to him mentioning how he said he'd be busy for a while. Debbie asks the snake what is going on. The dirty reptile asks if there is something wrong. Debbie says there is not, but that he has a lot going on right now. He tells her it will be hard for him to meet with her for a while. The python is unhappy. The long scaly creature then slowly hisses, asking if this is because of Rosalie. Her ugly face looks downward as she asks if he has errands with Rosalie. She then looks up saying she knew it and that Debbie has changed and is getting weirder after not taking her advice. Debbie then calls the viper by name and tells her simply to stop. She tries to protest, but he turns away saying that they need to calm down first before talking again later. She slithers right behind him and tells Debbie to wait. She constricts on his sleeve as she tells him she did not mean it. He puts his hands on hers and calls her name. She yells his name back, smiling before he brushes her hand away and says that he will see her when he's all done. She darkly says what as Debbie continues to walk back into his room. The door is closed shut on the fake friend. She then holds her head up as she mentions how this is all due to Rosalie and that Debbie had never done this to her before. She mentions how she hates that Rosalie has taken Debbie from her and that this is annoying. The snake also notes that it is annoying to talk to Rosalie as well and that she hates how Bianca is getting pampered by Rosalie as well. The fake friend then starts to walk, mentioning how the first person to betray her was Rosalie. Her face looks like it came out of a horror movie as she stands thinking about all this. Rosalie is later seen mentioning how the Knight and the firing squad seem to be doing very well with their training and that they can now move on. Aaron says the training on his end is going well too, as Rosalie calls this a relief. She then tells Aaron she needs to go now then, as she then opens the door and is stunned. She says what the, as we then see Debbie has become a coach potato. As he lies, she mentions how he actually looks handsome as flowers start to appear. She then sits right before him as she notes how it doesn't feel real. Her hand is then grabbed all of a sudden by Debbie. He then gives her his stare as he lays. She then asks how long he has been awake. To this he tells her that he's been awake long before she checked out his face and says that maybe she wanted to see him. She then notes that he has seen it all then. As he gives her his version of the light-skinned stare, she then looks back thinking about something else. She looks up at the window now as she mentions how she has not even looked at the sky today. His hand then covers her face as he starts to sit up and says that she should be looking at him. His hand is by her face as she seems quite flustered. This moment is then cut short by Dolan calling for the Duchess and alerting her of his presence. He tells her he will enter now as she yells that she is changing her clothes and to wait outside. Debbie asks if she will be changing her clothes here as she then covers his mouth with her finger and tells him that she can hear him clearly. Dolan asks the Duchess if something is wrong as Debbie sits speechless. Rosalie then tells Dolan that she is good and asks what he wanted to tell her. Dolan tells her he got word that Bella would like to visit the mansion as soon as possible. Rosalie says she sees and asks if there is anything else. Dolan tells her there is not and tells Rosalie that he will go now then. After he does, we see Rosalie sitting uncomfortably as the crisis is now averted. Debbie then grabs her hand as she gets stunned by this. He then puts her finger right in front of his open mouth. She nervously asks what the hell he is doing before he tells her it's just a prank as she then swiftly pulls her hand away. She lets out a deep sigh as she tells him he is too old to make pranks like this. He then grabs her again and leans his head right next to hers. She tells him he is too close as he then scratches his head and tells her it does not matter what age you are when doing pranks. She stares at him while internally saying really. She then notes how unpredictable Debbie can be. A few days later we see a well-kept garden. As Rosalie is walking, someone calls for the Duchess. She asks Erudit what is going on. He holds a paper smiling as he tells her he is on his way to read some paperwork about the sale of the Gordic mine. He asks if she is done with training yet, to which she says yes. She then pats his shoulder again as she tells him good job. This prompts him to fix his own glasses as he says yes and watches her walk away in the garden. He is not the only one watching as somebody stares at the two of them from his window. As Rosalie walks into her room, she notes how she is glad that the mine got sold for a higher price than expected. She then looks up to see Debbie and mentions how he's back again today. She is puzzled as he swiftly makes his way over to her. He then grabs her hand once again before placing it on his shoulder to her utter confusion. She asks what he is doing as he turns his face away blushing while saying prank. She then pulls her hand away saying she sees and mentions she will go now as she has other important matters to deal with. Debbie is stunned at how she is ignoring him before he asks where she is going. Rosalie closes her eyes as she mentions the forest near the duchy. This seems to confuse him as he says and he breaks a sweat. Later they are both in the forest as Rosalie notes how Debbie has tagged along again. She carries a bucket as Debbie mentions how she is drawing targets all over the forest. He tells her the Duchess is amazing for coming up with all these training methods. She then turns around to hand him a bucket of paint and the brush. He asks me too, to which she tells him that since he tagged along it'd be more fun if he helped. We later see him painting red circles on the tree. He turns and flips his brush as he stares at Rosalie. He asks if she wants him to paint it over there, to which she says yes and that it is too high for her to get up there. He tells her alright as his heel is then seen leading the ground. He then smiles as he holds her up in the air to her shock. We later see that Debbie is carrying Rosalie while he is standing on the branch of the tree. Rosalie has a stunned expression on her side profile. The two of them are both standing on the branch as they both stare off into the distance at the view of buildings. As she stares while he holds her arm, she notes how she hates to admit it, but that it's nice that she always gets to enjoy beautiful sceneries with His Highness. She then closes her eyes in peace as she notes how the breeze is always pleasant when she is with Derivis. His feet then land back on the grass-covered floor. As he holds her, she mentions how they have already arrived now, to which he tells her he knows. She then says also before telling him that she has a proposition. She asks if he would be interested in playing tag with the knights. She tells him a suit and robe will be prepared for him and that he can wear it to get in around the knights. He smiles as he mentions how fun this sounds, but that the robe sounds frustrating, so he will use this instead. Rosalie stares as she notes this is the same hair-changing color item that Nathan used. She then tells him good. Later she is seated silently in her room as someone starts to yell outside. Nathan is climbing the balcony as he tells Rosalie long time no see, to which she says he is late. Nathan tells her Bella is obsessed with him, so he could not get away from her as he walks in. Rosalie then asks what he wants to talk about with her, as Nathan then mentions that Bella took him to a meeting with Marquis of Wendell. He mentions how Dumb and Dumber have taken her bait and will declare a territorial war in 3 weeks. Rosalie then lets out a smirk as she notes how it is finally here. Nathan sits beside her as he asks if he should kill the pair immediately. She tells him no, and that she will play with them in the territorial war as this was her goal. Nathan is quiet before he lets out a smile and then laughs out loud, thinking about how this was her goal. He then tells Rosalie that it will be fun before mentioning how Bella will be back to the mansion by tomorrow. Rosalie mentions how Bella will be looking to steal the Duchess's property and to keep an eye on her. Nathan then asks if Rosalie knows he is having a hard time before mentioning how her strong perfume is giving him goosebumps every day and that maybe by touching her he will be cured. She tells him to not come near her and warns him not to do that nonsense like last time again or else. Nathan then holds up both hands saying he was kidding. He then begs her for head pats and that he only needs them for 5 minutes. He then says 3 minutes then, as she seems to have finally deemed him as Kinoug, and gives him the pat. Later back out in the forest she yells for her men to find where the targets are and shoot them with crossbows, and that the one who shouts the most will be rewarded. Sounds can be heard in the forest as men run around with their crossbows. One arrow flies in the air and hits a bullseye. The men yell to move on and to hurry. Rosalie stands behind a tree as the soldiers carry on. She notes how they all seem to understand the terrain and notes they are doing a good job as they are improving. She then looks up and wonders something. She notes how if Devi could do that jumping, then she should be able to as well. She then closes her eyes as she feels the air all around her. She then opens them saying go, but then while in midair seems to have messed up. Her feet seem to have slipped off the branch as she now falls over. She notes how she did not expect the ricochet to be this strong as she closes her eyes, noting a bone might break. Then we see the feet of a man who seems to always be around her. Debbie tells her it will be okay and tells her to relax her body. A large snap can now be heard as Rosalie now turns back yelling for His Highness. She asks if he is okay, but he simply responds by asking her if she got hurt while holding her face. She asks what about him and if he is alright, but he pulls her to his chest and lets out a sigh. He tells her he is okay as she lays there. He then laughs, noting how he is glad he did not get hurt and how he really cannot take his eyes off of her. Rosalie says she did not expect this and will compensate if he is injured anywhere. He tells her he is okay and asks to stay like this for a while. Later he can be seen getting up as the adrenaline seems to have worn off. She then yells for him to take his shirt off right now as he nervously says okay. We then get to see his back, which seems to be badly bruised. She notes how he is really hurt and then asks why he was trying to hide his injury. He tells her it isn't that bad since he used his aura when he fell. Unhearable words can be heard as someone is nearby. The pair look up stunned as Devi notes how if they get seen like this they will get in more trouble. Rosalie stares back as she notes he is right. He tells her to let him help then as he grabs her hand. They then are seen hiding together near a rock and behind some bushes. They really doing us dirty like this, man. Rosalie and His Highness are hiding when someone suddenly says they heard something. This causes Rosalie to twitch nervously as getting caught now would ruin everything. The man approaching them notices a box of ointment lying nearby and wonders aloud if someone might have gotten hurt. Before he reaches the spot, another voice calls out to him, berating him for slacking off and announcing that the pair with the lowest score will be punished by the Duchess. The man quickly rushes off, clearly unwilling to risk punishment. Rosalie hurriedly gets up after he leaves, handing the ointment to His Highness and pointing out that he should apply the rest himself since the knights will be arriving soon. He leans forward, takes the ointment, and departs, leaving Rosalie feeling anxious. Later, Rosalie gathers everyone and makes an important announcement. They will soon be at war with Marquis Wendell. Her words shock everyone, and murmurs of confusion fill the air as they wonder what she means. Rosalie explains that the Marquis will be the one to declare war first. Aaron questions if that is why she has been training the knights and why she shut down the Gorethic mines. She confirms this and adds that, after her victory, she plans to claim the Titan mine as spoils of war. The wealth from the Rita mines will then revive their family's finances. Erdit expresses his concern, asking if she is truly confident in her victory. Rosalie responds coolly, swearing upon her family that she will not lose. She is so cool in my knees for her. Rosalie instructs Aaron to discuss military tactics with her later and tells Darren they will talk about the castle's internal workings as well. Both men immediately agree to follow her orders. She then calls out to Erdit, causing him to flinch. When they are alone, she tells him he is free to leave the Judru territory whenever he wishes. She adds that she does not hold him to the same expectations as Aaron and Darren since he has not been around as long as they have. However, seeing Erdit tear up at her words makes Rosalie worried. Erdit stands abruptly, stating that if she is trying to be considerate, he doesn't need such a favor. He storms off, determined to remain in her care until the end.as Erdit walks through the corridor. He berates himself for showing such a disgraceful side of himself in front of Rosalie. Suddenly, someone calls out to him. He stops and turns to see Bella approaching. With a mocking tone, Bella questions if Rosalie is the only one who can make him cry. She leans closer, whispering that if he wants revenge, she can tell him how to get it. Erdit, repulsed, recoils and smacks her hand away, covering his nose because of the overpowering perfume she is wearing. Bella shouts in outrage, demanding to know how a mere commoner dares to treat her like that. Two knights appear, asking what is happening. Bella, furious, accuses them of insolence, gritting her teeth as they plead with her to calm down. Before one of them can finish speaking, she slaps him, calling it an act of impropriety. As Bella continues her dramatic tirade, Rosalie approaches the scene and demands to know what is going on. Walking toward Bella, she coldly asks what she is doing with her staff. Bella angrily retorts, saying Rosalie should teach her knights some manners, and derisively adds, "What about you, bland auntie?" Bella continues, insulting Rosalie for appointing a paltry commoner to a managerial role and bringing uncivilized people into the castle. Without hesitation, Rosalie snatches Bella's hand. Her voice turns icy as she states that Bella only ever causes chaos and harm with her wrist, so perhaps she should do without it. Bella screams for Rosalie to let go, fearing her wrist will break. Rosalie shoves Bella away and threatens that if she ever bothers her people again, she will indeed break her wrist. Trembling with anger and fear, Bella storms off. Rosalie then orders one of the knights to find Darren and ask for first aid. The knight complies and leaves. Erdit, inspired by Rosalie's unwavering demeanor, confidently declares that he will remain in her service and will not leave the Judru territory. Rosalie smiles at his resolve and encourages him to do as he pleases. He assures her that he will wait eagerly for her triumphant return from the war. Rosalie reassures him, promising that he will not have to wait long. As she walks away, Rosalie reflects on her situation. Now that she is living in the novel's world, she vows not to let the original plot unfold as it was written. She must be victorious in the upcoming war, reclaim her family's power, and regain control. The next day is camouflage training. Rosalie explains that they must hit the targets on the trees while staying out of Devi's sight. Devi nods, thinking it sounds like a game of hide and seek. However, Rosalie warns that if Devi catches more than half of them, they can expect punishment through special training. The knights shudder at the thought, but the training begins. They dash through the forest, avoiding detection while searching for the targets. The challenge intensifies as the targets remain untouched and time runs out. Rosalie's commanding voice cuts through the air, urging them not to let the enemy see them and to aim straight at the targets. With determination and speed, they manage to complete the task successfully. Rosalie praises their efforts and dismisses them. As the knights walk away, they whisper among themselves about the masked ghost who never seems to tire. One of them remarks that Devi gives him chills. Eavesdropping on their conversation, Rosalie is certain Devi will enjoy the nickname Masked Ghost. Later, in the hall, Dorian pours tea for Rosalie and informs her that Miss Bianca has sent a letter and some present. Before leaving, Dorian glares at Devi, clearly uneasy about his presence as Rosalie's guest. Devi removes his mask and asks if Bianca is the Miss Bright he has heard about. Rosalie confirms this, adding that she ended up making Bianca's acquaintance. Devi grows curious and inquires about the gift. Bianca has sent Rosalie a hair clip, which prompts Devi to ask if Rosalie likes jewels. Rosalie replies that she values Bianca's sentiment more than the gift itself. Leaning closer, Devi offers to help pin the hair clip in her hair. Rosalie watches him, wondering if he knows how to do this. Devi explains that, as a child, he used to play with his mother's hair. Those moments were among the few precious memories he cherished from his childhood in the palace. The original novel briefly mentioned Devi's mother, the late Empress. Officially, she passed away due to poor health, but the truth was far more cruel. She had been poisoned by one of the Emperor's concubines, who happened to be the mother of the second prince, Reincarnates. This assassination severed any ties Devi had with his half-brother. As Devi finishes, the hair clip looks stunning in Rosalie's hair. She thanks him, and he remarks that he plans to leave soon. noting there is only so much he can get away with if he wants to maintain his relaxed lifestyle in the long term. Before leaving, Devi asks about her aura training. This reminds Rosalie that it's still too early and risky to use it in battle. She responds that she is following his advice and practicing the breathing techniques. Devi kisses her hand, complimenting her progress and assuring her they will meet again tomorrow. His actions leave Rosalie flustered. Outside, Devi reflects on how Rosalie always keeps him on his toes. He is startled when Nidhan suddenly appears, confirming it really is Devi he has been sensing all over the palace, especially in Rosalie's office and room. Devi questions why Nidhan is there. Nidhan explains that he is currently serving as Rosalie's eyes and ears. He then remarks on Devi's unusual use of disguise magic, which he typically dislikes. Devi counters, mocking Nidhan for working with nobility despite his apparent disdain for contracts. Nidhan smirks, casually stating that Rosalie is special to him. This makes Devi flinch, though he mounts his horse, masking his emotion. From behind, Nidhan observes that their goals might align. Devi responds nonchalantly but rides off with his heart pounding in dissatisfaction. Later that night, someone knocks on Rosalie's study. Confused, she wonders who would visit her at such an hour. Dorian reluctantly announces that Miss Sonia has come to see her. It has been a long time since Sonia and Rosalie last saw each other, and Rosalie was not expecting this visit. Sonia begins by apologizing for her behavior the last time they met, admitting she had been harsh. She explains that she was struggling and didn't mean to lash out. Acting sweet, Sonia asks if Rosalie will listen to her troubles like she always used to. Suppressing her irritation, Rosalie prompts Sonia to speak. Sonia hesitates before revealing that her concern is about Devi. She confesses that she has fallen for him and wants Rosalie to help her win his affection. Rosalie remains calm, though inwardly amused by Sonia's audacity. Sonia, on the other hand, assumes Rosalie has picked up on her hints and expects them to rekindle their previous friendship. Setting her teacup on the table, Rosalie questions if Sonia is so nervous about Devi that she needs her help. Sonia jolts at the question, clearly caught off guard. Rosalie smirks, pointing out that Sonia was so desperate for her assistance that she pretended to apologize. Sonia denies this, shouting that she is being sincere, tilting her head and exuding a threatening aura. Sonia warns that Rosalie should understand this is her last chance. Sonia questions if Rosalie really wants to lose her only friend. To Rosalie, this marks the moment Sonia crosses the line. With a cold tone, Rosalie replies that she doesn't need her anymore and orders her to leave. This enrages Sonia, who demands to know how Rosalie could say something like that to her. Rosalie remains firm, warning her to keep quiet or face being dragged out. Sonia seethes with rage, and Rosalie calmly gives her until the count of 3 to leave on her own. Sonia points she is going to regret it. Despite her threats, Rosalie starts counting. Sonia storms out of the room just in time, fuming over the humiliation. Outside, Sonia's anger is evident as Emma spots her and asks if she is all right. Sonia clenches her fists but quickly composes herself, assuring Emma that it's nothing before walking away. Emma, unsettled by Sonia's fury, proceeds into the room. She questions Rosalie about what happened, but Rosalie dismisses it as nothing out of the ordinary. Internally, Rosalie knows there's no hope for Sonia and resolves not to waste her energy trying to persuade her to change. The scene shifts to the training grounds. Exhausted by the looming threat of battle, Rosalie struggles to sleep and eventually rests beneath a tree. The day seems clear and calm, allowing her to drift off. Sometime later, she opens her eyes to find Devi sitting nearby, greeting her and teasing that she is always so drowsy. Rosalie, startled, wonders when he arrived. Devi replies that he came not long ago and encourages her to get up before she catches a cold. Rosalie finds it strange since she's typically a light sleeper. Devi's sudden presence clearly unsettles her. Leaning closer, he asks if she's feeling unwell. Instead of answering, Rosalie reaches for his face and removes his mask, now accustomed to seeing him without it. This act makes Devi blush, but the moment is interrupted by Dorian calling out to Rosalie. Both of them flinch as Rosalie hurriedly replaces Devi's mask before responding to Dorian. Dorian informs her that the shipment has arrived. Dorian, you ruined such a sweet scene, but I'll let it slide this time because you are a kind man. Rosalie assures him she's on her way and departs, leaving Devi behind. He removes his mask once more, pondering whether she truly is as unaware of her effect on him as she seems to. At the warehouse, Aaron welcomes Rosalie, confirming that all the promised quantities have arrived. Rosalie orders the team to dispose of the existing inventory and begin using the new weapons immediately. Among the shipment is a mysterious box that wasn't part of the order. It comes with a letter. Rosalie opens the box to discover grenades. The letter wishes her success and explains that the grenades, created by wizards, are a gift. It also notes that the explosives may be exactly what she was hoping for. Rosalie had previously requested a portable explosive magic device as a contingency plan, and luck seems to be on her side. Recognizing their potential, she orders Arthur to store the grenades securely and ensure no one touches them. As Rosalie gives her instructions, she notices the knights staring at her. Arthur reassures her that they aren't upset. On the contrary, they've been admiring her more than ever. Rosalie finds this surprising, but Arthur elaborates that her recent accomplishments, including saving a knight from Bella's wrath, have earned her their respect. Even the masked ghost, Devi, seems unable to rival her in their eyes. Rosalie raises an eyebrow, wondering if this is truly how they feel. Arthur flinches, realizing they might have been too casual in their behavior. He quickly offers to wrap up the remaining tasks, allowing Rosalie to leave. As she walks away, the knights begin whispering among themselves. One remarks in awe that they just witnessed the notorious Duchess smile. Others express disbelief, calling the moment surreal. Elsewhere, Nidhan returns, ranting about how difficult it is to deal with Bella. He clings to Rosalie, reminding her of an oversized cat. Curious, he asks what will happen to Bella after the war ends. Rosalie replies that Bella will be chased out of the territory. She pauses and adds that Bella was born into a declining family, emphasizing that killing her isn't an option. Her sharp intuition catches Nidhan off guard. She quickly guesses his thoughts and orders her not to even think of killing her, and he excitedly questions if there's truly no way to get rid of Bella forever. Rosalie believes she doesn't deserve to die. Bella is planning to elope with the family fortune, and his role is to keep an eye on her until she runs away. Nidhan states that since she has rejected his offer, he will be sad if she dies in the process. Rosalie reassures him that it will never happen. He ponders that he will have to meet Devi soon. There is a knock on the door. It is Devi. He is surprised that she invited him to the confidential archives. She mentions she spends most of her time there. Devi leans closer, questioning if she is preparing for the war. Rosalie is reviewing topographic maps, which makes him smile. She tells him she has something important to say. Rosalie explains that she plans to end the training regimen soon. Devi believes it is a little early for that decision, but she further elaborates that he doesn't need to assist with training anymore. The first battle is about to begin, and she cannot involve outsiders in their operations any longer. Devi is a little astonished. Leaning slightly, he mentions that his powers can help her win, and he could contribute beyond training the knights. She expresses her gratitude for the help he has already provided, but insists on handling the next phase on her own. This makes Devi clench his fist. Turning away, he remarks that she is indeed a woman of principle. Worried, Rosalie stands up, wondering if there is anything she can offer him in return. He strongly opposes the notion, stating that whatever he does for her is without expecting anything in return. Thoughts cloud his mind as he leaves the room. He had thought they were finally growing closer, but now she is acting distant again. Outside, he finds himself unable to bear it and demands Nidhan come out. Nidhan emerges, mocking Devi for claiming not to want anything in return. As far as Nidhan sees it, Devi's selflessness is amusing. Devi knows that Nidhan had been listening all along. His excellent hearing skills made that inevitable. Nidhan smirks, pointing out that Devi would never let Rosalie fall into danger. He adds that he came for the same purpose, explaining that Rosalie keeps her personal and professional lives separate. Nidhan confidently asserts that Devi seems to need an excuse to be around Rosalie, just as Devi needs him. Devi silently agrees. He does need someone to protect Rosalie in his absence, and Nidhan is a capable warrior. Meanwhile, someone has been tailing Devi, but he doesn't know who it is. Nidhan speculates that it could be none other than the Empress. Devi asks Nidhan for a favor, which excites Nidhan, as it sounds like fun to him. Back in the study room, Rosalie struggles to focus on reviewing the battle strategy, distracted by what Devi had said before leaving. She feels conflicted, unsure if her distraction stems from recent events. Still, she reminds herself that this war is the family's burden, and she cannot let it involve anyone further. Suddenly, Doran bursts into the room, looking worried as he informs her that Bella took the bait. Bella is running through the corridors, frantically calling for Nidhan, but there is no sign of him. Bella's maid advises her to act quickly, as they need to leave soon. Bella grows furious, wondering if Nidhan ran away without her, and she angrily calls him a coward. Deciding to put her plan into action, Bella hurriedly climbs into the carriage with the family fortune, determined to start a new life. The carriage begins to move, but after some time, it abruptly stops. Both Bella and her maid are confused, only to see Rosalie standing there. Rosalie boards the carriage and orders Bella to get out. Bella and her maid rush outside. Rosalie asks what the hurry is and orders Aaron to open the trunk. Bella begins screaming, pleading with them not to touch her belongings. Rosalie calls her a shameless thief for managing to steal so much in such a short time. Bella collapses to the floor, seemingly overwhelmed, as Aaron watches in confusion. Bella declares that they really believe she did all of this on her own. She warns them that her guards-trained assassins are on their way and that Rosalie's tawdry order of knights will be of no use against them. Bella sneers, claiming she would have spared Rosalie's life if she had just let her go. She calls Rosalie a silly girl. This silly girl is going to break her neck soon. With a straight, horrifying face, Rosalie questions if Bella truly believes her knights are so weak. She calmly informs Bella that her guards have already been dealt with. This revelation shocks Bella, and the knights confirm it they have already conquered the assassins Bella spoke of. Rosalie asks if Bella underestimated her forces. Bella's maid starts pleading for mercy, but Bella refuses to accept it, convinced her plan was foolproof. Before leaving, Rosalie coldly states that the only place Bella is going now is the dungeon. She orders her knights to take Bella and her maid away immediately. Bella, confused and defeated, cries out, demanding to know how Rosalie uncovered her plan. Your dear Ninhan was behind it all, my love. Meanwhile, at the house of Marquis Wendell, someone screams in outrage, demanding confirmation of the news. A butcher bows and confirms that Bella has been discovered and captured. The Marquis slams his fist in frustration, calling Bella a foolish woman. He grits his teeth, furious that she has created such a mess. After reassuring him everything was under control, the Marquis resolves that they must act before the Judarite family does. Declaring war against the Judarites, he orders his men to send word to that person, stating that he needs to meet with her. He adds that without her, they will not be able to win. Back at the Judarite estate, a knight hesitantly asks Rosalie if they are really proceeding with the plan, voicing doubts since the enemy's best shooter is said to be unmatched. Rosalie confidently seconds the plan, pointing out that the Marquis will likely plan to attack them soon. Referring to the map, she explains that they will need to send half of their troops to a specific location to prepare for the attack. Aaron questions if Rosalie plans to strike first, asking if attacking before the enemy lays siege is wise. Rosalie firmly responds that sometimes the best defense is a strong offense. She highlights the mountainous terrain where they will engage, noting that it mirrors the conditions her knights have trained in. Though her confidence leaves them a little nervous, Aaron considers the plan a big risk. Rosalie reassures her troops, confidently stating they will succeed. She believes this because she has practically choreographed this battle in the novel. She adds that after destroying half of the enemy's forces, they will have the advantage for a full frontal attack. Rosalie firmly concludes that victory will be theirs. At the training ground, Dorian approaches Rosalie, informing her that he has prepared the food and weapons she requested. She thanks him before comforting Emma, who has been fretting. Rosalie reassures Emma that there is nothing to worry about. Inspired by Rosalie's strength, Emma resolves to stop crying, believing Rosalie to be a capable leader. Erdit approaches Rosalie with a gift. He explains that Gilbert forged the dagger using the highest quality materials. Rosalie admires the weapon's craftsmanship but is curious about the ring included with it. Erdit explains that the ring allows her to summon the dagger instantly, thanks to a summoning spell. Rosalie ponders the usefulness of such magic for the future, thanking Erdit for his thoughtfulness. Pleased by her gratitude, Erdit wishes her luck in the upcoming battle. The day of the battle arrives. Rosalie stands before her knights and questions if they are afraid. Her knights reply with a firm no, though their hesitation is evident. She asks again if they will let fear paralyze them. The knights flinch but manage to deny it once more. Rosalie notes their unease but addresses them with conviction. She tells them that fear does not suit men of their caliber. Her words leave the knights speechless. She bolsters their confidence, reminding them that they survived their strenuous training because they are brave and capable knights. She commends their efforts and assures them that they are not marching to their deaths. Rosalie reminds her knights of their purpose, to protect their beloved families, their hometowns, and the peace they hold dear. She declares that they are honorable knights of the Judarite family and must fight for what they cherish. After a rousing speech, she questions them again if they are afraid. This time, the knights roar in unison that they are not. The group sets out for battle. Upon reaching the forest, Rosalie commands the knights to split into two groups and rendezvous at the designated battle point. Aaron, concerned for her safety, tells her to be careful. Rosalie assures him she will, stating they will rest in a nearby village. As the group sets up camp, Rosalie marvels at the small, enchanted pouch that carries all their gear, acknowledging its hefty price tag is worthwhile. Taking out Bianca's hair clip, she stares at it solemnly, hoping not to use it unless absolutely necessary. She decides it will be reserved as a last resort in a dire situation. Later that night, Rosalie volunteers to stay and watch and instructs the others to rest. She sits beside the fire, her thoughts focused, someone watching her, perched in a tree, a figure smirks, their gaze fixed on her. The next day, standing on the mountain and handing out weapons, Rosalie surveys the battlefield. As expected, the enemy has a larger troop than anticipated, but this poses no issue for her since the discrepancy is still within their arrow range. The knights prepare themselves, their weapons pointed at the ready. Rosalie commands Team Beta to hold their position and keep watch over Team Alpha, while Team Alpha is instructed to launch their attack only at her signal. Rosalie targets her sniper rifle at a knight stepping out of the enemy camp. With sharp precision, she takes him down in a single shot. She immediately gives the signal for Team Alpha to charge. Confusion ripples through the enemy forces as grenades from Team Alpha land amidst them, exploding in a fiery chaos. The enemy knights, taken by surprise, scream for reinforcements and attempt a disorganized siege. Rosalie coolly directs her troops. She orders Team Alpha to pursue the disoriented enemy forces while commanding Team Beta to hold their ground, maintain the attack, and ensure the enemy is wiped out before sunrise. Joy, watching the battlefield ablaze, is amused by the scene and marvels at how the enemy is now at their mercy. Rosalie calls out to Joy, instructing him to lead an assault on the opposite flank. He nods, believing wholeheartedly in Rosalie's leadership and confident they can achieve victory. Marquis Wendell's knights, desperate, charge at the Judarite forces. Joy throws a grenade toward the cliff edge, and with perfect timing, Rosalie snipes the grenade in midair, causing a massive explosion that sends the enemy plummeting. As the battle winds down, Rosalie orders her troops to assemble, noting that they are nearing the end of the skirmish. She informs them that she will patrol the perimeter to ensure everything is secured. In the forest, Rosalie's sharp eyes catch sight of a man's corpse. Upon closer inspection, she notices the injuries are not from an ordinary sword. The precision suggests a skilled swordsman, leading her to wonder if this individual might be an ally or foe. As she scans her surroundings, she spots Nidhan in the distance. She calls out to him, and he smirks, greeting her with a casual remark about how she has finally found him. Rosalie's expression turns cold as she questions why Nidhan is here. Unbothered by her tone, he tells her not to look at him that way, explaining that someone had asked him for a favor. Rosalie furrows her brows, confused by his cryptic words. Before she can press further, something catches her eye. She immediately orders Nidhan to get down, sniping an enemy knight from the Marquis's forces who had been sneaking up from behind. Nidhan silently observes her, thinking to himself that he and Devi truly have no reason to worry about Rosalie's safety. Once the threat is neutralized, Rosalie turns to Nidhan, once again demanding to know who asked him for the favor. Nidhan, however, refuses to divulge any details. Rosalie sighs and steps away, dismissing the matter. She instead commands him to return to safety, warning that the battlefield is no place for him, but Nidhan stubbornly refuses, claiming he has no intention of leaving after coming all this way. Rosalie pauses before voicing her concern, reminding him that he could easily get hurt or even killed if he stays. Nidhan merely laughs, brushing off her worries, and remarks that it would be an honor to die by her side. Rosalie, unimpressed, shoves him back, sternly telling him that war is not a game. Nidhan stares at her for a moment before grabbing her arm. With an unwavering gaze, he questions whether she is not even slightly tempted by his talents. He points out that she is neither scared nor enticed by his talents. Rosalie sighs, knowing full well that she had already used him to spy on Bella. Still gripping her hands, Nidhan suggests she could use him for much more. For instance, he offers to sneak into the enemy camp and assassinate Marquis Wendell right away. He even adds that he would willingly kill anyone she wants to eliminate. Rosalie stares at him for a moment before pulling her hand free. She doesn't know what answer he was expecting, but she firmly tells him she prefers to handle things herself. That's why she instructs him to stop bothering her and return home. Nidhan looks at his hand and then calls out for her to wait. Rosalie shakes her head at his stubbornness but decides to let it be for now. Just then, Joy approaches, informing Rosalie that they've tallied the numbers. She acknowledges him and orders the heavily injured to be sent back to the mansion while the rest of the troops are to march forward. Joy glances at Nidhan, curious about his presence, and questions who he is. Rosalie curtly responds that Nidhan is someone who shouldn't be here. Nidhan, with his usual dramatic flair, remarks that Rosalie is as cruel as ever. Joy, confused by the exchange, decides to take his leave. Later that night, Joy expresses confidence that victory is within their grasp. However, Rosalie remains cautious, knowing that every war holds unforeseen variables. As they speak, a messenger pigeon arrives with a note. The message is from Aaron, who confirms that his team is marching forward without any issues. Rosalie feels relieved, confident that they will be able to join forces by tomorrow. She tells Joy to get some rest, then walks over to Nidhan and informs him that he can sleep at the camp for the night but must return home tomorrow. Nidhan shrugs, saying he will keep his distance since he doesn't like crowds. Rosalie stares at him in silence before walking away. From a distance, Nidhan watches her and reflects. This is his first time protecting people instead of killing them. He senses someone approaching and immediately recognizes the confident stride and heartbeat hits Rosalie. She hands him a set of blankets enchanted with an insulation spell and tells him to stop by the camp in the morning to collect his ration. Without waiting for a reply, she turns and leaves. Nidhan sniffs the blankets, finding them warm and oddly comforting. The next morning, Rosalie mounts her horse and leads her forces to join Aaron's team. Aaron is visibly pleased to see her and greets her warmly. Dismounting, Rosalie asks for an update. Aaron reports that the enemy has marched beyond the forest. Rosalie deduces that direct combat is imminent. She steps onto the podium and addresses her knights, instructing them to prepare their battle gear and ready themselves for war. Suddenly, one of the knights announces that 2 enemy riders are approaching their towers. This news confuses Rosalie, and her knights speculate that the riders might be coming to surrender due to their overwhelming numbers. Rosalie silences them with a cold remark, warning them not to get cocky, as victory can slip from their grasp at any moment. As the enemy riders draw closer, the knights announces that they bear a message from Marquis Wendell. Upon arrival, the enemy knight declares that the Marquis, in his supposed graciousness, is offering them a chance to surrender. If they comply, he will spare their lives. The knights begin murmuring in outrage at the audacity of the offer. Rosalie, however, remains silent, her gaze cold and calculating. The enemy knight reiterates the offer, urging them to surrender now. Uncle Marquis is about to taste his death soon. After a moment of silence, she orders Joy to present their reply. Joy takes aim and fires at the first knight on the spot. The second knight, horrified, demands to know what she thinks she's doing. Rosalie answers in a calm, icy tone, stating that the action should serve as a clear response. The knight helps his injured companion, pointing out that they should disregard the Marquis's generosity, warning that they will regret it. Aaron wonders what is making them so confident, and Rosalie is equally unaware of the reason. The messenger, upon reaching the Marquis's camp, is escorted by other knights. They inform the Marquis that the messenger has arrived. The Marquis, after hearing the entire story, threatens Rosalie, warning her to be ready for what is to come. On the battlefield, Rosalie orders her forces to break through the enemy's defenses. She raises her hand and commands her knights to attack with all their strength. The battlefield erupts into chaos as Rosalie's knights dominate the Marquis's forces. Rosalie spots the Marquis and rides toward him. However, a knight from behind attempts to attack her, but Nidhan intervenes just in time, slashing the attacker down and declaring that no one will lay a finger on Rosalie. She continues her charge toward the Marquis and, in the nick of time, reaches him. Pointing her weapon at him, she demands to know who will save him now. The Marquis stares at her before smirking. He mentions that if she had surrendered earlier, he wouldn't have resorted to such measures. He then brings out a purple gem-topped staff, revealing that allied forces from the Rentiel Kingdom will arrive at his signal. Involving foreign allies in a domestic war, it is treason, but says he doesn't care as long as it allows him to destroy Rosalie and conceal the evidence. He thinks to himself that no one will ever know of his actions. He taunts Rosalie, wondering if she truly believes he would hesitate to be so reckless. He also reveals that Her Majesty supports him in this endeavor. Once again, he insists that if Rosalie surrenders, he will spare her. Nidhan, watching all this from a distance, the Marquis adds that if Rosalie offers her body as a tribute of surrender, he will accept it. Nidhan moves to attack, but Rosalie signals him to stop. Rosalie then produces a hair clip, questioning the Marquis if he knows what it is. He laughs mockingly, ridiculing her for seeking a consolation prize and accusing her of sinking to a new low. However, Rosalie reveals that the hair clip allows its wielder to record sounds and shapes around it, sending the mirrored images to its paired counterpart. She explains that it is commonly used by young nobles to confess love, but she has instead used it to report his treason to His Majesty. In the original plan, the Marquis Wendell never relied on foreign allies, thanks to the widespread rumor that the Crown Prince supported Duchess Judith. Nonetheless, Rosalie prepared for every possibility, knowing firsthand how unpredictable war can be. Rosalie declares that she is willing to let the Marquis live if he admits defeat. Unlike him, she does not need his body as a tribute. Enraged, the Marquis calls her a wench. Rosalie firmly states that if he surrenders and ceases his conquest for more territory, she will spare his life and keep his treason a secret. She presses him for a decision, demanding to know if he will order his troops to retreat or choose to be executed for treason. The Marquis hesitates, gripping his staff tightly, but instead of surrendering, he raises it high, proclaiming the glory of the Wendell family. Indeed, he chooses treason. Rosalie knights, confused by his actions, begin murmuring among themselves. Rosalie, seeing this, informs her own knights to prepare for the arrival of the Marquis's allies. To her surprise, it is His Majesty who arrives instead. The Marquis is visibly stunned to see the king there as well. Rosalie approaches His Majesty and questions why he has come. For a moment, they look at each other in silence. Then, His Highness leans forward telling he came to see her. Rosalie's heart skips a beat as the battlefield chaos fades into the background. The Marquis coldly addresses His Highness, who, in turn, calmly states his name. Marquis Hyber Wendell, pointing to the documents in his hand, declares that he has all the proof he needs and that there is no need for rebellion, as the imperial court has control over his allied forces as well. His Highness, however, draws his sword, mentioning that the Marquis has already lost the territorial conquest and will now be executed for treason. The Marquis pleads for his life, stepping back in desperation, but His Highness moves forward with determination, sword in hand, stating that the Marquis should never have made such filthy choices in the first place. Without hesitation, he ends the Marquis's life. Debbie then steps forward, kneels before Rosalie, and kisses her hand, declaring the victory hers. Rosalie, amused, asks since when he had planned all of this. Debbie replies that it has been a while. Rosalie thanks him for his assistance but admits she should have prepared better backup plans. Debbie hurriedly explains that he did not mean to interfere with her plans, but the Marquis was committing illegal acts that could not be ignored. Rosalie nods in understanding. Aaron suddenly approaches from behind, worried if Rosalie is injured. She reassures him that she is fine and directs him to tend to the critically wounded first. She mentions that a healer should be waiting for them in the village and instructs that the rest of the wounded be treated as soon as they return home. Debbie, still concerned, asks again if she is truly unharmed. Knowing she would never admit her pain to him, he insists she not hide her injuries, reminding her of her promise not to make him worry. Rosalie reassures him once more, smiling faintly. One of Debbie's knights informs him that he must head to the Marquis's castle as preparations are complete. Rosalie agrees that they, too, should return to those awaiting their triumphant return. Upon their arrival, the crowd erupts into cheers for Rosalie. Dorian congratulates her on the victory, but she immediately redirects everyone's attention to the wounded, reminding them that they are the priority. A group of healers arrives, assuring Rosalie that they will take care of the injured. However, these are not the healers Rosalie had hired. Nidhan suspects they must have been sent by Devi. Emma comes from behind and embraces Rosalie, relieved and happy for her safe return. Erdit runs to Rosalie, congratulating her on her victory. She pats him gently, thanking him. The news of Rosalie's victory soon becomes the talk of the capital. Later, Nidhan hops through the window, curious about what Rosalie is doing. She replies that she is working. Nidhan notices the stack of letters she is writing and asks if that is her work. Rosalie explains that they are condolence letters for the families of the deceased. Nidhan is confused, as he believes they barely lost any soldiers. Rosalie, however, insists that even if only a handful of knights were lost, she will send condolence funds and erect a plaque in their memory. She refuses to let anyone believe their sacrifices were in vain, reminding him that each knight was someone's son or brother. Nidhan stares at her in silence for a moment, struck by her sincerity. Suddenly, there is a knock at the door. It is Aaron, coming with a suggestion. Knowing Rosalie plans to head to the capital in a few days, he proposes hosting a banquet to celebrate their victory before they leave. The idea had not crossed Rosalie's mind, but she agrees and assigns the task to Dorian. Knowing time is short. A few hours later, Nidhan peeks into the room and notices Rosalie still working. He questions whether she plans to rest, pointing out that she has not taken a single break since the battle. Rosalie, slightly annoyed, asks if he has been surveilling her. Nidhan defends himself, explaining that it is not his fault as it can't be helped. His concern deepens, as he believes she will work herself into exhaustion at this rate. Rosalie, however, snaps back, stating she is not so weak that a few hours of lost sleep will make her ill. Nidhan, frustrated, picks her up. Rosalie struggles, pleading with him to let her go, but her punches lack strength, proving her exhaustion. Without another word, he places her gently on the bed, pointing, "B will wake her up in few hours." Rosalie protests, insisting she be woken up in an hour. Nidhan agrees, though his expression suggests otherwise. As she closes her eyes, she tells him not to watch her while she sleeps. Nidhan, watching her peaceful yet serious expression even in slumber, mutters a quiet goodnight. A post-war party is being held to celebrate the victory. Rosalie looks stunning. Emma asks which earrings she would like to wear. Rosalie explains that she is attending a post-war celebration, not a ball, but reassures Emma that her formal regalia as a knight is beautiful enough. At the party, Rosalie raises a toast, thanking everyone for their hard work and heroism, which defended the Jewroot legacy. She encourages everyone to enjoy themselves, and the lively atmosphere of the celebration is clear. Everyone is having a great time. Erdit's eyes catch Rosalie, and he compliments her formal regalia. She is pleased to hear it, taking a sip of her drink. She then asks if he is enjoying the party. Erdit admits he usually doesn't enjoy parties like this, but says he's having a surprisingly good time at this one, though he speaks with some reluctance. He then asks if she will honor him with a dance. Rosalie, smiling, tells him she is a bad dancer and instead suggests they toast. Erdit happily agrees, and they raise their glasses together. Aaron notices this interaction and rushes toward them. Rosalie teasingly encourages Aaron to take Erdit with him, joking that he shouldn't waste his time with someone as boring as her. Aaron drags Erdit away, leaving Rosalie amused as she lets out a small laugh. Feeling the need for some fresh air, she steps outside, preferring the quiet over the loud and crowded atmosphere inside. From behind, Debbie suddenly greets her, startling her slightly. However, Rosalie is now used to his habit of appearing out of nowhere. This confuses Debbie, who asks what she means by a jump scare. She explains it's like seeing a ghost, but internally notes that the movie reference might be lost due to cultural differences. Debbie compliments how stunning she looks in her formal regalia for the victory celebration dinner. He notices that she hasn't danced yet and remarks on it, leaning in points she did drink, but Rosalie, slightly nervous, admits she is a poor dancer and adds that she isn't even wearing a dress. Debbie reassures her that the regalia suits her better than any dress and insists he's a great dancer. Rosalie smiles before placing her hand in his, and they begin to dance. Nervously, she accidentally steps on his shoes. Debbie laughs it off, thanking his choice of thick leather shoes. Rosalie reminds him she had warned him about her lack of dancing skills. He playfully places his hands on her waist, lifts her up into the air, and starts spinning her around. Rosalie insists she's getting dizzy, but Debbie spins her once more, making them both laugh with joy. Afterward, Rosalie pours them drinks and thanks Debbie for his help during the celebration. Debbie responds that he would do anything for her. Rosalie hesitates and admits she thought he helped because of Sonia, causing Debbie to look confused. She explains that if they had lost, Sonia would have been in a tricky situation. Debbie denies this, clarifying that Sonia has nothing to do with it and they're just friends. He gazes at Rosalie, making her blush, and she quickly brushes it off, saying she must have misunderstood. Debbie stands, relieved that they cleared the misunderstanding, and leans in slightly before stepping away. His hand reaches for hers, but instead, he grabs the bottle and points out that over-drinking isn't good. He then suggests taking her to her room, as she must be drunk. Rosalie thanks Debbie for his thoughtfulness. Reaching her room, she thanks him once again for escorting her safely. He hopes he hasn't wasted her time tonight, but Rosalie reassures him that she enjoys spending time with him. Turning to greet him goodnight, she starts to leave, but Debbie stops her. He whispers a soft goodnight before walking away. Rosalie stands there, her heart pounding in her chest, but she brushes it off, attributing it to the alcohol. The next day, a knock echoes in Rosalie's study. She questions who it is, and Darren informs her that before Madame Bella faces her sentencing, she has requested tea with Rosalie. Contemplating her response, Rosalie feels no desire to endure Bella's whining, but she has never punched a woman before, and she is not about to start now. With a dismissive wave, she orders the tea to be brought to her office. When Bella enters Rosalie's office, she sees Nidhan standing behind Rosalie and immediately accuses him of betraying her, claiming he told her he loved her. Unfazed, Nidhan replies that it was a lie, he was merely pretending to love her. Bella becomes hysterical, swearing to kill him. Rosalie, calm and resolute, announces that Bella is no longer a part of their family. She declares Bella will be stripped of all her assets and banished from the dukedom. Falling to the floor, Bella pleads desperately, begging for another chance, reminding Rosalie that they share a mother-daughter relationship. Rosalie coldly questions whether Bella still deserves to call herself a mother after the way she abused and exploited her. She points out that Bella should be thankful for being spared, considering her embezzlement of funds and her plot to incite war against her. Bella, unwilling to return to the life of a commoner, becomes enraged. Muttering to herself, she blames Rosalie for everything. Deciding she won't die alone, Bella lunges at Rosalie, determined to kill her. Before Bella can act, Nidhan steps forward and slashes her down. Rosalie, stunned, demands to know why he did that. Nidhan explains that Bella was trying to kill her. She had been holding poisonous herbs in her hand and likely planned to force them into Rosalie's mouth. Aaron confirms Nithan's explanation, adding that even the smallest amount of the poison could be lethal. Both agree that Bella should have been executed long ago, as her obsession with revenge made her a constant threat. Rosalie reflects on the situation and concludes there is only one person who could have smuggled poison to Bella within the palace: Callie, a maid. Rosalie orders her men to find Callie and declares her a wanted criminal. She instructs them to alert other families and report any sightings of her. Both Darren and Aaron affirm her commands. As Rosalie walks away from Bella's lifeless body, she muses that she had been merciful in sparing Bella's life, but Bella ultimately forfeited her chance to live. Leaving her office, Rosalie encounters Erdit, who beams when she says she was looking for him. She explains that she can't use her office for work and needs to relocate to the library. In the library, Erdit, visibly annoyed, questions whether they should have confidential documents around a man of dubious background like Nidhan. Nidhan, unimpressed, mocks him, claiming Rosalie already knows everything about his past. Erdit remains dissatisfied, asserting that Nidhan is a bad judge of character. Rosalie watches the interaction, noting that the two clearly don't get along. Erdit complains that Nithan's presence distracts Rosalie from her work. Nidhan, unfazed, winks and retorts, "Who cares?" This irritates Erdit further, prompting him to demand an explanation for Nithan's behavior. Nidhan counters, believing Erdit was the one who started the argument. Frustrated, Rosalie commands both of them to be quiet, and they fall silent immediately. Later, Rosalie discusses her plans with Erdit. She explains that when they receive indemnity from the palace, she wants to use the funds to improve the living standards of the citizens in the dukedom. Nidhan offers to devise a project plan, and Rosalie smiles, admitting she was looking forward to it. Nidhan peeks at Ira, distracted because of the loud sound of his heartbeat. The next morning, the maids are seen preparing the carriage as Rosalie gets ready to leave for the castle. She entrusts the castle to Aaron's care. Aaron, however, once again asks if she is certain about not taking any guards with her. Rosalie assures him that she will be fine since Nidhan is accompanying her. Annoyed by Nithan's presence, Erdit reluctantly wishes her a safe trip. Before departing, Rosalie instructs Erdit to take care of the castle, expressing her confidence in his abilities to handle things better. As the carriage departs with a magic barrier, it safely reaches the capital. Upon arrival, His Highness steps forward and offers his hand to Rosalie. Amused by how unfazed she seems to see him, he remarks on their meeting. Rosalie extends her hand and wonders aloud if he had been waiting for her. He reminds her that they promised to spend time together once she came to the capital. Just then, Nidhan steps forward and hugs Rosalie from behind, casually telling Debbie that their plans might need to change as he intends to spend time with Rosalie. However, Rosalie clarifies that the person she promised to meet is Miss Bright. Nidhan, undeterred, insists he will still accompany her since it is his duty to protect her. Debbie, not to be outdone, offers to join them as well. Rosalie quickly dismisses the idea, stating that she has personal matters to discuss with Miss Bright and will go alone. Both men are left stunned, questioning whether she truly does not want their company. Before leaving, Rosalie suggests that they entertain each other in the meantime. At Bianca's place, Bianca greets Rosalie warmly, clinging to her like a cat. It has been a long time since they last met, and it seems Bianca had been eagerly waiting all day for her arrival. Worriedly, Bianca asks if Rosalie is tired and begins ranting about her concern for her friend. Rosalie, however, cuts her off, asking if she can hand over the hairpin first. Surprised and slightly flustered, Bianca questions why Rosalie never mentioned this earlier. Rosalie demands to know if Bianca is certain she did not see anything suspicious. Bianca admits she doesn't know what it is but confirms that she followed instructions as told. Rosalie fears that if anyone discovers Bianca's involvement in the war, she could face unexpected dangers. Rosalie reassures Bianca with a pat on her shoulder, praising her for doing a good job. Bianca, visibly relieved, inquires about Rosalie's well-being. Rosalie reassures her that she is all right. Curious and excited, Bianca abruptly asks about the rumors involving Rosalie and the Crown Prince, particularly the story about him kneeling to her during the battle. The question makes Rosalie flinch. She dismisses the claim, stating they are just close friends, and quickly asks where Bianca heard such gossip. Bianca explains that it has been the talk of the salons and that a royal guard allegedly witnessed the event firsthand. Bianca finds it hard to imagine His Highness kneeling for anyone, given his aloof and charismatic nature, which some find intimidating even when he smiles. She remarks that such traits are precisely why many women are enamored with him. Rosalie reflects silently, noting that in the original plotline, Debbie was not meant to be approachable. Tilting her head thoughtfully, Bianca comments that his demeanor was one of the reasons she initially admired him, but assures Rosalie that she likes her much more now. Bianca insists that Rosalie spend the entire day with her since it has been so long since they last met, and Rosalie agrees. At the dining table, Mr. Bright greets Rosalie, and she greets him in return. He encourages her to call him Bennick since he is currently serving as a royal guard. Bianca playfully suggests that Bennick join them for dinner, explaining that she has been bored with her entire family away visiting their lands. When Rosalie questions why Bianca did not join them, Bianca admits that she enjoys the hustle and bustle of the busy city. Bennick, lost in thought, wonders if His Highness truly did all of this for the Duchess. He recalls how His Highness's face seemed to soften every time her name was mentioned. Bennick's gaze lingers on Rosalie, prompting her to ask if there is something he wishes to say. Embarrassed, he quickly apologizes for making her uncomfortable. Bianca, worried again, asks Rosalie if she sustained any injuries. Rosalie reassures her that she is fine and questions Bianca's concern. Bianca explains that seeing the scar on her brother's face always pains her heart. Rosalie, however, insists that a scar is a medal of bravery and evidence of courage, which impresses Bennick. Later that evening, as Rosalie prepares to leave, she reassures Bianca that she does not need to escort her outside, citing the cold weather and the proximity of her carriage. Bianca had initially planned to have her brother escort Rosalie, but he had gotten drunk since he is a lightweight. Before Rosalie departs, Bianca advises her to go straight home, warning about armed thieves roaming the city. Rosalie promises to head straight back, noting that she is feeling a bit tipsy herself. Reaching her carriage, she finds Debbie leaning against it. Surprised, she asks how long he has been waiting. He replies that he hasn't been waiting long. Debbie questions if she has to go somewhere else. Rosalie tells him there is anywhere she has to go. Debbie then offers to follow her carriage on horseback for a while before heading back to the palace, given the late hour he plans to meet tomorrow. Rosalie glances at him, wondering if he had been waiting to escort her home. Noticing how tired he looks, she grows concerned if the diplomatic conflicts with the Kingdom of Rentiel are troubling him. As she boards the carriage, she questions why he didn't stop the Marquis earlier if he had the necessary intel. Debbie explains that he knew she wanted to fight the battle herself. By doing so, she was able to claim her achievements, and the war was won, which was what they all needed. As he finishes speaking, he lightly sniffs a strand of her hair. Rosalie stares at Debbie for a while before she suggests if there is something he wants from her. He questions if she really wants to help him, to which she explains that she wants to assist him too. In response, he tells her to call him by his name. This shocks her, and she questions if this is really what he needs from her. He nods at this, and she hesitantly calls him Mr. Debbie. Debbie demands that she drop the honorific. She then calls him Debbie, and he replies back, calling her Rosalie. They both stare at each other in silence. Debbie immediately suggests that she should get going now. Rosalie greets him goodnight before leaving. Before she departs, he makes it clear that he won't take it back, even if she tries to return it. This confuses her. What is he talking about returning? The next morning, Emma calls Rosalie over to see the jewels of a famous designer. The jewels are unimaginable in beauty and grandeur. Rosalie realizes that this must be what Debbie was talking about last night. She then notices a letter on the table. It says that he sent the jewels to her in hopes it will make her day. This much jewelry could make my 7 generations' days. She remembers the day when Debbie asked if she liked jewelry, to which she had replied that she appreciated the thought of preparing a gift. This memory makes Rosalie smile as she admits that her day has indeed become better. Later, a group of women can be seen talking about Rosalie. One of the ladies exclaims that Rosalie was like a goddess on the battlefield, and even the crown prince bowed to her. Another lady wonders if that's true. This reminds them of the rumor that Rosalie is Sonia's friend. Sonia confirms that they have been friends since childhood. Someone then asks Sonia if she has heard anything about the battlefield, such as what happened with the crown prince. Sonia states that Rosalie has been quite busy and there isn't much that would pique their interest. However, this raises questions among them. They all wonder aloud, what could it be? Sonia remarks that just a few months ago, Rosalie could hardly kill a fly. Isn't it strange that she led an army into battle? Another woman agrees, saying it's true that Rosalie has always been timid, unable to look people in the eyes. and would tear up at any criticism. She used to hide behind Sonia. Sonia then remarks that the rumors must be true. It's not like the Duchess would claim the royal army's achievements for herself. This makes everyone think that the rumors must have been exaggerated. They mockingly speculate whether Rosalie would stoop so low as to claim the royal army's achievements as her own. That, they agree, would be disgraceful behavior and make her unworthy of her title. As murmurs spread against Rosalie, all stemming from Sonia's single remark, Bianca slams a newspaper onto the table and insists they need to do something about it. Rosalie prompts her to calm down, but Bianca is unable to contain her frustration. Rosalie explains that so far, the rumors have had no material effect on her, but Bianca suggests tracing who started the rumors. Bianca explains that one of her friends at the salon told her about it, so it must have originated from there. Bianca urges Rosalie to stop the rumors immediately, but Rosalie believes they will die out on their own. Bianca counters, saying that rumors, if left uncorrected, become unspoken truths and could tarnish Rosalie's reputation. Rosalie reflects on her order of knights, who have quietly cooperated for the sake of the dukedom, even when faced with death on the battlefield. Normally, she doesn't care about idle chatter, but this particular rumor bothers her. Bianca wonders if there's nothing they can do. She suggests that the best way to silence a rumor is to cover it with a bigger scandal. Rosalie agrees and instructs Bianca to hold a salon event for her. She also mentions that she would like to meet Bianca's brother, Sir Bank. Later, Nathan runs toward Rosalie, asking if he can stay with her now. Meanwhile, Devi questions Rosalie, saying he heard that Bianca dropped by. Rosalie explains that there's a strange rumor going around, which is why she has to hold a salon party. Devi suggests issuing an official decree, but Rosalie dismisses the idea, saying an official decree won't stop people from talking. That's why she plans to cover the rumor with a greater scandal. Devi asks when the salon event is. She tells her in less than 4 days. Devi then advises her to wear one of the jewels he gifted her. He assures her that anyone she chooses will work. 4 days later, at the salon, a carriage stops, and Rosalie is informed they have arrived. Sonia can be seen there too. Bianca, spotting Rosalie, calls out to her. Everyone starts murmuring, speculating about what made Rosalie attend the salon. Her jewelry sparkles brightly, drawing attention. Sonia glares at her, amused to see her attending the salon. All the ladies in the salon are unable to believe that Rosalie has actually come, wondering if she has heard the rumors. As expected, salon is the best place to spread such rumors. One of the women cautiously peeks at Rosalie and asks if it is true that she plans to join them. Rosalie responds with a composed smile, saying she has heard that this event is popular with many and hopes her presence isn't an intrusion. Bianca happily exclaims that it is not the case at all, but another lady, visibly uneasy, hesitates before responding. The lady eyes are suddenly drawn to Rosalie's necklace, and she is astonished to see the rare diamonds from La Rocoche. She is deeply impressed, knowing that the previous owner had once claimed she wouldn't sell those jewels for all the riches in the world. The woman wonders how Rosalie managed to acquire them, while Bianca, with a knowing smile, exclaims it must have been easy for her after all. She is the Duchess of Juderoot. Bianca laughs at the hype surrounding Rosalie. She points out that, according to a recent rumor, Rosalie is not in a position to be proud. The lady addressing her is Madame Median, a woman with connections to the Wendell family. Rosalie demands an explanation, and Median sarcastically remarks on how a duke in decline could suddenly find the strength to overpower the rising star. The Wendell family, Rosalie, wondering who would believe such baseless gossip, questions if Median is frustrated because the family she is close to lost to her. Since Median seems uncertain about Rosalie's power, Rosalie provocatively offers to prove her strength by demonstrating her mastery of aura. Median scoffs at the idea, laughing at the absurdity of Rosalie claiming to be a master of aura. However, she is soon stunned as Rosalie activates her aura, leaving everyone around them chattering in shock. Rosalie, exuding confidence, declares that she has no idea where such baseless rumors started, but as the Duke, she will not stand for such nonsense. For this reason, she warns everyone to watch their words, adding that if they do not, she and her knights will personally ensure they can no longer spread falsehood. Median attempts to respond, but before she can, there is a knock on the door. With permission to enter, Bank, the head of the Imperial Order of Knights, steps in and excuses his intrusion. He announces that he is there to address the recent rumor that threatens to tarnish the palace's reputation. Bank informs them that by the time the Imperial Knights intervened in the war, Rosalie's forces had already conquered the Marquisate. He requests that they refrain from disgracing the Imperial Order by claiming it took undue credit, especially based on an unverified rumor. Bane further reveals that His Highness personally gifted jewels to Rosalie in recognition of her achievements, pointing out that she is currently wearing one of those jewels. This remark causes Rosalie to flinch as she realizes why Devi asked her to wear one of his gifted jewels. She graciously expresses her gratitude for His Highness's generosity. Bane then takes his leave, assuring them that he will not bother them further. The room falls silent for a moment, but then the ladies laugh it off, agreeing that it is better to trust knights than baseless rumors. They begin to praise Rosalie, commending her for receiving a personal gift from His Highness's significant achievement. In a complete shift of attitude, the ladies quickly warm to Rosalie, pretending they never truly believe the rumors. This sudden change feels awkward to Rosalie, and she glances at Bianca, who begins clapping and praising her. Bianca also points out that, apart from the necklace Rosalie is wearing, His Highness has an extensive jewelry collection. She is so absorbed in her praise that she fails to notice Rosalie sneaking out. Outside, Rosalie calls out to Bank, who stops to explain the sudden announcement. However, Rosalie cuts him off, asking if Devi ordered him to make the statement. Bank admits that he didn't have time to inform her beforehand as it was a sudden decision. Rosalie brushes it off and thanks him for his assistance, offering to repay him in any way he wishes. Bank humbly declines, stating that he only spoke the truth and needs no repayment. He further expresses admiration for Rosalie, mentioning how she forgave her sister despite her wrongdoings. He admits that he now sees Rosalie as a role model and bows, saying that being able to serve her is reward enough. Rosalie assures him that if there is anything she can help him with in the future, he should not hesitate to ask. Bank looks at her in awe, impressed by her noble character and integrity. To him, Rosalie's eyes reflect the true qualities of a noble, and he is glad that His Highness has someone like her by his side. He agrees and takes his leave. Rosalie reflects on how Devi clearly wanted to put an end to the rumors once and for all. It becomes apparent to her that Devi was also concerned about preserving her reputation and honor. Suddenly, Sonia calls out to Rosalie from behind, expressing surprise at seeing her at the salon. With uneasiness in her eyes, Sonia apologizes for her involvement in the rumors but adds that she is glad the matter has now been resolved. Rosalie laughs and mocks Sonia's statement, but she eventually agrees that Sonia is right. She points out that even Devi could have been dragged into this mess, all because someone was foolish enough to spread such a rumor. Sonia gets visibly angry at Rosalie for referring to Devi by his first name. She glares at Rosalie and demands to know what she means by that. Rosalie explains that if people started to believe the rumor over time, Devi could have ended up as the powerless crown prince who had his victory stolen, or worse, people might suspect he had accepted a bribe from the dukedom. Rosalie is now certain that the source of the rumor is someone who harbors malice toward her and has enough credibility to spread it effectively. Sonia, on the other hand, is struggling to hide her nervousness, but Rosalie is perceptive enough to see through her. As Rosalie walks past Sonia, she adds a sarcastic remark, suggesting that the rumors might even boost her reputation, pretending to be thankful to the unknown source of the rumors. The next scene shows Rosalie receiving another batch of letters, signaling that she has become the center of attention in high society. Attending all the high society events has been exhausting for her. Dorian, noticing her fatigue, suggests that if she plans to pull another all-nighter, he will send her tea to help relieve her exhaustion. Abruptly standing up, Rosalie smiles and announces that she needs to head out, adding that she has someone to meet today. Later that night, Devi jumps over the wall and lands gracefully on the ground beside where Rosalie is standing. He politely calls out her name, but the sight of her there startles him. Panicked, he asks if something has happened to her. Rosalie reassures him that everything is fine. Curious, Devi wonders aloud if she came to make another deal with him. Amused, Rosalie feels a pang of sympathy for him and states that since he always comes to see her, she thought it was time for her to visit him instead. This unexpected gesture makes Devi's heart race, and he feels relieved that nothing serious has happened to her. Rosalie stares at Devi for a moment and suddenly praises his smile, causing him to blush. Embarrassed, Devi brushes off the compliment. Rosalie then questions where he was headed. Devi replies that he was going to his usual place for the night. Intrigued, Rosalie wonders if she could join him. Though surprised, Devi sees no problem with it, and they decide to go together. As they walk up a set of stairs, the path is shrouded in darkness. Concerned, Devi insists that Rosalie hold onto him. She obliges, giving him her hand. As they ascend, Rosalie notices how large Devi's hand is, thinking that it seems strong enough to wield the family sword. When they reach the top, Rosalie is captivated by the breathtaking view. Devi notices her amazement and remarks that while she praised his smile earlier, he finds her smile even more beautiful. They lock eyes for a moment, and Rosalie's heart starts to race. Feeling the moment grow awkward, she quickly changes the subject, mentioning that Sir Bank had said something interesting at the salon. She asks Devi if he had done something on behalf of the dukedom. Devi explains that he had observed how tirelessly she and her knights worked day and night to prepare for the battle, and he couldn't stand to let a baseless rumor tarnish their hard work. Rosalie is shocked, realizing that Devi had done all of this to protect their honor and reputation. As they continue their conversation, Devi points towards something in the distance, noting that he can see her manor from here. He admits that he sometimes stands there at night, looking at her manor and wondering what she might be doing. Rosalie chuckles at his confession and points that if he's so curious, leaning towards him promotes he should simply visit her whenever he wants. Rosalie reassures Devi that if he is playing hooky, she won't tell anyone. Devi looks at her in admiration. From above, Rosalie is able to see the cafe Bianca had once mentioned, saying it was very good. She questions Devi if he has ever been there, but he replies that the coffee is too sweet for his taste. The next day, Sonia is seen roaming in a street when her eyes catch Bella's maid. She wonders why Callie is there. Sonia tries to follow her, but her own maid warns her that the alley ahead is dangerous. Sonia is confused by this, prompting her maid to explain that a guild of assassins is located in the alley, and they do not ask questions when taking commissions. Pulling off her ring, Sonia asks her maid if she could retrieve the ring she forgot at the dressmaker's shop. She adds that she will stay here and wait as her feet hurt. The maid, concerned, believes it would be dangerous to leave Sonia alone, but Sonia feigns sadness, explaining that the ring is a gift from her mother. Trapped by Sonia's overacting, the maid, still worried, removes her robe, hands it to Sonia, and instructs her to cover her face before dashing away. Sonia gazes in the direction Bella's maid went. The scene shifts to Bella's maid being thrown to the ground by Sonia, who demands to know what she is doing there. The maid, Callie, demands to know who Sonia is. Removing her hood, Sonia reveals herself and mocks Callie, asking if she recognizes her. Callie flinches at the revelation. Sonia moves closer, questioning why Callie is running away from her, assuring her she is not here to harm her. Finally, Callie speaks, saying Sonia is Rosalie's friend and might want to kill her as well. Sonia knows that no one paid attention to Bella's death because of the territorial war, and she suspects that is why Callie might have come to the guild. With dramatic flair, Sonia expresses pity for Callie, who now has no one to look after her. She knows Callie came to the alley to hire assassins for Rosalie, so Sonia deliberately makes her feel more frightened, hinting that Rosalie might find her and kill her too. This terrifies the maid. Sonia, knowing this, uses it to her advantage as Rosalie's closest friend. Placing a hand on Callie's shoulder, Sonia reveals that Rosalie had told her, before killing Bella, she trampled and toyed with her. The maid trembles with anger. Sonia remarks it was unfortunate, and then takes out a money bag, dropping it on the floor. Callie looks at the bag, realizing she could use the money to avenge Bella's death by targeting Rosalie. As Sonia walks away, she overhears a bickering match between the assassins and Callie over the money. She ponders that all she did was drop her money pouch, but worries about what might happen if Callie gets caught. Glancing back, Sonia considers that she might already have a plan for that scenario. At the Assassin's Guild, a man informs Callie she will receive the news soon. Callie demands they make it quick. She feels a sense of happiness, knowing she is finally able to avenge Bella. As Callie walks away, Sonia is seen following her from behind. Suddenly, Sonia pushes Callie and informs her about a carriage waiting nearby, pointing out that in case of risk, she can eliminate the risk herself. Nidhan finds it unexpected to hear that Rosalie is evacuating. She has no other choice, as Emma is obsessed with spring cleanliness. Leaning closer to Nidhan, she points out that even though it's crowded here, it's quite peaceful, so it isn't bad for him, right? This makes him blush, and he questions whether she came to the bookstore because of him. Rosalie seconds that thought. Nidhan grins, realizing she's more considerate than he initially thought. She glances at him mockingly, teasing that it's too bad he only realized it now. As Rosalie touches the library shelf, her hand brushes against someone else's. Sonia. Taking a book from the shelf, Sonia remarks how strange it is to see Rosalie at the library. Rosalie replies that it shouldn't be uncommon to see other people from high society in the capital. Sonia glares at her, noticing Rosalie doesn't even veil her distaste. However, Sonia smirks and takes her leave, wishing Rosalie to take care. Rosalie sharply responds that she doesn't need her concern and suggests she should be on her way. Sonia growls, angered by Rosalie's rudeness, as she was only trying to be polite. However, Rosalie believes Sonia doesn't realize how impolite it is to raise her voice in a library. Clenching her fists, Sonia mutters to herself, frustrated that her attempt to be kind has been dismissed. She leaves with a promise that Rosalie will pay for this. As Sonia passes by, Nidhan notices her peculiar scent. Rosalie questions what he means by that, and he explains that Sonia's scent is uncommon. Flipping through the book pages, Rosalie speculates that Sonia might have created the fragrance herself. In the original story, Sonia was known to be obsessed with flowers. Brushing the thought aside, Rosalie wonders if any book has caught Nithan's attention so far. Nidhan mentions his plan to take a round of the area, as he finds the atmosphere to his liking. However, he can't shake off a bad feeling, his thoughts returning to Sonia's scent. Back at the palace, Emma informs Rosalie that she has prepared everything to refit her dresses. Rosalie, busy with other matters, tells her she'll simply buy new ones. Emma thinks it can't be helped, mentioning that some designers have sent new dress catalogs. Rosalie agrees and encourages Emma to buy some dresses for herself too. Emma tries to insist further, but Rosalie cuts her off, telling her to pick whatever she likes before leaving for her office. Meanwhile, Nidhan prepares to retire for the night and asks if he can still use the room at the end of the hall. Rosalie allows him to use the room while they remain at the manor, curious about how he likes it. He assures her that he likes it very much, particularly because it's soundproof. Pleased, Rosalie encourages him to rest up. Later that night, Rosalie reflects on how the manor feels colder than her castle back in the dukedom. Deciding to wrap up her work, she prepares for bed. Suddenly, someone leaps into her room through the window, and a sharp sword is drawn. The intruder points the blade at the sleeping Rosalie. As he lifts the sword to strike, Rosalie calmly speaks, startling him by stating that she didn't allow him to enter her room. Shocked, the assassin's sword grazes her arm as she pushes him away and grabs her own weapon. Rosalie's sword clashes against the assassin's blade, and he begins to worry about how a mere aristocrat possesses such remarkable skills. Rosalie mocks him, asking if things are going as planned. Despite her confidence, she knows he is a formidable opponent, and the wound on her shoulder begins to burn. Nidhan from behind questions Rosalie if the man is her guest. She responds that she has no interest in violent guests. Nidhan notices her injured shoulder and confronts the assassin, stating that he hurt Rosalie. He declares that the intruder must be ready to pay the price. Nidhan, with a swift motion of his sword, throws the intruder to the ground. He grabs him and begins punching him relentlessly. To Rosalie, Nidhan appears even more of a brute than she had imagined. Suddenly, Rosalie starts feeling dizzy. Meanwhile, the intruder begs Nidhan for mercy. Nidhan, hearing Rosalie's weakening heartbeat, panics and turns back. He sees her sitting on the floor, clutching her wound. The wound is starting to take on a peculiar color. Realizing something is wrong, Nidhan quickly grabs a bedsheet and mentions that the assassin's blade was laced with poison. He hurriedly wraps her wound and declares that she needs an antidote immediately, along with rest for a few days. Rosalie counters, insisting she can't rest because she has an important meeting with His Highness the next day. Nidhan argues that she cannot go in her condition. Assassins do not use ordinary poisons, and her life could be in danger. However, Rosalie explains that since childhood, she has trained her body to resist poisons. She tells Nidhan she doesn't mind enduring a little pain, as finding an opportunity to meet His Highness is rare. She cannot afford to lose this chance, especially since the truth about the Tita mines might be revealed before her next audience. At that moment, Dorian and Emma rush into Rosalie's room, alarmed by the news of her injury. Rosalie asks Dorian if they have any painkillers or antidotes. Dorian immediately leaves to fetch them, while Emma, filled with worry, expresses her concerns. Rosalie reassures her that she will be fine. Nidhan, however, remains visibly anxious, knowing that the poison could take a toll on her. The next day, Rosalie sits in the carriage, her body aching with pain. When the carriage arrives at the Imperial Palace earlier than expected, everything is eerily quiet. Deciding to find a place to rest, she suddenly hears people chattering nearby. Devi, surrounded by a crowd, appears unimpressed by those around him. To Rosalie, he looks deeply unhappy. When Devi notices her, he questions what she is doing at the palace. Before she can respond, others in the crowd recognize her as well. One of them remarks on the coincidence of meeting her there and mentions knowing the previous duke. Rosalie dismisses the idea of any connection between herself and the previous duke. She notices the greed burning in their eyes, which might explain Devi's evident displeasure with them. Rosalie states that she has something important to discuss with Devi. Amused, one of the men insists on being part of their conversation, claiming that the more, the merrier. However, Devi coldly retorts, asking why he should be involved and pointing out that merely talking to him does not make them peers. Debbie then firmly states that the man has no right to interfere in his private conversation with the Duchess. Rosalie agrees coldly, reiterating that she requested a private discussion with His Highness. The man nervously backs off, hoping for another opportunity to approach them in the future. Turning back to Rosalie, Debbie asks, "What is it?" She explains that she stepped in because he didn't seem pleased with the crowd around him and acted on impulse. Debbie, however, rephrases his question, asking how she is doing. He notes that she doesn't look well and wonders if she has caught a cold. Rosalie flinches, surprised at his perception, but Debbie explains it was obvious at first glance. Without hesitation, he places his hand on her forehead and finds she is running a fever. Concerned, he asks if she has taken medicine. Rosalie informs him that it is not a cold but that she was poisoned. Debbie shouts, demanding to know who dared harm her. She mentions that someone attempted to take her life the previous night, but Nidhan dealt with the attacker. She adds that she will handle the matter once she recovers. Debbie clenches his fist, frustrated by her nonchalance. Rosalie assures him she is fine, but Debbie insists she should have rested, even if it meant postponing her visit to His Majesty. Rosalie explains that postponing is not an option. Aware of her determination, Debbie decides to expedite the audience with the Emperor, knowing that the poison will worsen with time. He instructs her to follow him. Reaching the meeting room, Debbie asks Rosalie to wait outside. She nods, recognizing it is for the best, as the painkillers she took earlier are starting to wear off. After some time, Debbie returns, signaling her to enter. When she questions whether he managed to pull the meeting forward, Debbie confirms he did. She enters the room to find Patrick Vladek, the Emperor of the Kingdom of Misha, seated on the throne. Bowing deeply, she greets His Majesty and wishes for the kingdom's eternal glory. The Emperor orders her to lift her face. As he observes her, he remarks that she must be the woman his son knelt for. The king remembers Rosalie when she was younger, seating her next to the late Duke. Now, as an adult, she has grown into an exceptional duchess, despite what others may say. The king firmly believes that the recent war was entirely won because of her exceptional level of preparation. In fact, he muses that even without the help of the imperial guards, her strategy alone might have secured the victory. However, Rosalie humbly disagrees, asserting that their involvement was critical. The king is amused by her concise response, which lacks any excuses or justification. He asks if she desires any reward for her accomplishments, stating that he is willing to grant her anything she asks for. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, Rosalie expresses her desire for the Titan mines previously owned by the disgraced Marquis. The king, intrigued, insists she request more, asking if she desires anything else. "Uncle, do you want her to say your son?" Rosalie, however, remains steadfast, stating that the mines are sufficient. She is well aware that the emperor despises greed, having always detested the avarice surrounding him during his reign. Pleased by her moderation, the king decides one mine is not enough and declares he will transfer all the assets seized from the Marquis to her. Rosalie thanks him for his generosity. As a side note, the king comments on her brief and direct manner of speech. She calmly responds that she hears this often. Amused, the king wonders to himself if his son really knelt for this woman. Then, he asks her directly if she has any interest in the position of future empress. He encourages her to speak openly, hypothetically, of course. Rosalie, in her usual straightforward manner, replies that she is not interested in additional responsibilities and does not see herself as having the qualities befitting such a role. The king chuckles, admitting that, in his opinion, she is perfect for the role. Rosalie, however, remains firm, insisting she is not. This only makes the king laugh more. He mutters to himself that his son has a long way to go, having fallen for such an extraordinary and strong-willed woman. The king sighs, reflecting on his responsibilities as a father. He hopes his son will not inherit the burden of sacrificing his happiness for the title, as he himself did. Due to the current empress's ambitions, he selected Debbie as the crown prince and now hopes his son will not resent him for it. Later, as Rosalie walks down a corridor, she pauses upon seeing Debbie. It feels awkward for her to encounter him today, especially given recent events. She calls his name hesitantly, and he responds happily. Now that she thinks about it, Debbie has always been friendly with her. He hurriedly approaches her, visibly concerned, and asks if she is still feeling feverish. She assures him that she is fine and not ill, though she seems distracted by her thoughts. "Girl, we get it why you are over-explaining, huh?" Regardless, Debbie carefully scans her from head to toe, ensuring she is alright. Later, as Rosalie walks out, Debbie follows her closely. She turns and asks where he is headed, to which he replies that he is simply seeing her off. Given the unresolved matter of the attempted assassination, Devi insists on accompanying her until she safely reaches her residence. Rosalie sighs but doesn't argue. Suddenly, Sonia calls out to them from behind. Devi turns, visibly surprised by her presence, and asks why she is there. Sonia explains that she came with her father but then wonders why both Devi and Rosalie are here. Devi calmly informs her that Rosalie had an audience with His Majesty today. Sonia scoffs, remarking that Rosalie survived because the assassins failed to do their job properly, calling them useless fools. Devi curtly suggests they talk another time as he and Rosalie are in a rush. Sonia flinches at his dismissal, watching them leave as she clenches her fists and grits her teeth in frustration. As Rosalie's carriage moves forward, Devi rides behind on his horse, questioning Nidhan about any findings regarding the assassination. Nidhan confidently asserts that Rosalie must have informed Devi of something significant. Smirking, Nidhan adds that he was planning to meet Devi today anyway. He reveals that the Assassin's Guild has a notorious reputation and hints at more information. Devi clenches the reins of his horse, determined to end their reign of terror that very day. At the dukedom, Joey expresses concern about Rosalie's well-being. She reassures him that she is fine and urges him to focus on external affairs. She then questions why Erdit is present. Erdit explains that he returned upon hearing news of the poisoning incident. He mentions that he has resolved an urgent issue but is cut off by Rosalie, who firmly reminds him not to neglect his responsibilities again. She emphasizes that his duty is to oversee the castle and dukedom in her absence. Erdit, undeterred, remarks that she can scold him later but insists on escorting her inside first. That night, Emma presents Rosalie with a medicine vial, explaining that His Highness sent it, claiming it to be an antidote. Emma admits she barely recognized him earlier, as he was wearing a robe. Taking the medicine, Rosalie smiles, wondering when Devi had the time to procure it and marveling at how he continues to support her. Elsewhere, a man is being beaten. One of his attackers demands to know why they failed to assassinate Rosalie. Devi, grabbing the man by his collar, demands the name of the person who ordered the assassination. His determination burns as he vows to protect. Nidhan, resting beside them, calmly advises Devi not to kill the man before they extract the name. The man, choking and gasping for air, desperately explains that they do not know who commissioned the hit. He adds that the girl who hired them looked like a commoner, and all he knows is that she was hit by a merchant carriage, which then took her away. Devi, narrowing his eyes, questions the payment she gave. The man replies that they have already spent all the money, but they kept the bag because it looked expensive. Devi kneels and whispers menacingly to the man that if they ever target Rosalie again, none of them will live to see another day. He demands the man spread the warning and then delivers a final knockout blow. Devi turns to Nidhan, questioning him about the bag. Nidhan examines it, noting that it reeks of multiple scents. He sniffs it, a unique scent catches his attention. He suddenly remembers smelling it before in the library with Rosalie. Muttering under his breath, he declares Sonia's name. The realization shocks Devi. At the castle, Erdit is standing outside Rosalie's room when Nidhan and Devi arrive. Nidhan greets him and asks why he is there. Erdit hurriedly bows to Devi, introducing himself and mentioning that they attended the same academy. Devi remembers him well, known for his intelligence, but questions what Erdit is doing here now. Erdit explains that he is worried about Rosalie. All three men sit outside Rosalie's room. Erdit, breaking the silence, asks why Devi and Nidhan are there. Nidhan smirks and replies that they are waiting for Rosalie to wake up because they have a quiet surprise for her. He turns it to Devi, who remains silent. Erdit, growing curious, asks bluntly if His Highness has feelings for Rosalie. Devi stares at him coldly, questioning why he would ask such a thing. Flustered, Erdit quickly apologizes for speaking out of turn. Nidhan interjects, teasingly pointing out that Erdit seems to like Rosalie as well. Erdit brushes it off, stating it is his duty to respect and admire the lady he serves. An awkward silence settles over the group. The next morning, Rosalie sips her tea, pondering how the situation escalated to this point. All three men are seated in front of her, watching her intently. Concerned, they ask how she is feeling. She assures them she is fine but internally admits that seeing them outside her door last night had surprised her. Remembering the previous events, Rosalie questions Nidhan about whether he identified the guild the assassins belonged to. Nidhan and Devi exchange glances, silently agreeing to keep the details secret until they identify the woman the assassin mentioned. Devi quickly changes the topic, asking if Rosalie has any plans for the day. She replies that she intends to meet Bianca and Count Hepton's son. Hearing this, all three men flinch. When it is time for her to leave, Rosalie informs Nidhan that Whitney will be joining her, so he does not need to accompany her. After she departs, Devi remarks that Count Hepton's son is both handsome and kind, as well as very popular in the marriage market. Erdit wonders aloud if they know where the two will meet. Devi assumes it will be one of the usual places frequented by aristocrats. Nidhan, masking their true intentions, justifies their curiosity by claiming it is for Rosalie's protection to At Ledonge, a cafe reserved for the nobility. Bianca waves at Rosalie from a distance. A man sitting beside Bianca greets Rosalie, introducing himself as Sarnon Hepton, the Count's son. Rosalie politely responds, introducing herself as well. Bianca enthusiastically tells Sarnon that Rosalie is her best friend. Sarnon chuckles, admitting that Bianca has spoken about Rosalie so often that he insisted on meeting her. He adds, jokingly, that he worries Bianca might act childish and bother her. Bianca, offended, protests that she is not childish. Their bickering begins, with Sarnon pointing out that her protests only prove his point and advising her not to raise her voice. To Bianca, however, Sarnon is the one acting like an old man-to Rosalie. Sarnon seems like a good friend to Bianca. Sarnon, noticing her hesitation, insists she call him by his first name. Nearby, Nidhan is eavesdropping and informs the other two men that Sarnon has asked Rosalie to call him by his name. This revelation makes them all uneasy. Devi mutters that he should dig up some dirt on Hepton, and Erdit eagerly volunteers to help. Nidhan, shaking this idea, tells them to calm down, promoting he can simply kill Sarnon if needed. All three are clearly overprotective and a little crazy. When Bianca leaves to visit the ladies' room, Sarnon reveals to Rosalie that he had specifically requested this meeting. He wanted to understand how Bianca, someone who easily gets emotional, came to admire Rosalie, someone rumored to be romantically involved with His Highness. Rosalie, her demeanor turning cold, clarifies that Bianca has no romantic interest in His Highness anymore. Sarnon is glad because according to him Bianca is someone who can easily be provoked and swayed by her emotions, and he was worried that her unrequited affections might make her to do something harsh. This reminds Rosalie of the abduction scene, since it is very painful for him to watch someone he loves suffer from unrequited love. Man, stop, this is my favorite yet gut-wrenching trope. I need a break now. Sarone has been in love with Bianca for many years. Even after she rejected him, he never gave up. When Bianca turned to evil, Sarone followed her path, helping her with unwavering loyalty. Rosalie knew this all along, so it didn't surprise her at all. Sarone expresses his relief that Bianca has met someone as wise as Rosalie. However, Rosalie believes he is being far too kind. As she prepares to leave, Bianca encourages Rosalie to reach out to her if she ever needs anything. Rosalie bids her farewell and tells Whitney to wait for her. She stands still for a moment before the three of them, Devi, Nidhan, and Erdit, step out of a nearby cafe. Seeing Rosalie stuns them. She questions what they are doing there. Nidhan attempts to cover for them, calling it a coincidence. Rosalie narrows her eyes, pointing out that it's no coincidence. She knows they were waiting for her to leave first. Realizing they've been caught, the three of them change their strategy. They admit they knew she would notice them, praising her keen observation skills. Rosalie sighs at their antics and decides to join them for dinner. As the evening grows colder, Devi suggests she doesn't need to see him out, but Rosalie insists it's only polite, especially after dining together. Devi informs her that he won't be able to visit her manor the next day. Rosalie, concerned, asks if it's because he is still dealing with the skirmish with the Rentiel Kingdom. Devi assures her the matter has already been resolved and doesn't believe it will escalate further. Rosalie is relieved and glad it won't turn into a larger conflict. Devi, however, teasingly points out that she doesn't seem upset about not seeing him tomorrow. She pauses, then admits she is a little disappointed. Her confession makes Devi flinch. Rosalie adds that he has done so much for her, and she wants to do something in return. Devi seizes the opportunity, asking her to make him a rope for the upcoming winter hunt. Every year, during the annual monster hunt, the nobility hunts magical creatures before they grow too dangerous and start attacking villages. Over time, the hunt has evolved into a significant social event for the aristocracy. One of the traditions is for ladies to gift handmade ropes to knights, husbands, or the representatives of their families. As the head of her family, Rosalie expresses her desire to participate as a hunter. Nevertheless, she agrees to make a rope for Devi if he truly wants one. This makes him incredibly happy, and he assures her that he doesn't care what it looks like. Finally, he urges her to go inside before it gets colder. As Devi prepares to ride off, Nidhan calls out to him, asking if he can speak with him. Devi allows it. Nidhan questions whether Devi is planning to bring Rosalie to the palace. Devi flinches at the question. Nidhan admits he has been wondering about it for some time because it's clear Devi is serious about Rosalie. Nidhan explains that he loves Rosalie and he admires Devi for saving him. That's the reason he cares deeply for both of them. He knows that Devi often compares the palace to a prison. Nidhan fears that if Devi brings Rosalie to such a life, he may regret it and feel guilty. Devi acknowledges the truth in his words. He has faced countless death threats since losing his mother and has long stopped trusting anyone at the palace. He doesn't want to drag Rosalie into such a life. Nidhan, however, urges him to think it through carefully. The next morning, Rosalie is informed that Callie has been found. She learns Callie is with Countess Steve, having collided with her carriage and only recently regained consciousness. Nidhan pleads with Rosalie to allow him to guard her today. Erdit wonders aloud if they will be in her way, but Rosalie assures them that if it's just the two of them, she doesn't mind their company at Countess Steve's manor. The butler informs them that the woman they're looking for is in a small room down the corridor. Rosalie and the others follow his direction. Callie is sitting in a chair by the window when they enter. Erdit becomes anxious and promotes she should get up after seeing the Duchess. With a smirk, Callie claims she would love to stand, but the accident has left her unable to move her legs. Amused, she remarks that it's surprising Rosalie is still alive. Rosalie counters that Bella's attempt to poison her has failed. Callie laughs darkly, suggesting Rosalie still doesn't know the full truth. With a sinister grin, Callie reveals she cannot wait to see Rosalie crumble from betrayal, just as how Bella did. She taunts Rosalie, asking if she has met the assassin yet. Nidhan, clenching his fists, deduces that Callie must have hired the assassin. The realization makes his blood boil, and he mentions that he was looking for her for quite a while and can't wait to finally rip her apart. Rosalie glares at Nidhan, angry over him investigating Callie behind her back. She calls him out, which makes him flinch. Turning back to Callie, Rosalie calmly states that she doesn't feel betrayed by the assassination attempt. Callie laughs again and explains that after the Assassin's Guild chased her away, someone intentionally dropped a bag of money in front of her, allowing her to pay the assassin. Later, someone pushed her onto the streets, and she clearly saw the culprit's face. With a cruel smirk, Callie reveals that it was Count Armantha's daughter. Betrayal flashes across Rosalie's face. Erdit quickly pieces together the situation. If Armantha's daughter pushed Callie, it must have been to silence her, perhaps to hide her involvement in dropping the money. Callie confirms his suspicions, adding that it wasn't accidental. She reveals that when Armantha's daughter pushed her, she was smiling. There is a silence before Count's wife entered. It has been a long time since she last saw Rosalie. Sensing the dark aura in the room, she guesses it might not be the best time for tea. Rosalie sighs and tells the Count's wife to send Callie away, as she has already asked her to leave the country. The Count's wife ponders on Callie's situation, noting that she will have to live a harsh life abroad, especially since she cannot work without her legs. It is unfortunate, but the Count's wife believes Callie must have committed a serious crime. Rosalie then requests to reschedule the tea for another time, and the Count's wife agrees. Later, Rosalie calls out to Nidhan and demands he explain everything he learned at the Assassin's Guild. Nidhan knows she has already pieced things together and decides to tell her everything, from start to finish. He is curious about what she will do next, but Rosalie needs to verify the facts first, as she cannot fully trust Callie's words. There is a knock at the door. It is Joey, whom Rosalie has summoned. She instructs him to call for 4 knights from the dukedom to the capital city, including Sir Toronto. Joey bows to carry out her command. Erdit wonders if Rosalie intends for the knights to follow Callie. She confirms this, explaining that if Sonia is truly involved, she needs to be prepared. Sonia is not adept at taking the offensive. If provoked, she will crumble, and Rosalie plans to exploit this weakness. Nidhan questions if she is going to tell Devi about its Rosalie replies she won't. Nidhan is curious as to why she will not tell Devi about this. Rosalie explains that Sonia is still a dear friend to Devi. If Devi becomes sad or torn over this issue, it would make her uncomfortable. She plans to inform him later. Once everything is resolved, the scene shifts to Rosalie in the flower room. Nidhan questions what she is doing, and she responds that she is cutting the props for her plan. Nidhan wonders if she means the leaves. Erdit then explains a myth about the thick, coarse leaves of the Satina rose. Long ago, a terrible demon ravaged a village, and a brave soul plucked the leaves of a Satina rose from the desert, stabbing the demon in its sleep. Due to this myth, Satina roses are known as flowers that fend off evil. Intrigued, Nidhan picks up a leaf and asks what Rosalie plans to do with them. She reveals they will serve as her secondary weapon. She then informs Nidhan and Erdit that neither of them can accompany her today. Both protest furiously, pleading to come along to protect her. However, Rosalie insists on handling her business alone, suggesting they keep themselves busy with card games. Joey is angered by her decision, warning that it is too risky to leave without proper security when they have yet to uncover who is behind the assassination attempt. He argues that such actions undermine the competence of her knights, who are sworn to protect her. Frustrated by their persistence, Rosalie finally agrees to allow only Whitney to accompany her. As she approaches her carriage, Debbie calls out, asking where she is going. Rosalie replies that she has errands to run and asks if he needs her for something. Debbie says he came to meet Nidhan, and Rosalie informs him that Nidhan is likely inside playing cards. Smiling, Debbie remarks that Nidhan is probably winning. Rosalie pauses, realizing she has grown used to Debbie's visits to the mansion. Debbie, noticing her smile, asks why she is amused. She admits that it feels as though she has become accustomed to his presence. This comment flusters Debbie, though he does not respond. Rosalie gets ready to leave, telling him to wait at the castle until she returns. However, Debbie disagrees, explaining that he needs to see Nidhan and then leave. Rosalie feigns sadness at his busy schedule and takes her leave. Debbie clenches his fist, frustrated at doing something against her wishes. At Armand Manor, Sonia is surprised to see Rosalie arrive without prior notice. Rosalie assures her that the visit will not take long. She hands Sonia a box. As Sonia opens it, her eyes widen. Inside are satin roses. As a flower enthusiast, Sonia recognizes them immediately. Rosalie then questions if Sonia knows why she gave her these roses. Sonia hesitates, wondering if Rosalie is referring to the money bag Debbie mentioned. She explains that she has already explained it to Debbie that someone must have used the money bag she lost and insists it is not her fault. With a cold demeanor, Rosalie mocks Sonia for lacking honor and lying to Debbie, who trusted her. Sonia nervously asks if Rosalie believes she lied to Debbie. Rosalie warns Sonia that if she dares to mess with her again, she will ensure Sonia ends up like the demon in the myth. Sonia bites her nail, anxiously contemplating how much Rosalie knows. Observing her reaction, Rosalie reveals that the maid Sonia pushed is still alive, shocking Sonia to her core. She clenches her fists, scoffing at the situation. Sonia laughs if Rosalie truly thinks a mere maid's testimony could stand against her, already plotting how to ensure people believe the maid lied. The Armands have the power to make that happen, after all. Placing a leaf on the table, Rosalie declares that the most important truth is that she has figured everything out. Rosalie remains composed and reminds Sonia of her plans to make her face the same fate as the demon. Sonia springs up, her voice sharp as she retorts that she wouldn't have done it if Rosalie hadn't changed first and if Rosalie hadn't started annoying her. Rosalie, unfazed, firmly responds that Sonia shouldn't use her as an excuse for her evil actions, calling it disgusting. Sonia argues that Debbie believes her, but Rosalie calmly replies that Sonia should be grateful for that. Rosalie then stands and prepares to leave. Sonia, trembling with anger, grabs the teapot and hurls it in Rosalie's direction. Rosalie defends herself, blocking the pot, but the hot tea spills onto her feet. Sonia roars in frustration, demanding to know how Rosalie dares to threaten her and presumes she has the upper hand. Suddenly, a voice calls her name. It's Debbie. He steps into the room, his face stern, and questions what Sonia is doing. Sonia freezes, stunned to see him there. Debbie walks toward Rosalie, his concern evident. Rosalie looks at him, puzzled, and wonders why he is here. She remembers how he mentioned an errand earlier in the afternoon and now suspects this was his plan all along. Debbie explains that he had a strange premonition after meeting Sonia earlier, which prompted him to return. Now, he's glad he did. Sonia stands trembling, tears pooling in her eyes as she cries out for Debbie to listen to her. However, Debbie silences her, stating that he will no longer trust anything she says. He witnessed her assault Rosalie with his own eyes and plans he will report the incident to the palace, and if Sonia does not compensate for her crime he will make sure to take her to the court. Sonia, panicked, insists he can't mean that. She argues that he has known her far longer than he has known Rosalie and pleads for him to take her side. Calling his name again, she tries to appeal to his emotions. Debbie, however, glares at her and sternly orders her not to address him by his name. He declares that her evil deeds have cost her the friendship of both him and Rosalie. Turning back to Rosalie, Debbie asks if she can walk. Rosalie, wincing slightly, replies that she can, but only if she removes her shoes. Without hesitation, Debbie excuses himself and lifts Rosalie into his arms, carrying her out of the room. Sonia watches them leave, stunned and desperate, begging Debbie to let her explain. He glances back briefly and states that Rosalie's injury is his first priority. He then walks out, leaving Sonia standing there, broken and pleading. In the carriage, Rosalie admits she had always hoped Devi would never find out about this matter. Devi, curious, asks why. She explains that she didn't want to see him sad over losing a friend. After a brief silence, Devi speaks. He confesses that he had hoped Sonia was telling the truth because he knew the loss of a friend would weigh heavily on her. Both of them, it seems, were trying to salvage the situation in silence. Rosalie is visibly moved by this revelation and asks why Devi always puts her needs first, even in situations like this. He can't help JT before he can stop himself. He always ends up thinking of her and her needs first. Rosalie then reveals that Sonia stopped being her friend a long time ago and that she will no longer hesitate to attack her. Devi kneels down and gently inspects her feet, hoping the injury won't leave a scar. He knows that if he openly desires Rosalie, he risks leading her into a life akin to a palace prison, but he can't suppress his feelings even after what Nidhan told him. Looking at Rosalie, he speaks from his heart, telling her she is beautiful when she walks with confidence. Rosalie is confused by his sudden comment. Devi realizes his words stem from his selfish desire and reassures her that he is happy to remain as her supporter. He encourages her to do whatever she wants, promising to ensure she has that freedom. Later, Joey informs Rosalie that Callie has left the palace and is being followed by 4 knights, including Sir Toronto. Callie's words, foretelling an unfortunate future, seem to have come true. Sonia, once the kind heroine of the novel, has disappeared. Joey reports that Kaki appears to be hiding in a border town instead of leading the country. Rosalie reflects on Sonia's transformation. Sonia was raised like a flower in a greenhouse, kind and gentle, adored by the world. However, the envy and defeat she faced for the first time poisoned her soul. Joey adds that others are likely closing in on the target soon, and Rosalie orders him not to lose the trail. As Joey nods and leaves, Rosalie ponders Sonia's accusation that she lacks enough evidence. She acknowledges this, but with a steely resolve, she decides to fill the gaps and gather more proof. It's nighttime, and Rosalie is sitting on her bed, reading, but she struggles to focus. Suddenly, her room door swings open. It's Nidhan, snapping his book shut as he enters. Rosalie gets angry, scolding him for not knocking before coming in. He apologizes, peeking inside with a concerned look. He asks about her foot, but she assures him it's fine and demands to know what he wants. With a grin, Nidhan holds up a drink, announcing happily that he wants to hang out with her. Rosalie sighs but allows him to come in. As he settles in, Nidhan starts wondering aloud what he should request from Erdit over their bet. Rosalie sternly tells him not to tease Erdit too much. Nidhan then turns the conversation to her, asking if she doesn't have anything to ask him. She stays silent for a moment, prompting him to give examples. Doesn't she want to know how he and Devi met? Rosalie doesn't know how to respond. Nidhan is not an ordinary person, after all. His first memory is of a man smiling as he injected him with some chemical. Apparently, Nidhan had been the subject of an experiment, an attempt to create superhuman assassin. He had to fight again and again after each experiment. He recounts how Devi had been the one to rescue him from that place. Since then, he has been helping Devi out. Laughing, he remarks that it must all sound boring. Rosalie comments that it's even more boring than she expected. Nidhan stares at her, then laughs again, amused by how interesting she is. Perhaps Chiron had set things up this way. Nidhan should just be another character in the book, but he feels like so much more. Rosalie bets that this feeling will only grow stronger with time. Nidhan, curious, asks if Rosalie has anything she wants to confess. Rosalie hesitates. She's not good at being vulnerable, and Nidhan can tell. Finally, she admits that it might sound strange, but she's not from this world. Nidhan finds this fascinating and asks where else she could be from. Rosalie explains that she had tried her best to do what she believed was right in her past. Many people had called her heartless, but others had trusted and relied on her. That's just how things used to be for her. Nidhan observes that her past doesn't seem so different from her present. She chuckles, agreeing with him. Nidhan wonders aloud if she would be mad if someone had overheard their conversation. Just then, Erdit appears, apologizing for accidentally eavesdropping. He assures them he didn't hear much. Rosalie tells him it was supposed to be a secret, and Erdit promises to keep it safe. She then prompts Erdit to grab a glass, and the three of them sit together, drinking, cheering, and having fun. The next morning, as Rosalie sips her drink, she reflects on how she had cleaned up everything, yet that little devil Emma still managed to find out about it. Emma scolds her, demanding to know how drinking could have worsened her injury. Trying to change the subject, Rosalie asks Emma if she can make decorative ropes for hunting. Emma remembers that the monster hunt is approaching and asks if Rosalie plans to make her own ropes. She's puzzled, as Rosalie herself is participating in the hunt. Emma then suggests that Rosalie ask Bianca for advice, as she's always up to date with the latest trends. As soon as Bianca hears about the matter, she rushes over, bringing all the necessary supplies. She explains that hunters usually choose their favorite color or a color that reminds them of their recipient. Emblems are also popular. They can include initials, family crests, or animals. Rosalie picks a blue rope. Bianca, curious, asks if Rosalie likes the color. Rosalie admits she finds it really pretty. The color probably reminds Rosalie of Devi. Then, Bianca asks what emblem Rosalie wants to use. She mentions that animals are trendy, suggesting Rosalie pick one that reminds her of the hunter. Rosalie chooses a puppy. Bianca is taken aback, confused by the choice. Rosalie explains that a puppy reminds her of something from her past. Bianca, however, points out that a puppy and a wolf are in the same family, suggesting she choose a wolf instead. Rosalie agrees, as the wolf does resemble Devi more. Bianca, knowing no knight would appreciate being represented by a puppy, smirks at her clever suggestion. When Bianca asks who the rope is for, Rosalie falls silent before finally saying, someone who's always there for her. Later, in her study, Rosalie notices a letter awaiting her. It's an invitation for a civil face-to-face conversation. She muses that Count Armand must be growing anxious. The news speaks of Sonia, the angel-turned-demon. With a calm expression, Rosalie burns the letter, thinking to herself that the time has not yet come. There's a knock at the door, and after being permitted to enter, Dorian informs Rosalie that Bianca has come to see her. He doesn't recall any prior mention of a visitor. Bianca bursts inside, holding a newspaper and demanding an explanation. The news claims that Sonia has been harassing Rosalie, and Bianca, leaning closer, demands to know if it's true. Rosalie calmly tells her to settle down. Fuming, Bianca declares that she'll grab Sonia by the hair and drown her. Rosalie orders herbal tea to diffuse the tension, though she claims she cannot provide details and admits that everything in the paper is true. Bianca, frustrated, asks one final question: if financial settlement is all Rosalie seeks. With a cold expression, Rosalie replies that it isn't about money. Bianca, observing her demeanor, realizes Rosalie is after something else and offers her help if needed. Rosalie agrees to reach out if the need arises. Bianca changes the topic, expressing disbelief that His Highness abandoned Count Armand, who was one of his biggest supporters. Rosalie assures her that the Jadurtis will stand firmly with His Highness moving forward. If Devi puts Sonia on trial in the imperial courts, it would sever ties with Count Armand, deeply affecting his standing. Rosalie quietly vows not to allow anyone to damage Devi's reputation. The Judroot dukedom's influence is rising like never before, and Rosalie intends to protect Devi at all costs. As they sip their tea, Bianca suddenly asks if Rosalie plans to gift the rope to His Highness. Startled by the question, Rosalie blandly denies it. Bianca doesn't let up and presses further, asking if Rosalie harbors feelings for His Highness. Stunned into silence, Rosalie doesn't respond. Finding her reaction adorable, Bianca teases her, saying she shouldn't be so slow about these things, and playfully slaps her head. She then calls for Emma to bring a glass of cold water. Bianca urges Rosalie not to hide her special feelings for Devi, describing how her chest must feel tight, how she must miss him when he's away, and how she probably can't stop thinking about him. Rosalie sits quietly, but internally, she agrees. She does miss Devi when he doesn't visit, her chest does tighten when their eyes meet, and she does feel sad when he's unhappy. The memory of the carriage scene flashes in her mind, and she begins to blush. Bianca points out how Rosalie looked different when she was making the rope, teasing her further. Rosalie questions if that's really the case, but Bianca, in her typical fashion, simply orders another glass of cold water. Later that day, Rosalie bickers with Joey about the number of guards accompanying her. Though she insists on having only one, Joey insists on two. Rosalie explains that having two guards would be inconvenient since they are merely visiting a restaurant. Reluctantly, Joey agrees to let Erdit accompany her. At the restaurant, Rosalie mentions that the confiscated assets from Marquis Wendell turned out to be significant. The funds have been used to improve living standards for their citizens, and with the upcoming profits from the Lifestones, their finances will soon thrive. Erdit, deep in thought, asks if she plans to distribute the goods to Countess Thieve. Rosalie confirms, explaining that with the new funds, they can launch new ventures to further stabilize their finances. Rosalie interrupts Erdit's musings, asking if he would like to lead one of the new ventures. Shocked, Erdit hesitates, wondering if she truly means it. Rosalie reassures him that she has been considering it for a while. She proposes he register it as a personal business first and then request a title from the palace, with the dukedom handling the paperwork. Erdit is taken aback but also flattered. He confirms that she's suggesting he become a bourgeois baron by fulfilling the asset requirements. Rosalie explains that if his business qualifies as personal assets, he could lead an independent life. Though grateful, Erdit declines, expressing his desire to remain with the dukedom. Rosalie, surprised, asks if he is sure about his decision. Erdit reminds her that, despite not participating directly in battles, he has always remained loyal to the family during times of war. Rosalie, impressed, agrees that if this is what he truly wants, they can request the title on his behalf for his contributions as general manager. Erdit thanks her for her kind words, leading Rosalie to ponder his loyalty. She expresses aloud her surprise at his refusal, admitting she didn't expect him to reject such a generous offer. Erdit acknowledges her generosity but explains that he doesn't want to leave the dukedom. More specifically, he doesn't want to leave the person who recognizes his potential. Intrigued, Rosalie presses him for a reason, but Erdit brushes it off, calling it a petty matter. Instead, he asks if they can visit the largest bookstore in the city. Rosalie agrees, noting that they have time and urging him to let her know if he needs anything else. Erdit then asks if she can hire someone to take over his current role, as he doubts he can handle the workload once the new ventures launch. Rosalie allows him to hire whomever he deems fit. Erdit hesitates, then asks if she is so generous simply because he's her employee. Smiling, Rosalie replies that it's partly the reason but also because she sees him as a younger brother. This statement stuns Erdit, leaving him visibly unsettled. He puts the spoon on the table, repeating that, as a brother, Rosalie agrees he is a dependable man. However, he states that he is not particularly fond of the word brother. This makes Rosalie flinch. She quickly tells him she didn't know he disliked the term and assures him she won't use it anymore. At the library, Erdit mentions that he has noticed His Highness hasn't visited the manor recently. Rosalie knows he is right. Erdit notices the sadness visible on her face. Turning to him, she asks if he is planning to buy the book he has been looking at. He flinches, claiming that he will purchase it after finishing his shopping. Whitney tries to assist Erdit with the books he is carrying, but he declines his help. Rosalie also offers to lend a hand, but Erdit remains firm in refusing anyone's assistance. Later, Erdit is seen walking down the corridor, clearly sleep-deprived after dealing with all the paperwork left undone by the previous administrative manager. His tired eyes catch sight of Rosalie, who is training with her sword. He realizes he has never seen her take a break. Calling out to her, Rosalie turns toward him, amused, and asks why he is up so early. Worried, she questions if he didn't sleep well. Erdit explains that he was busy reorganizing the mess left behind by the previous manager. Before he can finish, Rosalie praises his hard work but insists he must ensure he gets enough sleep. She pats his shoulder lightly, causing Erdit's heart to race. Blushing heavily, he quickly changes the subject, apologizing for the dagger that was damaged because of him. Rosalie dismisses his concerns, assuring him that it was just a common dagger and not something he should worry about. Erdit has already spent his paycheck on a custom dagger from Gilbert, but he is glad. Erdit praises Rosalie, noting that she seems very strong and that her fighting skills are excellent too. This is because Rosalie learned every martial art she knows to enlist in the army. Erdit expresses a desire to learn some skills to protect himself, and Rosalie wonders if he wants to learn self-defense. Erdit becomes confused about what self-defense entails. Rosalie then commands him to take off his glasses, explaining that they could be dangerous during training. Reluctantly, he complies. The cartoonish version of Erdit is so cute in that moment. Rosalie grabs his hand and tells him that the first step is for him to grab her by the collar. Erdit hesitates, worried about how he can do something so aggressive, but Rosalie reassures him and insists he try. Grabbing his hand, she demonstrates how to grip and pull her forward. As they practice, they end up very close to each other, causing Erdit to blush furiously. Rosalie adds that if he executes the move properly, he could even break her nose. But suddenly, she becomes concerned, asking if Erdit is feeling unwell because he's acting strange today. He assures her he's fine and explains that he just feels awkward looking at her for too long without his glasses. Rosalie tells him she thinks he looks good without his glasses but clarifies that he doesn't look bad with them either. Handing the glasses back to Erdit, Rosalie decides to continue the lesson another day since he looks tired. Turning away, she wishes him well and says she'll see him later. Before she leaves, Erdit calls out to her and thanks her for giving him the eyeglass chain, adding that he loves it. Rosalie scoffs, brushing it off as no big deal, and walks away. The reason Erdit feels so at ease in the manner becomes clear to him. It has been right in front of him all along. Covering his face with his hands, he admits to himself that he's in trouble now. Later that night, someone is seen tying their laces. Nidhan waves to Rosalie, slipping beside her. Rosalie commands him to get started, and they both mount their horses and ride off. As they reach an alley, they notice someone leaning from the side. Rosalie approaches the figure. It's Sir Toronto. He greets her while glancing around cautiously. Rosalie immediately asks where Callie is, and Toronto informs her that Callie fell asleep. He also mentions that he hasn't seen any strange shadows yet. Nidhan taps Rosalie on the shoulder and points to the opposite side of the alley, where there appears to be a shadow. Rosalie flinches and orders Nidhan to follow her quietly. They both hide behind a wall, peeking at the spot where the shadow was. Rosalie is shocked to see the shadow disappear and suddenly senses someone standing behind her. Taking her action, Rosalie moves back to attack the person, but to her astonishment, that person grabs her dagger. It is Devi. He mocks her, claiming he never wanted to duel with Rosalie, and that it was her mistake for assuming otherwise. Nidhan chimes in, mocking Rosalie further by stating he thought she would have figured it out by now. Rosalie turns to Devi, questioning if he is alright. Devi assures her that he is fine. Rosalie, now furious, demands to know why Devi is even here. Devi replies that Nidhan told him the lady who commissioned Rosalie's assassination attempt has been hiding here. Rosalie glares at Nidhan, who hurriedly tries to cover it up, explaining that he told Devi about it while Rosalie was having a meal with Erdit. Rosalie turns to Nidhan, calling his name in anger, but Nidhan quickly hides behind Devi, adding nervously that it wasn't his fault, as he knew Devi would have figured it out on his own anyway. Rosalie, irritated, tells him they will talk about it later. Turning back to Devi, Rosalie questions if he is here to kill Callie. Devi bluntly denies this, stating that he has no intention of executing Callie. He mutters to himself that he only came to give Callie a simple warning. Rosalie advises Devi that it would be better if he did nothing, to which Devi agrees, assuring her that he will make sure not to interfere with her plans. Rosalie, however, begins to wonder how much Devi knows about her intentions. Rosalie flinches when Nidhan casually remarks that he has heard Devi refuse to meet Count Armand. Rosalie questions Devi if the Count actually came to see him, and Devi nods. Rosalie, who had suspected the Count might show up, feels irritated by his audacity. Concerned, she asks if the Count threatened Devi in any way. Devi reassures her, explaining that he told the Count that Rosalie holds all the power to make decisions in this matter and that the Count should not bother him anymore. Specifically, the Count had gone on about his support for the throne, but Devi made it clear that the throne would no longer support the Count's family. On top of that, the maiden important witness had not been arrested, the knights had gone into hiding, and they had even refused to meet with the knights, which confirms that Devi had a plan in mind for dealing with this. Nidhan, breaking the tension, steps in and asks if they plan to keep standing there. They decides to move so they can keep watch over Callie. Nidhan leaps onto the roof, grumbling that he hates standing around, leaving Rosalie and Devi alone together. Rosalie glances at Devi, her thoughts conflicted. She wonders if Devi truly doesn't care about her attacking Sonia. Rosalie feels hypocritical, as she worries about Devi's feelings for Sonia while simultaneously feeling relieved that he is standing by her side. Rosalie's mind drifts to Bianca's words, and she is unable to ignore it. Chiron had mentioned that pushing someone against a wall is the most romantic thing one can do. Turning to Devi, Rosalie feels the need to confirm something. Without warning, she shoves Devi against the wall. But Rosalie makes a critical mistake. Unlike Chiron, who is married and experienced in romance, she also had pushed her romantic partners against the wall several times, but Rosalie on the other side has zero experience. The only time she has shoved someone against a wall were to attack them or to assert dominance. Devi, caught off guard and unsure of her intentions, calls out to her and asks what she is trying to confirm. Rosalie's legs tremble as she steps back, apologizing, admitting this wasn't what she meant to do. Devi, still composed, offers to reverse their roles if it would help her. He leans toward her, their eyes locking for a moment, before he whispers, asking if it helped her confirm her suspicions. Rosalie's heart pounds in her chest. She glares at him, commanding him to move aside. Nervously, Devi steps back, but he has caught Rosalie off guard, leaving her tense and unsettled. Devi looks at her and clenches his fist, like a lover trapped in the pain of unrequited love. Meanwhile, Nidhan, observing from above, remarks that the sun should be rising any moment now. Rosalie rushes to wake Sir Toronto. Nidhan leaps down, worried that Devi might be overwhelmed by his emotion. Devi, however, responds calmly, stating that if he were overwhelmed, he wouldn't still be standing there. Nidhan, unconvinced, argues that it appears otherwise to him, comparing Devi's state to his own when he was once restrained. Devi acknowledges Nithan's point, admitting there might be some truth to it. Rosalie slams the door shut and leans against it, pleading with her heart to stop racing like this. Toronto, concerned, questions whether she has caught a cold. The knights gather around her, chattering among themselves. She looks flushed, prompting Toronto to remark that their great duchess is even vulnerable to illness, proving that even devils can get sick. However, other knights, visibly terrified, warn him to watch his mouth. As the knights mutter behind him, Rosalie fixes Toronto with a sharp glare. She declares that she has heard intense exercise works wonders for a cold. Her voice brims with mockery, her aura turning demonic as she prepares herself. Rosalie then asks if her loyal knight is ready to help her with this exercise. What follows is a thorough beating for Toronto, leaving the other knights to sneak away silently. Later, back at the manor, Rosalie is busy making a rope for Devi. Her focus is intense, but she occasionally pricks her fingers in the process. Emma, worried, comments on how often Rosalie pokes her fingers. Once Rosalie finishes, Emma praises her for a job well done. However, there's a faraway look in Rosalie's eyes, suggesting something is on her mind. She requests Emma to fetch her coat. Emma complies and hurries off. Outside, Rosalie stands in the cool night air, sighing deeply. Nidhan approaches from behind, questioning why she's out so late. Rosalie explains she needed fresh air. Sensing her unease, Nidhan asks if something is troubling her. Rosalie hesitates, unsure how to articulate what she's feeling. She admits that she's struggling with an unfamiliar emotion. Nidhan probes further, asking if this is the first time she's felt this way. Rosalie confesses that in the army, at least one man would confess their love for her every year. However, she always dismissed their feelings as fleeting infatuation. Throughout her time there, she never experienced anything like this. Now, Rosalie feels completely lost. Nidhan, curious, inquires about her plans for these emotions. Rosalie admits that while she still considers Sonia her enemy, she's confused. How could she love Devi when Sonia is supposed to be her lover? The emotions leave her feeling conflicted and uncertain. The scene shifts to Sonia's maid, who is uncertain about what transpired. The maid comments that an apology can work wonders after a fight with a friend. She begins to share a story from her childhood, but before she can finish, Sonia slaps her. Furious, Sonia slaps the maid to leave and stops speaking about things she knows nothing about. Shocked, the maid stammers that she was only worried about her. Sonia, however, orders her out of the room. Outside, the maid reflects on how this job has become her least favorite in years. Sonia is nothing like the gentle, lovely lady she initially met. The maid despises cleaning up the bird corpses Sonia kills every morning and is weary of her constant outbursts. She wonders if Sonia would still act so proud if she revealed what she knows. However, the maid recalls the fate of other staff members who tried to take a stand. Contemplating her options, she wonders if she'll ever find a better job. The scene shifts again, this time to Sonia entering her father's study. She calls out to him, and her father, noticing her distress, asks if she's all right. Comforting her, he reminds her of the importance of maintaining her image as a gentle lady. Sonia begins to cry, confessing her struggles. She asks if the palace has said anything. Her father, however, admits that he cannot intervene, as His Highness himself issued the decree. Sonia's father goes on to explain that His Highness seems to do everything the Duchess wants. His attempts to contact Rosalie have been futile. His letters go missing, and Rosalie turns away anyone he sends. Sonia grits her teeth, convinced that Rosalie won't be satisfied until she's at her lowest. Her father reassures her, reminding her of their family's long-standing honor. He promises that no one will tarnish their name. Sonia, however, pulls away, leaving her father worried. She accuses Rosalie of luring Devi away and causing a rift between them. Pleading with her father for help, Sonia's mind races. Her father, unaware of the incident involving Callie, insists that no one can ever find out about it. Suddenly, Rosalie's words about Callie being alive flash in Sonia's mind. Panic-stricken, she dashes out of her father's office. Sonia ponders her next move. If she can eliminate the witness, she just needs to get rid of Callie. She plans to disguise it as her father's doing, confident that he won't even notice. After all, he doesn't even know how many knights he employs. Sonia smirks, thinking Rosalie, who constantly boasts about her soldiers, has forgotten that she, too, has knights at her disposal. At Countess Steed's house, the Countess apologizes to Rosalie for summoning her, explaining that the upcoming annual monster hunt is around the corner, and they are overwhelmed with orders. She admits she simply couldn't find the time to spare. Rosalie seems to understand. The Countess glances at Rosalie's plate and asks if she likes chocolates. Rosalie responds that her friend is the one who enjoys them and can never get enough of chocolates. The Countess considers this for a moment and promises to pack some chocolates for her before she leaves. Rosalie finds the Countess very generous, but the Countess, with a knowing smile, states that she is a businesswoman and sees it as a long-term investment. After all, she expects to reap great benefits from Rosalie in the future. Rosalie agrees, remarking that the Countess will indeed gain a lot from her. On that note, the Countess rings a bell, signaling her staff. A box is brought to them, and Rosalie curiously questions what it is. The Countess reveals it is a brand new potion. Rosalie opens the box and, upon seeing the bottle, notes that she has seen it somewhere before. The Countess explains that the potion maker uses the same bottle for every batch of this particular potion. It is, in fact, the same bottle Debbie once gave Rosalie as an antidote. Rosalie inquires about the price, and the Countess reveals that the potion maker charges the highest price in the city. She adds that the bottle alone is worth as much as a house in the downtown area. However, being friends with the potion maker, the Countess managed to get a deal. She ponders that since Rosalie rid her of the Marquis Wendell, this is more of a repayment than an investment. The Countess seems to have grown fond of Rosalie and mentions she has also heard about Rosalie's ability to control her aura. She adds that, because of this, no one will dare to look down on the dukedom anymore. As an unmarried woman, Morone faced much prejudice from society, and the original Rosalie was not exempt from those pressures either. Curious, Rosalie asks the Countess how she handles dilemmas. The Countess is momentarily taken aback before asking which methods Rosalie has used so far. Rosalie admits that whenever she hesitates in making a decision, she takes the risk and silently faces the consequences. The Countess smiles and remarks that one should live life by their principles. Rosalie considers this and agrees it sounds like a good plan. On the day of the monster hunt, Rosalie peeks out from the carriage and observes the grand scale of magic involved in the official event. Sitting beside her, Ninhan groans. Concerned, she turns to him and asks what is bothering him. He explains that the overwhelming presence of wizard magic is making him feel unwell. The carriage, enhanced with wizardry, shifts towards the capital, which Rosalie finds impressive. When they arrive, Rosalie's knights begin preparing the tents. As the Duchess, Rosalie's tent is placed quite close to the one from the palace. She turns to Ninhan and informs him that she will go and greet His Majesty. However, seeing his pale face, she questions if he is all right. Ninhan admits that the excessive mana in the air is making him nauseous. She advises him to take it easy and decides to go alone. Upon entering the royal tent, Rosalie bows deeply and addresses the king, stating that she is honored to be in his presence and prays for his glory to endure forever. The king remarks that she is late. Rosalie apologizes for the delay, but the king assures her it is not a problem and adds that he has heard of her participation in the hunt. Rosalie's gaze briefly shifts to the Empress, and her thoughts darken. This is the woman who poisoned Devi's mother and now preys upon Devi's life. The current Empress, Neen Erland Vladik, greets Rosalie warmly, expressing her excitement to see a female participant in the hunt and to witness the results. The Empress is skilled at concealing her true nature. However, Rosalie knows she is the final villain of the story. 7 years ago, Neen tricked the young Redeneth into giving Devi the poison. Neen passed the poison to Redeneth through a maid, who was ultimately blamed for the crime and secretly executed. Patrick, deeply adoring his son, concealed the truth to protect Redeneth, only to fall victim to Neen's schemes. Rosalie, maintaining her composure, bows and promises to do her best to meet their expectation. The Empress smiles and remarks that she looks forward to it, though her gaze briefly hardens as Rosalie takes her leave. Watching Rosalie's retreating figure, the Empress sighs and glares, her true feelings momentarily slipping through her mask. Rosalie glances for Devi, waiting for him to give her the ribbon she made for him. Sarnan greets Rosalie, and she realizes it has been a long time since they last saw each other. Sarnan, too, is participating in this year's monster hunt. Rosalie then wonders aloud if Bianca had given Sarnan her ribbon, which makes Sarnan flinch. He quickly explains that Bianca told him she made the ribbon specifically for Rosalie. Hearing this, Rosalie feels a pang of sadness. A group of people approaches from behind and mockingly remarks if Rosalie isn't the famous Duchess Judroot. They laugh, teasing that the rumors were true that Rosalie would join the monster hunt after all. They eagerly express their anticipation of witnessing her notorious aura. Sarnan, visibly angry, calls out one of the men by name, Scram, ordering him to leave. Scram smirks and insists he only wanted to talk to the Duchess. Rosalie glares at them coldly before the sound of a shout cuts through the air. It's the monster. The growling creature charges toward Prince Reincarnates. Knights rush to protect the prince, but on the other side, Rosalie orders Scram and his companions to get out of her way. Drawing out her sniper rifle, she commands them not to ruin her focus. She fires a precise shot at the monster, activating her aura as she leaps forward and strikes the beast, bringing it to the ground. Standing atop the fallen creature, she calls out to the prince, asking if he is unharmed. Grasping Rosalie's hand, the prince assures her that he is fine, though visibly shaken. At that moment, Devi and Sir Bennick rush over. Devi anxiously asks Rosalie if she is alright, and she reassures him that she is unharmed. The prince, however, appears deeply unsettled. Turning to the prince, Devi questions him directly, asking if he is truly unscathed. The prince, avoiding eye contact, mutters one word, "Brother." Devi's expression hardens as he turns to the knights, furious. He berates them for allowing the monster to get so close to the prince and orders them to double the security around the perimeter. He also commands them to report the incident immediately, adding that if such negligence happens again, he will personally throw the knights to the monster. The knights tremble in fear and rush to comply. Devi turns back to Rosalie, asking once more if she is truly all right. She assures him again that she is fine, but her gaze shifts to the prince. She observes him with a hint of sympathy, thinking about how unfortunate he is as Devi's brother. Ever since the attempted poisoning, Reincarnates has carried a deep sense of guilt and has avoided meeting Devi's eyes. Devi then suggests Rosalie accompany him to his tent, and she follows him inside. Once there, Rosalie questions why Devi hasn't visited her residence recently. Devi hesitates, twitching slightly, before asking if she was waiting for him. Rosalie responds earnestly, admitting that she did wait for him and that she had been worried about him. Devi approaches her and apologizes, explaining that he has been busy with the hunt and preparing for the harsh winter ahead. He adds that, as the crown prince, he still has many duties to fulfill. Wiping his hands, he speaks sincerely, causing Rosalie to blush. Even as a child, she had never complained about such things, but now she feels her words sounded like a childish complaint. Devi notices her expression and asks what's wrong. Rosalie admits that she feels embarrassed for making what seemed like a childish remark. Devi chuckles softly and reaches into his pocket, pulling out a small box containing 2 rings. Rosalie, curious, asks what they are. Devi requests that she wear one during the hunt, explaining that the 2 rings will react the closer they are to each other. As he reaches for her hand to put the ring on her finger, Rosalie's heart begins to race. It almost feels like he is kneeling to propose, leaving her momentarily flustered. The rings begin to glow. Devi states that the closer they get, the brighter the rings will glow. He requests that they keep them on until the end of the hunt, pointing who knows he might have to come closer to her to rescue her. Rosalie stands up after a moment of silence, stating the opposite might also happen. She tells him to ensure he keeps the ring on as well. He stares at her in admiration and, smiling, agrees. Then Rosalie requests Devi's hand. She gives him the ribbon she made for him. Seeing this, Devi becomes very happy and thanks Rosalie. Rosalie had pricked herself several times while making the ribbon, but seeing Devi's happiness, it was worth it for her. Devi looks at the ribbon, curious, and asks if he reminds Rosalie of a wolf. Rosalie agrees but thinks to herself that he reminds her more of a puppy. One of the knights then questions if Devi is inside. Turning to Rosalie, Devi apologizes and says he must leave. But Rosalie grabs his hand and immediately wonders why she reached for him. Devi kneels down, debating whether he should stay with her, but she insists he should go. Devi offers to ignore the call for her, but Rosalie shakes her head, saying His Majesty must be calling him. He nods, smiles, and leaves, frustrated that he was called just as the moment was getting good. Outside the tent, Rosalie sees the prince. She calls out to him, and the prince, seeing her, asks if they can talk. Rosalie agrees and suggests her tent is nearby so they can head there. But before they can leave, the Empress appears behind them, exuding a dark aura. The Empress questions what the prince is doing there. The prince gets flustered, and the Empress pats him on the shoulder, asking if he plans to disobey her by not staying close. The prince apologizes, explaining he got distracted while looking around. The Empress seems to accept his excuse. Turning to Rosalie, the Empress thanks her, having heard that Rosalie saved the prince earlier. But Rosalie replies that there's no need to thank her, as it was simply her duty. The Empress says she is looking forward to this year's hunt and wishes Rosalie the best of luck before taking the prince with her. However, the prince keeps peeking at Rosalie, clearly trying to communicate something. Rosalie doesn't know what the prince wants from her, but she decides not to get involved without a valid reason. She worries that meddling in his affairs might harm him and resolves to keep her distance. Back in her tent, Rosalie questions Ninhan about whether he still feels nauseous, adding that he can return to the residence if needed. Ninhan throws a tantrum, complaining there's nothing to do. Observing him, Rosalie can tell he's fine. Plopping down into her seat, she tells him he doesn't have to accompany her, as her knights will be with her. Ninhan notices she doesn't seem eager about the event. Rosalie was never interested in the reward, and now that she has given Devi the ribbon, she feels deflated, as though she has already accomplished everything she needed to do. Peeking at Rosalie, Ninhan asks what she would do if he and Erdit were ever in danger. She replies that she would save them. He presses her, asking if she would save them even if it put her in danger. Rosalie assures him she would overcome any danger to protect them. Growing curious, Ninhan then asks what she would do if Devi were in danger. His question startles her. She glares at him, wondering if he overheard something. But Ninhan quickly brushes it off, saying he was just curious. Before she can respond, someone informs her that the hunt will commence soon and requests her to come out to hear His Majesty's speech. After the speech concludes, Rosalie ponders the magical microphone, finding it interesting. However, the speech was too long, and she had to play 3 rounds of chess in her head to stay awake. Turning to Joey, Rosalie states that she has received the map and compass and addresses him, telling him to get ready. Joey nods and says he will gather the knights. Just as Rosalie is about to leave, Bianca calls out to her from behind. She rushes toward Rosalie, mentioning she forgot the ribbon she had prepared for her. Rosalie looks at the ribbon and thanks Bianca, but because of Sarnon, she feels bad about taking it. Bianca happily states that the Arments will not participate this year, adding that if they showed their faces at the hunt, everyone would be on their case. Bianca then questions if Rosalie has given the ribbon to Devi. Rosalie nods and thanks Bianca for her assistance. Bianca encourages Rosalie, reminding her that giving up is not an option in life and love. Bianca emphasizes that Rosalie needs to show how she truly feels. Rosalie pats Bianca, adding that she will dedicate her catch to her today. At the forest, Rosalie sees the monster. Seeing it, Rosalie smiles, deciding that this monster is worthy of catching in Bianca's name. She orders Joey to move and capture it. Back at the tent camp, people murmur as they see Rosalie returning with her knights, who are carrying a large number of captured monsters. One of the knights approaches Rosalie, addressing that they will now take her catch to evaluate her achievement. From behind, Ninhan approaches Rosalie, congratulating her on her return. Today is the last day of the hunt, but Devi has still not returned. Rosalie turns as the Majesty orders preparations for a search and rescue party immediately to secure the Crown Prince. The king slams his fist on the table, worried about Devi's absence. He suspects the Empress is behind this but, due to a lack of evidence, cannot prove her guilty. Stepping inside, Rosalie requests a word with His Majesty. The king, however, points out that if it is not important, they will discuss it next time. But before he can finish, Rosalie firmly states that she will go and save His Highness. Her gaze is determined. The king, unsure, questions if she really intends to go. Rosalie asserts that the royal guards accompanied His Highness, and if Devi is in danger, they cannot assume the royal search and rescue team will fare any better. The king states that if he cannot trust his own search and rescue team, how can he trust hers? Rosalie, undeterred, replies that even if the king does not believe in her, she will still go to Devi's aid. Impressed by Rosalie's determination, the king sighs and requests her help, confessing that Devi is more important to him than his own life. Rosalie bows and takes her leave, assuring the king that she will rescue His Highness without a doubt. As Rosalie leaves the tent, the Empress questions where she is headed. Walking past the Empress, Rosalie replies that she is just on her way to the tent and takes her leave. However, the Empress comments that the last time she saw her, she had an excellent dagger. This remark makes Rosalie pause. The Empress suggests Rosalie be on her guard if she doesn't want the dagger to break. Turning to the Empress, Rosalie thanks her for her concern but mentions that she can still stab someone with a broken dagger. The prince peeks at his mother as the Empress snaps open her fan and stares at Rosalie. The scene shifts to Rosalie wearing her hood. She orders Joey to stay with the other knights and not let anyone through while she is gone. Joey tries to insist, but Rosalie orders him to wait there. Rosalie then gestures for Emma to come closer and whispers something in her ear before leaving. Rosalie commands her knights to follow her orders, and they shout in compliance, leaving for the forest on horseback. Ninhan comments to Rosalie that he can hear the pink-haired girl crying about her brother. Rosalie knows that Bank will be with Devi, as Bank is too loyal to betray the Emperor. Rosalie suggests Ninhan to head to a place. When they reach the area, they see a large number of knights' corpses. Nidhan cannot find any signs of confrontation with monster. Examining the scene, Rosalie determines that the sword marks must be Devi's handiwork. It seems that all the knights, the armed mercenaries, and even the royal guards attack Devi together. Moreover, it appears there is more than one traitor involved in this plot. Nidhan points out that Rosalie is right, as he can now see Devi's sword marks on the fallen knights. Rosalie feels concerned about Devi, contemplating what must be going through his mind while fighting against his own men. Nidhan detects the faint scent of blood and decides to follow it. Rosalie agrees, urging him to hurry. As they move, they notice hoofprints on the ground, indicating that someone else besides them is also following Devi. The scene shifts to Benik and Devi moving together. Seeing the ill and pained Benik, Devi offers him a potion to drink. Benik, however, protests, insisting that it's the last potion, and they need to save it for Devi. Annoyed, Devi opens the bottle and shoves it into Benik's mouth. Benik apologizes, admitting that he should have been more careful. He explains that he never imagined some of their own knights would betray them. Furious, he questions how those knights could do something like this. Devi sighs, seeming resigned to the situation, and suggests that one can never fully trust anyone in the imperial palace. Benik wonders if they should wait for the rescue team, but Devi isn't sure about trusting them either. Looking at the ring on his hand, Devi ponders silently. He has long given up on any foolish hope of being rescued, but Rosalie's words about saving him refuse to leave his mind. Suddenly, Benik hears something and calls out to Devi. Devi orders him to step aside as a group of knights charges toward them, screaming for Devi to die. Calmly, Devi draws his sword and slashes down all the attacking knights. Meanwhile, Rosalie suggests to Nidhan that they take turns keeping watch. Nidhan insists that Rosalie sleep first, but she sprays something into the air instead. Curious, Nidhan asks what she is doing. Rosalie explains that the spray will keep monsters from approaching them. Rosalie notes the traces of monsters from the previous night, but she tells Nidhan they need to stay on guard against sudden attacks moving forward. Nidhan, worried about Rosalie, tries to comfort her, saying that Devi is strong, and she doesn't need to worry so much about him. Rosalie acknowledges this but believes that betrayal can deeply hurt even the strongest of people. Though Devi has likely become used to betrayal, she knows he cannot avoid the immense pain that comes with it. She reflects on Devi's history with the Imperial Knights. He had been involved with them since he was young, recruiting and training the knights himself. He oversaw every part of the process, yet they betrayed him. Rosalie imagines how she would feel if her own squad betrayed her and she had to fight them. This thought strengthens her resolve she needs to save Devi. Nidhan observes that Rosalie often acts oblivious but can sometimes be deeply sensitive to the feelings of others. Perhaps her anxiety is rubbing off on him as well. Even though he knows Devi is alive, he can't help but worry, especially since Devi was the first person to hold his hand. Rosalie and Nidhan continue on their way. Nidhan flinches as he hears something in the distance and decides to dismount from their horses. The smell of blood grows stronger, signaling that the battle is nearing its end. Suddenly, Rosalie's ring begins to glow. Both of them start running. As they approach, they see Devi slashing through more knights. Rosalie calls out to him. Turning toward her, Devi questions what she is doing there. She replies that she came to see him. However, Devi warns her not to come any closer, saying the area is filthy. Ignoring his words, Rosalie steps closer to him. Moved, Devi reaches his hand toward her but hesitates. Rosalie, now closer, shouts at him not to hesitate and to simply take her hand. Devi points out that if he takes Rosalie's hand now, she will have to come with him to the palace, and that thought terrifies him. How could he bring her into a life like that? However, Rosalie counters that if he despises that life, he should get out of there, and she urges him to let her help him do it. Grabbing Devi's hand, Rosalie thinks to herself that while she could never be as lovely as Sonia, she can help Devi escape his cage. They look at each other before Devi leans closer to her and states that she should never forget once he holds someone's hand, he never lets go. Slashing another knight, Devi comments that he didn't think more of them would leap out of the bushes. He turns to Rosalie, asking if she is fine. She assures him that she is, since she wasn't in the middle of the action. Devi, however, disagrees, saying there's nothing fine about this situation. Glancing at a small cut on her shoulder, Rosalie brushes it off, claiming it's nothing. Devi takes out some medicine from his pouch and reaches for Rosalie's hand. She insists it's just a small cut and doesn't need treatment, but Devi firmly tells her that since she took his hand, she must cherish herself more. He adds if she understand. From behind, Nidhan interrupts, suggesting they should get going. They decide to take the long way, as there's a chance others might be hiding nearby. It is now nighttime. Sir Bennick is sitting on the ground in pain. Concerned, Rosalie approaches and asks if he is alright. Sir Bennick replies that the potion Devi gave him is helping him cope. Nidhan, however, notes that while the potion treated it, the injury still looks severe. Rummaging through her pouch, Rosalie takes out another potion and insists Bennick try it. The potion looks expensive, and Bennick hesitates to accept it. Rosalie explains that it must be consumed immediately after opening. Remembering how Devi had insisted earlier, Bennick doesn't protest further and drinks the potion, thanking her sincerely. Handing the bottle back, Bennick promises he will never forget her generosity, though Rosalie brushes it off, saying it was no big deal. As Bennick moves away, he reflects on how Rosalie not only rescued them but also gave him her potion. In a moment of gratitude, he grabs her hand. But sensing Devi and Nidhan glaring at him, he quickly steps aside, explaining that he was moved and didn't notice what he was doing. Rosalie laughs it off, thinking he reminds her of her younger sister. But seeing Devi and Nidhan murmuring, Bennick feels as though he made a grave mistake. Rosalie decides to take the first night watch. Devi notices her deep in thought and wonders what she's thinking about. Sitting beside her, Rosalie asks why he isn't asleep. He hasn't been able to stop thinking about what she said earlier. Assuming he means her comment about leaving the palace, Rosalie moves closer, hurriedly explaining that she does have a plan and will share it with him once they are out of the forest and somewhere safe. She urges him to rest, but Devi wasn't thinking about that. Reaching for her hand, Devi admits he never thought she would actually come to save him. After a moment of silence, Rosalie sighs, saying that in the end, Nithan's sense of smell proved more useful than the ring. She smiles, relieved to have found him, and dozes off. Nidhan appears from behind, teasing that he's here for the next watch, but it looks like they're having fun. Devi responds that since Rosalie offered her tiny hand, he has no choice but to take it, no matter what it costs him. Nidhan mentions that he asked Rosalie what she would do if Devi were in danger, and she replied that she would save him without hesitation. Devi then asks if Nidhan wants to know what he was thinking when she held his hand. Curious, Nidhan asks what it was. Devi confesses that while he was warning her to stay away, he couldn't help but feel happy to take her hand and look into her eyes. He reflects on how courageous and decent Rosalie is, someone whose radiance anyone would desire. That's why he must ensure that no one can touch her or threaten her. At dawn, Rosalie wakes up and springs away from Devi, worried about how she fell asleep. She asks if it was uncomfortable for him, but Devi reassures her that he was fine. They decide to leave as soon as possible, knowing His Majesty must be worried. Bennick wonders if the Empress might have infiltrated the night guards or portals. Rosalie reassures him, explaining that her maid should have sent word to Marquis Bright and Count Hepton. Even the Empress could not infiltrate the three families. Hearing this, Bennick becomes excited, impressed that Rosalie has already prepared a safe passage home. Devi looks at Rosalie and asks if they should get started. She looks back at him and smiles, replying that they should go back home now. At the tent camp, everyone waits anxiously as Bianca calls out to Rosalie. Seeing all four of them together, Bianca rushes to her brother and embraces him warmly. Some knights approach from behind, announcing that Sir Bennick and Devi have returned. However, Rosalie gestures for them to stop, stating that she will personally escort Devi and Bennick. Devi, to everyone's surprise, declares that he will follow Rosalie's instructions, shocking the knights. Rosalie then happily suggests to Devi that they go to the capital together. Back in her office, Rosalie reads a news report blaming the entire incident on antisocial royal terrorists. The report also highlights that the Duchess of Judroot, famously known as the Goddess of War, saved the Crown Prince. Rosalie feels embarrassed every time she hears this title. A knock at the door interrupts her thoughts. It is Joey, who is allowed to enter. Joey informs her that Sir Toronto successfully obtained confessions from the knights. Their loyalty, which was already weak, made them easy to capture and persuade. As expected, Hepton's knights had approached Callie while the others were preoccupied with the monster hunt. Rosalie did not anticipate them coming clean so quickly. Reflecting on their lack of training, she acknowledges that disloyal knights can sometimes be worse than having none at all. Joey then asks Rosalie about her next plan. Since her opponents have revealed their cards, Rosalie decides it is time to start negotiation. Finally, she instructs Joey to deliver a letter to Arminth. The next day, Rosalie enters a room where Count Arminth is waiting. Upon seeing her, the Count remarks how unfortunate it is that such a long-standing misunderstanding exists. Rosalie coldly introduces herself as the head of her house and addresses him as Count Arminth. The Count, taken aback, reminds her that he has known her since she was a child. He questions whether this is how she intends to treat her best friend's father, with such impersonal formality. Unmoved, Rosalie reiterates that she stands before him as the Duchess of Judroot, her cold demeanor evident in her eyes. She asks if she has made herself clear. The Count flinches in horror at her tone. Rosalie then states that if he cannot treat her as the head of the Phantom family, she sees no reason to waste any more time on this conversation. Acknowledging their busy schedules, the Count suggests they get straight to the point. The Count, unnerved by her firmness, silently notes that Rosalie is far tougher than he had imagined or heard from rumors. He brings up Sonia, explaining that she will be tried for assault in the imperial court. He pleads with Rosalie to reconsider her misunderstanding and retract the charges. Rosalie questions what misunderstanding he is referring to. The Count admits that Sonia has a temper but argues that friends often fight, and things can get heated. At this, Rosalie slams the table, startling the Count. She sternly states that heightened emotions do not justify throwing a cup of hot water at someone. The Count, unable to respond, listens as Rosalie declares the act as a clear assault. The Count tries to defend Sonia, insisting she did not mean to harm Rosalie and that she should be forgiven for the sake of their years of friendship. Rosalie coldly responds that Sonia crossed the line. The Count realizes that Rosalie already has a punishment in mind and presses her to reveal it. Rosalie confirms his suspicion, stating that Sonia must admit her wrongdoing and remain confined to her land for the next 15 years. Additionally, Sonia will no longer be allowed to appear in the capital or attend social gatherings. Only a select few families, including the Judroot family, possess a portal in their residence, meaning this punishment would completely isolate Sonia. The Count, shocked and confused, rises from his seat, questioning how Rosalie could impose such a harsh punishment. He demands to know how she could expect his only daughter to give up her life as a titled woman, effectively barring her from marriage and societal recognition. He argues that Sonia does not deserve to be treated as a sinner for something so inconsequential. Rosalie finally reveals the gravity of the situation, stating that Sonia did not merely commit a minor wrongdoing, she attempted to assassinate her. The Count, unable to grasp the severity of the claim, asks for clarification. Observing his confusion, Rosalie concludes that the Count has not yet received the news. She informs him that Sonia was involved in an attempt on her life. Count Armand exclaims that there is no way his daughter could have been involved in an assassination attempt, calling it utterly impossible. However, Rosalie calmly insists that she is telling the truth. The Count vehemently denies it, declaring his daughter to be utterly gentle, kind, and the most lovely girl. He raises his voice, shouting that Sonia would never do such a thing, adding that she is the most innocent and kind-hearted person. He accuses Rosalie of framing Sonia with lies, his voice trembling as he processes the accusation. The Count ponders in disbelief, convinced that Rosalie must be lying, especially after all he has done to uphold the honor of his family. Turning to Rosalie, the Count expresses his shock, stating that he has heard rumors of her change but never thought she would stoop so low as to falsely accuse her friend. Rosalie had not expected a heartfelt apology, but she also had not anticipated that the Count would twist the facts in this way. The Count, confused by her reaction, asks what kind of apology she even expects. Rising from his seat, he begins to remind her of everything Sonia has done for her, particularly when Rosalie was incapable of managing her own house, calling her ungrateful. The word incapable makes Rosalie twitch with anger. She rings the bell and orders her knights to escort the Count out of her office. The Count resists, shouting that no knight has the right to touch a noble like him. Rosalie coldly informs him that she will request the imperial court to move the hearing date forward, adding that she looks forward to seeing him in the capital. As the knights drag the Count out, Rosalie reflects on his parting words about her family being in ruins. Though she had not initially wanted to resort to legal action, it now seems inevitable. In this justice system, the Emperor's verdict reigns supreme, and ultimately, it will be Emperor Patrick who decides the outcome. During her house's decline, Count Armand had forged strong ties with the palace, particularly due to his love of literature. At least Patrick, known for his impartiality, will be making the decision. The scene shifts to Dorian informing Rosalie that a guest is waiting for her in the lobby. It is Sir Bennick. He greets her, and Rosalie immediately asks about his condition. He assures her that the potion she gave him has made it easy for him to perform his daily tasks without issue. Rosalie questions the reason for his visit. Bennick informs her that His Majesty has requested her presence and asks if she will accompany him to the palace. Given the discretion required, Rosalie agrees. Noting the drawn curtains of her carriage and the use of the side entrance, they arrive at a private room in the palace, where the king greets Rosalie warmly. He offers her tea, explaining that it is beneficial for her health, and urges her to take a sip. Rosalie thanks him for his generosity. Drinking the tea, She finds it bitter but refrains from commenting. The king expresses his gratitude for her assistance, but Rosalie humbly insists that she was simply performing her duty. The king mentions that she also saved Reincarnates from harm and wishes to reward her. He assures her that the reward is nothing compared to the lives of his sons, so she need not worry about refusing out of humility. As Rosalie quietly eats, the king shares an interesting fact. His sons never drink tea in the palace, even when thirsty. Their mother, he explains, died from poisoned tea in front of their eyes. He had kept this tragedy hidden from the public for specific reasons. Rosalie believes that the king must have made this decision for Reincarnates' sake, and Devi must have agreed with his father's choice. Knowing this, the king wonders how Devi reacted when she went to rescue him. She tells the king that Devi's face showed no response at all, which made him appear even more precarious. As soon as Devi returned, he overhauled all the knights in the palace. The king reflects on his sons, explaining that both have been hurt countless times by the selfish greed of adults around them. Out of his own vengeful desires, the king appointed Devi as the crown prince to keep the current empress in check. Rosalie feels confused as to why the king is revealing all of this to her. The king explains that when she volunteered for Devi's rescue, he saw her as a light at the end of the tunnel. He acknowledges that Devi relies heavily on her, even to the extent of cutting ties with the Arments. Rosalie declares that the Judroot family is willing to fill whatever role the Arments had been playing. The king expresses concern, assuring her that he does not want to burden her further. He simply wishes for her to protect the happiness of his two sons since he cannot do so himself. Rosalie assures the king that she will do her best, and the king expresses his gratitude, feeling indebted to her. As Rosalie leaves the room, she asks where Devi is. Benik informs her that Devi is in his office. Rosalie requests Benik to escort her to see him. Reaching Devi's office, Benik mentions that since it is an unofficial visit, he wonders if she can return immediately after a brief conversation. Rosalie assures him that she can, though she thinks to herself that Benik is just as bad at stealth as Devi is. Rosalie enters the room, promising to return in 5 minutes. Benik thanks her for keeping it brief. Rosalie knocks on the door. Hearing the knock, Devi, assuming it's Benik, calls out from inside and tells him to take the additional paperwork back. Rosalie laughs, responding that she didn't bring more paperwork for him to handle at home. Startled, Devi hurriedly goes to open the door, shocked to see Rosalie standing there. She asks if she is interrupting, but Devi assures her it's not the case and invites her in. Noticing the paperwork piled on his desk, Rosalie remarks that she is, indeed, interrupting. Devi quickly dismisses the notion, joking that the papers are merely kindling for the fireplace. Peeking at the paperwork, Rosalie muses that if she had known he was this busy, she wouldn't have stopped by. Devi makes her leans against the table, prompting her to shift her attention to him instead of the boring paperwork. His sparkling, puppy-like eyes make her relent, and she agrees, suggesting they should sit down. Devi admits he hadn't known she was visiting the palace. Rosalie explains that her visit was due to an unofficial invitation from His Majesty. Devi looks confused, prompting Rosalie to elaborate that the king thanked her for her actions during the monster hunt and mentioned rewarding her accordingly. After thinking for a moment, Devi mutters that he should have mentioned it to him first. Rosalie, puzzled by his comment, asks what he means. Devi, blushing, thanks her for saving him. Rosalie chuckles and assures him that she will always come to his aid. Devi confesses that he never imagined someone would rescue him, which made her appearance all the more significant to him. Rosalie tells him that she read in the news that the anti-emperor parties were convicted for the crime. Devi sighs, noting how they eradicated the threats and pinned the blame on false perpetrators, adding that it happens like this every time. Shifting the subject, Rosalie tells Devi of her plan to remove the current empress from her throne. She believes that if it weren't for the empress, Devi would have been freed not only from his burdens but also from his title as crown prince. Devi firmly agrees, stating that he would not hesitate to walk away from it all. He then questions Rosalie about her plan, and she explains that her focus is on uncovering the Empress's hidden dirty secrets. Rosalie believes the Empress has concealed evidence of her corruption somewhere in the eastern forest, and her forces are working to uncover the Empress's secret hideout. Devi expresses his distrust of the palace knights and, curious, asks how Rosalie obtained this information. When Devi presses her loudly about her sources, Rosalie flinches, unsure how to explain. Internally, she debates telling him the truth that she knows all of this because of the novel. She knows that the Empress archived records of her corrupt activities to blackmail the nobles who swore allegiance to her. If they can uncover the hideout, they can expose the Empress and her allies in one decisive move. However, Rosalie struggles with how to explain to Devi that she entered the novel and that, In this story, Sonia was supposed to be his lover, not her. She is Rosalie, yet not truly Rosalie. Debbie's voice calling her name pulls her out of her thoughts. Clenching her fists, Rosalie promises Debbie that she will explain how she knows this information later. She then asks if he will trust her no matter what. Debbie assures her that he does, telling her not to be so tense. Rosalie thanks him for his faith in her, adding that she will tell him when the time is right. Debbie, deep in thought, believes he couldn't blame her even if she had deceived him. He reassures her that he will wait for her to feel ready. A knock on the door signals Bennick's return. Rosalie realizes it's time for her to leave. As she rises from her seat, Debbie grabs her hand and makes her promise not to do anything reckless. He also insists that they will face this challenge together. Staring into his eyes, Rosalie agrees and promises him the trial is set for 5 days later. Looking through the papers on the table, Rosalie wonders if this is the Emperor's reward. However, she can't help but feel it is going overboard. As a reward, the king grants Rosalie his vacation home in Nobitha. Rumors claim this mansion is one of the most stunning in the empire, facing a breathtaking lake where fairies are said to play. This home was supposedly cherished by the first emperor even more than his empress, and its monetary value is astronomical. Rosalie reflects on the gesture, guessing it shows how much the king values his sons. Suddenly, Nihon bursts through the door, announcing, "They're here." Erdit, following behind, points out that he should have knocked first. Rosalie welcomes Erdit back, and he greets her with a cheerful, "Good morning." Noticing the paperwork on her desk, Erdit asks if she needs help sorting it. Rosalie explains that the papers are for the trial, which reminds her of something. She mentions that Nihon discovered Sonia's coin pouch at the Assassin's Guild. Nihon interjects, saying that Debbie has the pouch now, and asks if she needs it. Rosalie thinks it would indeed be beneficial. Nihon offers to retrieve it, but Rosalie hesitates, then dismisses her initial thought and allows him to go instead. Excited at the opportunity to hang out with Debbie, Nihon leaps out of the room with such speed that the paperwork scatters across the floor. Erdit sighs, remarking that Nihon is as careless as ever as he goes to close the window. Rosalie suddenly asks Erdit if he knows how to throw a punch. Erdit, caught off guard, admits that he's not a fan of violence and has little experience in such matters. Rosalie's cold response, "Is that so?" makes him shudder. As the night deepens, Rosalie grows concerned about whether Nihon will return. At last, Nihon enters the room. Before Rosalie can scold him for being late, she is shocked when he explains that Debbie was delayed, and that's why he took longer. Debbie enters behind him, greeting Rosalie. Nihon adds that Debbie has something to discuss with her, which is why he came along. Debbie invites them to sit and talk. Seated, Rosalie asks what Debbie wants to discuss. Debbie inquires if she plans to use Sonia's coin pouch as evidence during the trial. When Rosalie confirms, Debbie suggests that he should bring the pouch to the palace himself. Curious, Rosalie asks for his reasoning. Debbie explains that they need to ensure the coin pouch is indisputably linked to Sonia. If she denies ownership during the trial, they could face a significant setback. Rosalie agrees with his logic, as she had been considering that possibility herself, and asks if Debbie has a plan. As Debbie begins to explain, he notices Rosalie staring at him and asks if she has something to say. She hesitates, expressing concern that involving himself in this matter may force him to turn against an old friend. Debbie dismisses her worry, assuring her that he would be the most effective at executing the plan, and asks if she doesn't trust him. Rosalie quickly clarifies that it's not a matter of trust but concern. Sonia was his close friend for years, and she's worried about how this might affect him. Debbie admits that their past friendship does weigh on him, especially after reading the sentence Rosalie proposed for Sonia. Rosalie begins to wonder if her suggested punishment was too harsh, but Debbie reassures her. Given the possibility of retaliation, her sentence was the most appropriate. Debbie knows he might act terribly if Sonia threatened Rosalie ever again. Sonia's obsession with attention likely stems from being surrounded by love and adoration from her family, friends, and high society. Perhaps isolation is exactly what she needs. Debbie then reminds Rosalie of what he had told her when she said she wouldn't hesitate to attack Sonia. Rosalie recalls his words clearly. Debbie reiterates that he's fine with the situation and reassures her that she doesn't need to worry about him. Before the conversation can continue, Nihon interrupts, visibly annoyed at how serious they've become. Rosalie, irritated, tells Nihon to shut up. It was getting late, so Debbie plans he should leave now. As Nihon lingers, he notices Rosalie writing something and asks what she's doing. She was drafting plans to form a reconnaissance party after the trial. Curious, Nidhan asks where she intends to conduct reconnaissance. Rosalie explains that she needs to investigate something important. She then turns to Nidhan, asking if he remembers what she once told him, that he never belonged to this world. Nidhan replies that he remembers clearly, boasting of his excellent memory. Rosalie taps on the desk, stating that every noble has an ultimate villain they must overcome, even if they never plan to get involved with them. However, she has changed her mind. Rosalie declares with unwavering resolve that she will go after the ultimate villain herself. Over time, Devi has become dear to Rosalie, and she cannot simply sit back and let this happen to him. She has a strong feeling that this fight will be bloodier than the territorial war. Nidhan questions if the villain might be Devi's enemy. His words startle Rosalie, but Nidhan clarifies that he is merely speculating and offers his assistance if needed. Rosalie, however, is concerned about him getting involved. Nidhan reminds her that he owes Devi for all the help Devi has given him. Meanwhile, Erdit, peeking through the slightly open door, wonders if they are still awake at such a late hour. Rosalie assures him that they are going to sleep, but Nidhan insists Erdit join him for a game if he hasn't gone to bed yet. Erdit declines, stating he is heading to bed. On the day of the trial at the Judroot residence, Rosalie prepares herself for the courtroom. Nidhan reminds her that he cannot accompany her inside, but offers to kill the woman responsible if things take a turn for the worse. Rosalie firmly tells him there is no need for that and asks him instead to keep praying for her. Erdit mentions that the courthouse is surrounded by journalists. Erdit notes that the trial must be garnering significant public interest, as it seems like everyone is awaiting the verdict. The attention is unsurprising, considering it involves the so-called goddess of war. Agitated, Rosalie orders them never to call her by that title again. As she stands ready to enter the courtroom, Joey approaches from behind, informing her that all the preparations have been made. With a steady breath, Rosalie braces herself and steps forward, ready to face what lies ahead. At the courtroom, people are gathered, murmuring amongst themselves. Sonia and her father stand to the side, watching the growing crowd. As Rosalie walks past them, she briefly blocks their way. Sonia steps forward, questioning whether Rosalie truly needs to go this far. Rosalie responds calmly but firmly, stating that everything happening now is a result of Sonia's refusal to acknowledge her wrongdoings. Sonia falls silent for a moment before turning to Rosalie. She says she doesn't know what Rosalie told her father, but he believed her story. With a smirk, Sonia adds that she will make sure everyone else believes her story too. Rosalie walks towards Sonia and whispers a question, asking where her knights are. The unexpected words cause Sonia's eyes to widen in surprise. Rosalie steps away, leaving Sonia trembling in place as her father asks her what is wrong. Without answering, Sonia remains still, unable to compose herself. Rosalie enters the courtroom, where the imperial trial is about to begin. While the details may differ from modern times, the structure of the judicial process bears a notable resemblance. Sonia follows shortly after, her unease visible in her movements. Bianca, seated nearby, leans toward Rosalie and whispers something. Sonia notices this exchange and glares at Bianca, but Bianca remains unfazed, calmly turning her face away from Sonia's direction. The king steps forward, commanding the courtroom's attention. He announces the start of the imperial trial proceedings and instructs all present to swear an oath to the God of Truth. Rosalie is the first to be addressed and is asked if she swears to speak only the truth during the trial. In response, Rosalie declares that she swears to speak only the truth in the presence of the God of Truth, offering her tongue as penance should she utter any deceit during the proceedings. The Armand family is then called upon to swear the same oath, which they do. The king sternly reminds everyone present that the God is watching, ensuring honesty in the courtroom, and he officially begins the trial. The king announces the first charge, stating that Miss Sonia is accused of physically assaulting Rosalie. As punishment, Rosalie has requested that Sonia be sentenced to 15 years of confinement in her territory. However, the Armand family has rejected this sentence. At this point, Rosalie raises her hand, prompting the king to ask if she wishes to speak. Rosalie steps forward and declares that she wishes to add another charge against Sonia, accusing her of attempting to kill a resident of Rosalie's dukedom. Count Armand immediately rises, his voice filled with outrage, demanding to know what nonsense Rosalie is speaking. The king slams his hand down to restore order in the courtroom, commanding silence as he requests evidence from Rosalie to support her claim. Rosalie presents her evidence, handing over a document to the king. He reviews it carefully before turning to Sonia and instructing her to stand. The king begins questioning Sonia directly to verify Rosalie's claims. His first question is clear, Has Sonia sent knights from her family to assassinate residents of Rosale's territory? Count Armand shouts in defense of his daughter, declaring that she could never commit such an act. The king slams his hand down once more, roaring that his question was directed at Miss Sonia and no one else. Sonia, however, remains motionless, frozen in place, unable to answer. The king repeats his question to Sonia, asking again if she truly dispatched her knights to kill a resident of Rosale's dukedom. Count Armand insists that Sonia tell the truth. Rosale stands again, addressing the court, and mentions that she suspects Sonia will deny the charges. To ensure clarity, she requests to present clearer evidence. At her signal, Joey steps forward and opens the door. The courtroom falls into murmurs as Sonia's knights, captured by Rosale's forces, are brought in along with Callie, the resident Sonia allegedly tried to kill. Sonia looks back and freezes in shock. Count Armand rises in anger, demanding why his daughter would do such a thing. Rosale responds coolly, explaining that Sonia's actions were meant to hide the fact that she had paid Rosale's maid, Callie, to assassinate her. Sonia glares at her captured knights, her demeanor faltering. Looks like our little fox has officially run out of hiding spots now. The king restores order in the courtroom and turns to Sonia, demanding an explanation. Sonia, visibly nervous, denies the accusation. She claims she has never even spoken to Callie and insists that her knights sought Callie only to warn her against spreading false rumors. Callie, visibly enraged, points directly at Sonia and calls her a liar. She accuses Sonia of pushing her into the path of a carriage, leaving her paralyzed from the waist down. Her voice trembles with anger as she demands to know how Sonia dares to lie so blatantly. Sonia, feigning composure, claims she never did such a thing. Callie shouts back, furious, asking how Sonia can lie to her face. Sonia internally dismisses Callie's accusations, thinking no one would ever believe a mere peasant over her testimony. Callie, refusing to back down, yells that Sonia pushed her to cover up the fact that she had commissioned Callie to assassinate Rosale. She adds that Sonia paid her directly and that she knows all the details. Rosale interjects, pointing out that she already has confessions from Sonia's knights about the orders Sonia gave them. The courtroom erupts into murmurs as people question why Sonia would go to such lengths. Her actions seem to confirm her guilt. The king sits silently for a moment, unsure how to proceed. Count Armand rises and protests, claiming that all Rosale has are the words of a commoner and baseless hypotheses. He insists that she has no solid evidence. Devi, calm and deliberate, steps into the discussion. He asserts that there is, in fact, solid evidence supporting Rosale's claims. As he speaks, he enters the courtroom with one of the Armand household maids. The sight of the maid shocks both Count Armand and Sonia. Debbie presents a small money pouch as evidence and introduces the maid, Hilda, as a witness. Debbie explains that the pouch is a limited edition item from a popular general store in the city. He reveals that it was found at the Assassin's Guild where Callie had been seen. Debbie further adds that the guild leader is currently in imperial prison and can testify to these facts. Count Armand, still defiant, questions how they can prove the money pouch belongs to his daughter. Debbie responds confidently, presenting additional evidence. He explains that each pouch came with a unique certificate of authenticity from the designer. The embroidery inside the pouch matches the certificate belonging to Sonia. Sonia wonders how Debbie was able to get his hands on this certificate and glares at Hilda, who avoids her gaze. It becomes apparent that Hilda had provided the certificate to Debbie. Debbie adds that Hilda also witnessed several key events that corroborate Callie's accusation. Hilda hesitantly steps forward to testify. She admits that she witnessed Sonia pushing Callie. She explains that she remained silent out of fear, knowing that revealing too many secrets about her mistress could lead to dire consequences. The king asks Hilda if she is certain of her testimony. Hilda swears on the God of Truth that she saw the incident clearly, as Sonia had been wearing her distinctive robe at the time. Sonia shouts angrily, accusing Callie of stealing the money pouch and insisting that this is why it was found at the guild. Rosale mocks her, questioning whether Sonia's supposed anger over a stolen pouch led her to push Callie. Even the king sighs in frustration, visibly exasperated by the chaos of the trial. The king finally declares that he has never witnessed such a chaotic trial in his years as ruler of the empire. He orders the court-martials to prepare for a ruling based on the overwhelming evidence, choosing to forego further proceedings. The king rules Sonia guilty of physical assault against Rosale and of the attempted murder of Callie. However, he states that he remains unconvinced of the charge regarding Sonia's intentional payment to Callie, citing a lack of definitive evidence. As punishment, the king forbids Sonia from entering the capital or attending social events indefinitely. Additionally, the Armand family must pay a fine determined by the palace. While Rosalie initially suggested confining Sonia to her town territory, the king orders her to house arrest in a remote location chosen by the palace. The duration of her confinement is left entirely to Rosalie's discretion. As the ruling is announced, Sonia trembles visibly, her confidence completely shattered. Rosalie glances at her, calm and composed. Count Armand, refusing to let matters rest, shouts that he has heard about Rosalie saving Debbie and also that the king has rewarded her for it. Coldly, the king responds, "What is his point?" His voice grows louder as he growls in anger, questioning if Count Armand is trying to imply that, because of this, he has lost his sense of impartiality and judged Sonia unfairly in favor of Rosalie. Count Armand flinches. The king states that it seems he is the one who cannot remain impartial. He then threatens that if Count Armand says one more word, he will have the tongues of all his family members cut off for blaspheming the emperor. Sonia and Count Armand stand there speechless as the trial concludes. Rosalie commands Erdit to go ahead with the trial summary, and Erdit complies. At the same time, a man passes by Rosalie, catching her attention. She wonders who the man is, as he does not look like a noble. Erdit calls out to Rosalie, asking what is happening, but she dismisses it, saying she will meet him at the residence. As they leave, the man in the hood glares at them. Later, Rosalie is seen walking through a corridor. She notices Count Armand, who appears to be questioning someone, asking if they are happy now. Curious, Rosalie peeks to see who he is talking to. It's Debbie. Debbie responds calmly, saying, "No, not at all." Sonia, sobbing, yells, demanding to know why Debbie is here now, claiming it is too late for apologies. She accuses him of even enticing her maid to testify against her. "Are you crazy? Ma'am, is this short-term memory loss, or do you just have a selective amnesia package exclusively for your own mistakes?" Debbie declares that he has nothing to apologize for. Sonia yells further, asking why he is here if he has no apologies to make. Debbie questions her, asking if this is what she truly wished for. Sonia grits her teeth at this, visibly angry. Debbie reminds her that he has been telling her since childhood that true monsters are those who lose themselves to their own greed and self-interest. Sonia mocks him, asking if he is trying to imply that she is one of those monsters. "Debbie, that was quite classical. I loved it." He confirms his point and expresses his wish that she does not remain that monster. Sonia begins sobbing again. Rosalie, who has been watching from a distance, thinks she should sneak away and pretend she did not hear the conversation. However, before she can leave, Debbie calls her out. He greets her as she stares at him, unsure of how to respond. Debbie invites her to join him for a nightscape walk, and she agrees. As they walk, Rosalie points out that she is in Debbie's debt once again. Debbie is glad that he could help her. They're holding hands, isn't it so cute? Like two people trying to figure out if they're dating or just lost their way to the snack table. Rosalie calls him by name and promotes she can lend him her shoulder. Debbie looks at her, then leans on her shoulder for a moment of comfort. Rosalie, reflecting, ponders the situation. Although Sonia means nothing to Rosalie, she acknowledges that Sonia was Debbie's childhood friend. She cannot imagine how Debbie must be feeling right now. In an attempt to comfort him, Rosalie pats Debbie's back gently, which makes him chuckle, clearly proving that romance wasn't just out of her league, it wasn't even in her playbook. Rosalie tells him that when she was a child, she saw other kids make wishes upon shooting stars. Debbie agrees, mentioning that some children do that, and asks if she ever made such a wish. Rosalie replies that she cannot remember, adding that even as a child, she likely lacked the patience for such nonsense. As they continue walking, still holding hands, Rosalie questions if Debbie has ever wished for something. Debbie shares that once, he wished he would never become like those in the palace. Rosalie reassures him, telling him that he will never become like them because now he has a reason to leave the palace. Debbie, touched by her words, checks her expression. Taking her hand, he brings it to the side of his face and reveals his feelings. He confesses that he wants her and that he likes her a lot. Rosalie stares at him, surprised, but then lowers her head. She admits she cannot accept his feelings, not until she tells him her secret. Rosalie tells Debbie that she has a secret to share with him. Debbie, curious, questions her, asking, "What secret?" Rosalie hesitates, pondering whether she should tell him today. She decides against it, reasoning that she doesn't want to burden him further, and more importantly, she is not ready to reveal it yet. Rosalie states that when she eventually tells him this secret, she also wants to share her feelings and hopes to hear his in response. She wonders aloud if that would be fine with him. Debbie squeezes Rosalie's hands gently and assures her that he will wait, though he expresses his hope that she won't keep him waiting for too long. The next day, Rosalie is seen warming up. The Armanth have returned to their territory as quickly as they could, and now the tabloids are sure to be filled with news for a while. Nidhan approaches Rosalie and asks why she is up so early. Rosalie replies that her body woke her up and she couldn't fall back asleep. Man, I need to trade my body in for one with an early wake-up feature. Rosalie smirks and asks if he's itching for some action. She proposes that they spar, to which Nidhan confidently agrees, stating that he's not an easy opponent. They both stand facing each other. Nidhan insists that Rosalie go first, and she doesn't refuse. She rushes toward him, leaping forward as their swords clash with a loud clang. Rosalie lands another hit, this time managing to slash Nithan's collar. Nidhan, leaping back, remarks that if she's going to go this hard, he might have to reconsider his strategy. Rosalie counters by reminding him that he himself claimed to be a tough opponent. Nidhan avoids her dagger but can't help feeling curious about how she managed to slash his collar. As Rosalie steps forward again, Nidhan flinches, noticing that she is extending her sword with her aura. Alarmed, he shouts for her to stop and accuses her of sparring with him just to test her aura. Rosalie admits that testing her aura was one of the reasons, but she adds that she also has a lot on her mind. Erdit arrives and questions what they are doing. Nidhan immediately snitches on Rosalie, complaining that she tricked him by using her aura to extend her sword. For someone who's supposed to be an assassin, Nithan's whining makes him look more like a grumpy puppy. However, Erdit points out that it looks like Rosalie is the one suffering while Nidhan is the one complaining. Rosalie believes this is because Nidhan is stronger than her.